so
Huh?
want to train with me sometime?
Yeah, we're gonna train with Mr. Zajeff today. We have two things on the docket, which is to do a yap with Zajeff. By the way, I told him I'd be live at 1 p.m. Well, specifically in like, I didn't say 1 p.m. like my time. I said an interval of time, which was now. And he's making a tier list about
higher education and math.
To be clear, awesome. Well, so
yeah, like most of the
he's making a tier list about, education study fields. Maybe I should just call him right now and argue with him. But no, we're not in the same time. I don't think. Well, actually, I don't know. I think he's in Canada, and I think he's like in the Toronto area. I could be wrong on that. I actually have no idea. Anywho's, claim that. Bongo Cat is invisible for now. We could change the color, but anyways, what I was gonna say is like the fields of education, like these categories are too broad. Like what you're ranking is like the enjoyableness on average of like learning these in college, right?
No matter how busy life
That's the value here.
You should always sit down and
yeah, the
enjoy
main thing
a
about
meal
math
when you
is
get home.
that like once you start getting to
What I like
higher
to do
education stuff
Stack
past
my plate up high, then squash it all down.
whatever.
Take a deep breath.
Anyways,
Stuff past just
Sit
basic
down
like
in one go.
statistic stuff.
That way,
So-
I get to eat my fill without
Well,
wasting
actually, what is he gonna say?
Efforts
Oh,
are
he's.
just gonna be used to help people in other fields.
Mhm.
Like if you ever make a discovery
I mean-
in math, it won't be helpful for math. It's gonna be helpful for physics, or it's gonna be helpful for chemistry. You're
Yeah.
not gonna be the one that benefits from it, you know?
I mean, yeah, that's how math usually goes. Math is the underpinning to everything else. Anyway, he put linguistics at the top. Good choice. Good choice. Anyways, but it's mostly like there's no those aren't fields, right? Right? Like you don't go and study biology. You go and study a specific field of biology, kind of thing, right? So, anywho's, Zajeff is not on the call yet. I haven't called him yet. I could call him and argue with him about his tier list, but I don't have a particular problem with his tier list right now. He's just having an overarching conversation about his thoughts on things in education. So, anyways, I need to bring up another window so my YouTube thing. Yeah, the stupid crowns, by the way, are apparently a community leaderboard that this started happening in the middle of yesterday's stream, and I wasn't sure what was going on with it. I didn't really look into it, but it just seems to be,
There's a lot that goes into managing an
a thing
orchard.
for YouTube now.
Watering,
We'll see if it
weeding,
stays.
fertilizing the soil,
But yeah, it's a
making
little
sure
bit
the
borked in my
temperature's right.
overlaid chat. Oh well.
Most importantly,
Okay,
You have to
now
keep
I
the
can
fruit in a good
properly
mood.
see the chat because it's formatted well. Yeah. Other than a Zajeff yap, Zajeff solidly heavily on the linguistics part of a communication linguist. Okay, I barely learned that much about linguistics. Like, right? Again, like I didn't. Anyways, whatever. I just like linguistics because I really disliked in like my non-college university education, I really disliked language courses and how they were taught in all of my schooling. Outside of like one specific teacher in high school, but I still didn't really like the class that much. I just liked the teacher. Which, so, like, anyways, linguistics is what was like, oh, we can actually use logic to break down and think about language from a framework of how it exists in reality, rather than being like, oh, you need to use periods and capital letters and you can't use the wrong form of there. Like, to be clear, my non-college teaching brain really gets bothered when I type the wrong form of there by accident, which happens all the time. I type the wrong form of there and I'll like edit my Discord message or something to make it be the correct form of there. But like it doesn't f***ing matter. Like it doesn't. When we're speaking, we understand like that it doesn't matter. There is there, and we just use the same sounding sequence. We use the same sequence of sounds to sound. Anyways, hey Soul, drop a DM if you want to do the ZZZ pulse. Yeah, Lowney wants me to pull for Hugo's engine on their account. We'll do that. Are you gonna be available later? Or anyways, what's the wrong form of there? Like if I'm saying something like of like an like let's say my grammar brain doesn't work right now. But THERE, THEIR, and THEY apostrophe RE. Like they all sound exactly the same, and people online tend to like accidentally write them as this like one form. Like they'll use THERE where like your English teacher would be like, you're supposed to use THEYRE there with an apostrophe. And like it doesn't matter. Like anyways, so it's all just arbitrary rules. And like to be clear, there's some value to these arbitrary rules on a written language level, because like that's where some artistic creativity can come out in fuddling with the rules a little bit, right? I'm not saying there's no value to writing systems with rules to it, so that we can have some kind of mutual understanding to, you know, a correlation of here's a physical representation of an auditory reality, right? That's what writing is, and it's always going to be an inherently worse form. But my frustration with not college level learning of school is that like in the U.S. my public education never had any like real hint even of phonetics teaching. Never had real hints of any of the core ideas of linguistics, other than like dumb parts. So anywho's, where is the Jeff? He's doing a tier list. Should I call him while he's doing a tier list? I don't know that.
Okay,
Well.
political science.
He might be here a while. wait. Chemistry in C tier. Look. I understand why a lot of people
I think political science is low C.
Oh god, that's so loud.
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it.
Chemistry in C tier?
Wanna train with me sometime?
Hi.
Hi. Chemistry. How dare you?
How do you
Oh, you were lagging. I can't hear you. Uh-oh.
How do you do? Hello.
Oh, hi. How do you do? But chemistry, this is more important. We could introduce each other, whatever. But like,
Okay, wait. Are you gonna be a chemistry defender or a chemistry hater?
No. Chemistry is great. Chemistry is what chemistry is, you know, for I don't know, it's Genshin elemental reactions in real life, but as if characters could merge together and create new elemental reactions after merging together. Like chemistry is amazing, and all it requires.
But here's the thing: the beauty of Genshin's elemental reaction system is how it's simple with a lot of depth.
Well, yeah,
Chemistry
because
is complicated with a lot of depth.
Well, that's because chemistry is in reality and Genshin's a video game. Like this makes sense.
Yeah, and as it turns out, video games are meant to be fun, and reality isn't. Bucko.
Why can't reality be fun? Why can't chemistry be fun?
It can, but not with chemistry. That's why you gotta do math and stats.
But all you need is a little bit of math to understand the basics of chemistry, and then it's just like turning.
Okay, but here's the thing about chemistry, okay? Cool, you understand the basics of chemistry, and you can do literally nothing with it because 95% of chemistry is memorizing things.
I think you have a problem with whoever taught you chemistry. At the end of the day, that's my guess because
What kind of chemistry can you do without remembering fucking 83 different fucking?
You can.
Oh, I can love nomenclature. True.
No. You can do. Look, all my like fond memories of chemistry isn't like remembering electron orbital shells and no, it's the funness of turning objects into different objects. It's wild. Like it's so much of our modern reality is.
You can do that with economics too. I can turn money into things.
No, you can't. Not without chemistry. Do you realize how?
Yes, I can.
No, chemistry is needed to turn money into physical things.
I'm turning my money into something. I can even turn it into intangible things like happiness. I can go gamble right now, and I can generate serotonin.
Okay, but I'm pretty sure chemistry is required for you to do your digital gambling in some form. It wouldn't exist without chemistry. Anyway, chemistry is modern day alchemy. It's an insult to rank it so low. But anyways, you can finish your tier list if you want. I just
Alright, you know what? Fuck it. Fine. You can shit talk my points if you want. Astronomy. It's like art. It's a chill science, but it's kind of whatever. I think it goes with archaeology.
Oh my gosh.
It's like it's alright.
My username is literally sun plus moon. It's a portmanteau together. So, you know,
Okay, little bro, portmanteau.
But
no French in this chat.
But
like, get out of here if you're gonna bring some fucking French in here.
Oh.
Did you know that portmanteau is a borrowed word from French?
Did you know that English is like 40% French words?
Yeah.
I presume you do because you put in linguistics in S tier, so you know. Yes,
Like,
I'm aware.
Wear coat. That's what it means, by the way. Wear coat.
That's what portmanteau means.
Yeah.
Honestly, that just makes portmanteau an even.
Wear.
Yeah. Okay.
And manteau is like coat or like. It's not that.
Okay, so.
I don't know if coat is a direct translation.
Is that literally how the word is used then in French normally, or is there a reason that English use portmanteau to mean what it does in English?
No, I mean, what do you mean? I'm confused.
Well, did I use the wrong word? Portmanteau in English is smushing two words together, right? So I'm wondering how that.
One word is the person, and the other word is a coat, and the person wears the coat, so they're becoming one together. That's the idea.
Okay, that's the idea. Okay. French, that's just like French metaphor. Okay, I get it. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure how literal it was, like in the French side of things, and where like on an etymological level, where the meaning on the English side came up. Like, did it come up in the French side or whatever? Which no, it came up in the French side. Good.
If it's like three little guys in a trench coat, if it's a reference to that.
Oh.
It might be.
Maybe. Yeah. Anyways, you know what? You can rank astronomy where you want because you put linguistics in S tier, and that's a rarity. That's my vibe. I'm definitely biased because I may have studied linguistics though, but you know.
Psychology. Okay, here's the thing. Psychology is sometimes goated, and then you learn about Freud. And whenever you learn about Freud, psychology goes down to F.
Did you see the study that said that like the majority of like studies in psychology couldn't be replicated?
I've heard about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like psychology, it's a very nuanced domain.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
And like psychologists in history are way too confident. Okay? Like Freud just needs to he needs to have we need to go back in the past and shut him up.
I mean,
that's what we need to do.
We just need people to understand that like most of psychology is about as accurate as BuzzFeed personality quizzes. Like It's the same thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, I think it's low C. Cause honestly, I actually think that, Freud aside, psychology is pretty good. But he single-handedly brings it down like 2 tiers.
I think there's
There's
some
a lot
other
that goes into
old white men
managing
in that
orchard.
group, but I don't remember who they are. So you know.
Weeding,
Fair,
fertilizing the
sure,
soil,
sure.
making sure the temperature is
Okay,
right.
okay. Oceanography.
Important. You have to keep the fruit in a good
Or
mood.
oceanography? I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. Whatever.
I like how that's in that list. Oh, it's so specific compared to all the other ones.
Yeah, it really is. But it's kind of goated, actually.
Is
I
that...
think it's pretty similar to geology. It's like a pog thing.
Okay. I was just double checking, making sure it was what I thought it was.
Where's entomology? True. You know, my dad was a biology professor, and a lot of his like academic work was in entomology. And I remember he had the biggest fucking insect collection I've ever seen. Like insects, like preserved insects, kind of like in Slay the Spire, that make elites easier to fight. But like dried insects that are like pinned inside boxes. Okay, like we had a room, or it wasn't like really a. What do you call the like thing under the stairs?
Oh.
Like that like storage room under the stairs.
I mean, my brain wants to call it the Harry Potter hole, but well, that would not hole.
Yeah.
Okay, but you know, it's not that.
Anyways,
it's something else.
We had that, and it was full of like boxes. He probably had like 150, 200 boxes that each had like 10 different insects.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them were like he had like the prettiest butterflies you've ever seen. Dude, it was
Insects are the
it was
real
honestly
aliens
kinda sick.
on the planet.
Hmm?
A lot of people like to glaze deep sea creatures as alien, but like insects are where it gets real cool. They're wild.
True. You still have it? No. I don't know where it went, honestly. He probably brought it. He probably gave it to the university at some point. All right. Environmental sciences and ecology are probably B. Like, they're fine. Meteorology, I think, is low C. It's better than psychology. At least it's kind of useful. Sociology is probably... Would I say it's better or worse than psychology?
I muted the Discord things
don't know.
chat. My bad.
What do you think?
Sorry, I was distracted. Which one?
Well,
Sociology?
how do you think sociology compared to psychology?
Oh.
Because, like, personally, I think that as a discipline, I think it's a bit better. But studies in sociology tend to be even more scuffed than ones in psychology. And on
Mhm.
top of that, their results are often actively harmful.
Like,
Like the
both.
fucking most unscientific and most well-known,
It's-
like the Stanford prison experiment. That's like the most unscientific pseudoscience bullshit.
It's so much a problem of like, there's just inherent fields that have to be more qualitative in their analysis, and that means like you can't like ever draw really hard conclusions about things, and humans don't like that. Humans like hard conclusions.
I'll just group it with psychology.
Yeah, I think that's fine. My chat doesn't like that you have comp
It's one
sci
of
in the
those
bottom,
things where
but
you gotta use
I
it or
can
lose
I can
it.
understand where you're coming from. I missed that part
I
of your
am going
yap.
to double and then triple down. Comp sci is just awful.
What was your
And
justification
A
for
big
it? Yeah.
part of that is because computer scientists are stupid and dumb, and I hate them. That's right. I'm attacking you specifically, whoever chatter took issue with comp sci being here. You're the reason comp sci is here. It's not even that bad as a discipline. It's because of you.
I mean, this is true. I have a friend who got a comp sci degree, even when, got a master's degree, and then he went to work for Apple, which is exactly what's wrong with the world.
And then physics. Okay, physics is like...
Running late again.
Physics is like... You start dating someone, and they're like really nice, and really kind, generous. You have a great relationship, and then like 2 years into the relationship, they hit you, and you think, but no, I mean they lost control. It won't happen again. And then a week later, they hit you again, and it starts becoming a habit, and you think, I can change him. It's gonna stop. It's not really him. He's under a lot of stress. It'll get better. But it never does. Okay? You can't fix him.
You said you studied physics, right?
Physics is not something you can fix. But it is actually great for the first 2 years.
I studied physics for 1 year and then left. So, I didn't even last that long. Physics is great.
And I hate that I'm about to say this because, like I said earlier, I'm not legally allowed to say nice things about engineering students.
My parents always say,
But the physics that are necessary for engineering are pretty
you should
fun.
always sit down and enjoy
But a lot of the
properly
like
when you
higher
learn.
education physics stuff
What
just
I like to
isn't.
do is stack my
I think it
feet on
deserves
the
A tier.
ground, then
Like,
squash it all down. Take a deep breath.
it's...
I feel like you get disillusioned with physics when you take your
That
first
way, I
your
get to eat
first
my food without wasting too much time.
Man, physics is really... Like,
quantum
learning
physics
physics...
class. My quantum physics 101 class made me realize that physics was awful.
Oh yeah, like, the different disciplines of physics within the umbrella of physics gets maddeningly, like, a mess. Like, I hate kind of
Want to train with me sometime?
learning different things about physics, but... I don't know. It's also, like, so important as a framework for understanding reality. Not as important as chemistry, but...
But why do you need to understand reality?
a brain. But, well...
No, like why? Like what? Okay, you don't understand reality, so what? What's gonna happen to you if you don't understand reality?
I mean,
Like,
okay, so...
who cares?
You still just need, like, the scientific method. We could delete physics and plot lots of parts of
we should delete physics. Physics shouldn't exist. You get it.
We could delete physics as a field and, like, plop it into different fields, and it, like, reality is fine.
Weeding, fertilizing the soil,
So,
making sure the
you know,
temperature's right.
I don't know. If you believe in a god, did gods start with physics? Almost assuredly not. God started with math. So, that is clear.
I mean, physics is basically applied math.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And then engineering is applied physics.
Yeah. And... law is... something.
Law is something you shouldn't do. True.
Yeah. Alright. I agree
Do
with
crimes, Chad.
everything. Yeah. Do crimes and you can become a lawyer by interfacing with the law.
Okay. And now that that's done, what do you mean by me being too negative about Skirk?
No, that
Explain
was...
yourself.
Okay, to be
Also,
clear...
get the fuck off of Varesa, okay? I'm gonna kick you out of my
Okay,
world,
that's fine.
okay?
It's
You're
fine.
running
It's fine.
salt in the wound.
Sorry, I did do that on purpose. Cause
Fuck you.
dude, hey, I do plan to at least do her final ascension soon, TM. I wasn't originally planning on it, but I like her enough that I will, for what it's worth. It isn't just to make fun of you. Add a little bit of crit rate because of the final ascension, but is she on my profile? Right.
That's
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I had to craft that timepiece.
Yeah, it looks crafted. Oh. I'll say you have an insane Plungisca build.
I didn't even think about that. I should try it. I haven't tried it yet because
You should.
I generally don't like doing plunge if it's not required, but honestly, yeah, I didn't even think about how good those artifacts are for plunge Escoffier. Oh, that's really funny. Oh god. Okay, I'll try it maybe later.
Anyways, so, sorry, I asked you a question and then I immediately cut you off.
What was the question? Oh yeah. So that, like, the message I sent you in chat was just because someone in my chat yesterday said you were being negative, but my guess is that they were just like simplifying based on the fact, or they didn't listen to everything else you said.
Do you mean negative as in like negative in terms of her design, or in terms
Yeah,
of
that's
her
my
power?
guess. My guess is they heard you say you didn't like the kit, and then Zajeff is being negative. That's my assumption, right?
Okay.
But I don't know exactly where that person was coming from. I think your evaluation of Skirk is fairly level-headed. I think so first of all, I like Skirk, but I kind of like her partly because she's a jank mess in some ways. I don't know. I think it's really funny that this is a cryo character, because I think if we look at, like, typically, like, someone like Kanich or whatever, right? Where Kanich is not meant to work outside of, like, with Pyro, is the baseline. But he is not dysfunctional.
Well, I don't know if you can really say that when his second best team is Hyperloop.
I know, exactly, right?
Yeah.
But that's my point. Is like, he's still a Dendro unit. You can use him for Dendro unit things.
Yeah.
Skirk is a cryo unit that, like, just goes straight in the toilet if you dare do certain things with her, and that's hilarious, and I love that. I love that this character ranges literally from, like, Dia to Moeka level. Like, she's the full spectrum in between, basically.
I don't think she's Gaia level. I think
No.
she's worse. if you're not
Okay,
running.
but you want to know one of my favorite team ideas? I haven't even told my chat this yet because I was gonna save it. But, so I was testing this yesterday to see if Eon-san could get scroll buff for cryo damage bonus and pyro damage bonus. It's a little bit tricksy in the timing, but doing Escoffier E into Dia double E into Eon-san E gets a overload, removes the pyro, and then cryo applies, and then she gets a super conduct, so you get all the damage bonus from scroll, and then you can do an Escoffier melt, and then you can switch to Skirk, do either her burst or a little bit of short field time normal attacks, and then you spend the rest of the field time on Dia burst, or vice versa.
Is that why you asked me how many N5 Skirk can get in 7 seconds?
Yes.
Oh god.
I wanted to calculate. I just didn't know exactly what off the top of my head what she could get without getting any mirrors. To be clear though, that should
It's
actually
probably 2 N5s. I don't know if the last N5
yeah,
goes through though.
that's what I was assuming currently. But she will actually generate a mirror, to be clear. It's just whether or not I actually want to spend that field time doing that. I don't know, but that is an example of, like, that's not going to be a good team per se. And in fact,
it won't be.
I don't even think it's going to be put on my preferred Dia team, but it's an example of using Skirk's weird kit and, like, the weird nuance of, well, let's say nuance, maybe politely, but of where you can figure out where to fit in, like, Skirk's burst, whether it be in a new Villette team, like you've been mentioning, or just randomly as a burst
One thing I'll
DPS.
say,
So I don't know.
Is that, unironically, she can outright just replace Ayaka
Yeah.
in Quake Swap teams where she's the main carry. Like, even if you don't do stuff with Nebula,
Mm-hmm.
you just do a 15-second rotation with her as the main carry.
Yep.
And it's actually, like, potentially better than Ayaka.
Yep.
The biggest issue I had with it initially was energy problems for the rest of the team, but then they changed her particle generation to actually work on her burst.
Yeah. What was it originally? Like, she just didn't generate energy if you didn't go into
it
a
was
skill
originally
state.
that she generated particles on the first charge attack in her skill state.
That's what I thought. Yeah, which is terrible.
But if she that meant that if she did the holy instead of the tap E, she couldn't generate particles. Now
Yep.
it's just the first time she does power damage every 15 seconds.
Yep. Yeah, which is, like, they've only made really minor changes to her kit. I really would have liked to see a little bit more flexibility with, like, not punishing melt as much as they did. Like, I do really feel her second passive, right, the one that gives her massive multipliers for being played with a full freeze team. I think that was enough of an inherent nerf to melt that like they didn't have to go this additional
Yeah,
layer.
you're saying they could have let you still generate void rifts
Yeah.
in melt teams?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fair, honestly.
I'm still gonna do my darndest to figure out something whack, such as the Dia team. Not that it's gonna be our best melt team, but just something I enjoy
I think
playing.
that the best ones are just gonna be accepting you're not gonna get any voids and doing bursts every
Yeah.
16 seconds with 2 holdies.
Yep. I could see that being possible. And yeah, I don't know, like, and she's a weird character to evaluate. I haven't obviously used her. Oh, I'm getting dinged. The moment I turn off Discord or sounds for my stream, I'm getting pinged constantly. Sorry. Gonna go mute people. And I think I've suggested to your chat before how like I am gonna play Skirk Superconduct because you know she can generate mirrors perfectly fine in Superconduct. I have Sit Lolly C1, which will help, but like I am pretty certain that official Sit Lolly C1 and Kazuha is gonna work fine on Eshu with a C0 Skirk.
Well, yeah, but it's kind of like playing.
Well,
It's kind of like playing physical or Lakino.
sure, yeah, that's fair. But like, from my perspective, it's just like, I have a fundamental perspective of like, can I? Ew, I have Mawika here. Because she was here for Beressa. From my perspective, my standard. I don't mind my brain's struggling. My standard of evaluation is whether or not I can clear Abyss, right? And the new endgame content will be a new evaluation standard.
You are not clear the new endgame content with that team, I'll tell you that much.
What is the DPS check on it? I know it's higher, but I don't know. I'm basically only going to play
It's
co-op.
like around 70k DPS, but without accounting for boss mechanics.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought, which is high.
And boss mechanics are going to make that DPS check like 110 probably.
Yeah. I think I'm going to get like 99% of my fun. Like I'm quite skeptical of the value of the new endgame with single player personally. Cause,
yeah, it'll be fun in co-op. I agree.
Yeah, I like what I wanted. Like one of my optimistic perspective when we heard it was going to be single target, I was like, okay, maybe if they do single target of this new end game, they start at least having abyss cycles that at minimum have an AOE, fairly AOE centric side like they used to again. Nope.
Noogie. Surely, right?
Yeah.
Surely they do that, right?
Yeah. Surely.
Oh, actually, you know what? I probably have a bunch of achievements for killing bosses in co-op that I haven't done.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we can do them. I haven't done them either. I'm 90% sure.
Right.
So anyway, so my perspective on Skirk is like.
Sorry, I need to ask chat. Where are those achievements?
That's a good question.
Any knowers? Like what category are they in? Is it Challenger series? No. It is? Oh, maybe I have most of them then.
You know what? If you're gonna use a Scophia, we can do something stupid in co-op. If we're trying to steamroll co-op bosses, I can help with this. Get value out of stupid past mistakes. I don't even know if you know this.
Okay, I found it.
The dumbest mistake I made in Genshin when my YouTube channel first was taking off was during Yelan's original banner, and I said passingly in a video I would C6 Yelan if I hit 5k subs before Yelan's banner ended, and it was C6 her. So yep, that happened, and it made me dislike the character because she's so fucking boring to use, and it's so annoying because there's on-field things you have to do with her to like min-max Yelan, and I can't do normal attacks unless I want to trigger a C6. I hate it. I hate it so much. But we'll use it in co-op here.
Thunder manifestation.
Yeah. Okay. Oh boy. Wait, you've never done co-op
There's
here.
an Electroculus here. Maybe we can get that.
Wait, have you not 100% Inazuma? Inazuma's great. I guess you're a 1.0 player.
I did it on my town account, and I didn't want to do it on
yeah, that's fair.
after.
I've done the same thing on other accounts where I just don't explore some areas on one account because I did it on the other. I gotta equip the build quick while I do that. But honestly, like, the last thing I have to say about Skirk is I think a lot of people are overly doom posting how she's going to perform at a low investment level, because my perspective on like how is she's surprisingly good for an attack scaling unit not being played with Bennett, right? I think there's major flaws in like the availability of like the quality of the 4-star hydros they've released. I strongly feel they should have made Dahlia an attack buffer, like just like a 500 attack buffer or a catalyst unit, aka a 500 attack buffer. Because like there's problems in having options, but I don't know, like 60k DPS for that's what you were calculating like a 4-star team for her to look like, right?
Let me check.
Or was it 50k? I don't know. 50 to 60k is the range I've seen depending on various assumptions.
I think I had it higher than that.
Oh really? Okay.
I had 78k. No, that was before I adjusted the Dahlia stuff.
I mean that's very good if so, but
So, yeah, 70k, a little bit north of that.
I mean, the 70k is like so good for a low investment team, right? And I don't know. I just feel like, yeah, you're gonna struggle a little bit.
Is that a low investment team though?
Which team is it? Sorry. Exactly.
No, I mean like, cause okay, I got, and I don't know. I don't think it's adjusted properly, so it's probably closer to like 72k ish with Singto, Rosario, and Dahlia. But a lot of the damage is coming from Singto there.
Yeah.
So like, it's not low investment. It's just
Sure,
like,
that's fair.
Relatively low amount of pulls.
Yeah, pull investment, yeah.
But also like 70k DPS at this point
Oh, I don't disagree.
is really, really tight in abyss. You have to play perfectly for 70k to be enough.
I mean, I don't know if perfectly is the word that's required there, but depends on your skill level, so it's fair. I don't know. It's...
Are you coming?
Yeah, sorry, I'm equipping emblem artifacts. She's on Deepwood right now. I don't remember why I put her on Deepwood. I don't need... Surely I don't need a ER timepiece, right?
No, you'll be fine. We got a lot of energy generation.
Do I not have an
She's gonna
HP
be on
timepiece?
field.
Oh, I do. There we go. Sure, use that. Damn. Alright. There we go. Alright. Yeah, let's do some co-op bosses. But yeah, I don't know. I think Skirk is going to be a fun character for me because of the range of like weirdness with quick swappy DPS potential, which is something I always like really enjoy just in general in character kits. The more the time goes on, the more I enjoy it. God, this character. Whatever. The more the time goes on. Okay, the more the time goes on, the more I enjoy. Well, like you still have fog on Surumi Island, nice.
Shut up.
Hey, that means you got questing to do for
I know.
resources.
I mean, listen, I got 100% in Chen Yu Vale in one day. Okay?
Wow.
Like,
Nice. I did 100% now.
and
in
I've
one
also
day.
almost 100%ed Remuria. I've 100%ed Enka. I've 100%ed
Nice.
all of Natlan. Like, we're getting there, bro.
Very nice.
Loose on the loose! That's the line.
I understand. It's her best line.
Take it easy.
Hey, I didn't get that. I got that achievement. Yeah. I used C6 Yelan with a Scofier and Abyss because I was like, when I was testing a Scofier, and because someone suggested in my chat, and I was like, you know what, sure, first time in like 2 years to actually play with C6 Yelan. And then she just cleared in like 20 seconds every chamber. I'm just like, this is so boring. I just like, what is the point of this? I know. It's
Reserve for whale.
just, pretty much.
Ruined
It's just,
serpent.
Ruined Serpent. Where is that?
See a chest over there. It's in the chasm.
Oh, that explains why I couldn't see on the map. All right. Blam. It's just like, like I enjoy some high investment things. Like I do. I've made multiple videos saying for the average player, C2 Farina is not worth it, and it's a bait constellation like most constellations are. But as someone who has C2 Farina and likes doing shenanigans, it's my favorite constellation in the game. Like I like some balance of it, but constellations that have too much of an effect are not fun. No. Don't spend money is indeed the solution. How many bosses are we fighting? I feel like we're gonna be fighting like 30 bosses.
I mean, however many. This is basically just background stuff.
Yeah, it's fine. I didn't prepare any like meaningful talking points, honestly. So I don't know. Do you plan to play Skirk much at all in non-freeze teams, or you're just gonna completely stick to?
I mean, I'll probably do it a little bit on release. But
Okay, sure. Just to like show the.
I don't know, because I think that she's just outright bad outside of freeze teams.
Yeah. On the current evaluation for meta standards, yeah, for sure.
Like, I like doing cool off-meta things, but I think that it's important that it makes sense to do the thing, right?
Sure.
Like, I don't think Version was ever all that good, but all the Version stuff was fun to do because it actually, like, made sense, like, with the reactions and all that. And the reason why it wasn't that good was just because the numbers of Version in general didn't make up for the downside.
Yeah. Like for Virgin stuff for me, and honestly just Pyro and Dendro together in general, I've always found it's like better than I expected it would be in practice, because you're able to have element coverage that deals with a lot of like shield mechanics oftentimes, I'd say. So they tend to be fairly versatile teams, which I think is fun. I really like versatile teams that cover a lot of bases. That's why I like Overburn Chlorine so much. Like every single Abyss cycle, Overburn Chlorine I've been able to use.
I can't.
What do you mean I can't? You said you liked the team when you tried it.
I mean, when I tried it on your account, sure.
Oh, sure.
With
Okay.
fucking the fucking. I mean, you basically have an immunity worth 2 immunities with fucking Luminous Bell, you know? Like,
Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna make a video about like, yeah, I hate Luminous Bell, honestly. Like, I'm gonna make a video being like, I don't know if I can recommend pulling Emily on her rerun if you don't get her weapon, which is so lame. Like, to be clear, the character is good without her weapon, but like, up to the current standard of like pull value and what off-fielders apparently balance is gonna be like, and their versatility, Emily is, or Escoffier is a higher value pull than Emily. And like, so I don't know. Like, her stupid weapon changes the way you can use her in different teams. We might have to. What's the mechanic for this? You have to bring Electro.
I brought Dendro, don't worry.
Oh, yeah. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, Dendro. Yeah. I don't know. Like, it actively changes how you can use Emily in certain teams and how you can rotate with them, and it's annoying. So I agree. So okay, what for more Skirk conversation? What do you think your favorite cope Skirk team is going to be? Or
like non-freeze?
yeah.
I don't know, honestly.
Well, I guess I mean you could consider some of her freeze teams cope, but I don't think any of her freeze teams are going to be that cope.
When I did my calcs, I looked at like carry Mel Skirk, and it was like actively worse than just using Monopyro Shinyan.
That's amazing.
And so, yeah, so I figured, you know what, let's just not. Maybe Squirk Bloom is the play.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
I guess.
With what Dendro? Because you got to take advantage of Hyperfridge. So Nahida is kind of whatever. So you got to do.
Well, it's not like the other Dendros are better than Nahida anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Nahida's in a sad place, by the way.
I'd still use Nahida.
Okay, sure.
But it's true that you don't need Nahida with Hyperfridge. But we don't have an off-field Dendro player that actually gives something for Skirk teams.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. It is pretty tragic.
Emily. Wait, Emily. Okay, Emily, Skirk.
Oh yeah, Emily without proccing her passive. That's not
No, you proc her passive. You do Emily, Skirk.
Oh, so we go oven instead. I see.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm. I mean,
It depends how the aura balance works out and how much you can keep of the burning relative to how much you can trigger freeze to generate some mirrors. Or void drifts, whatever they're called.
the problem is that you don't have a burden trigger that heals.
Yeah.
So you can't use Farina.
Yeah. Only why, man? Why does Pyro Traveler not have their heal? God. I still haven't made a Pyro Traveler video because like they have a good kit and they're usable and enjoyable. Like, the stupid boss Traveler frustrates me to no end.
Yeah.
Just,
What frustrates me the most is that you need full exploration, or you need full
Yeah.
reputation everywhere to get the constellations. So I
Yes.
still don't have C6.
Yeah. I do. It's fun. Like Pyro Traveler C6 it rips through the Papilla shield. They're fantastic for that. But like, just like imagine if there was a team-wide heal. There'd be new teams that would exist with Pyro Traveler uniquely, just with that team-wide heal, or just on a fun level, just the C6 from the boss fight with the range attacks would be fun and a unique kit. It wouldn't be like mega OP or anything. Just be like, hey, wow, a unique Traveler rather than just a trash version of Mawika's kit. Ugh.
Not allowed.
No, yeah. Like, if they're gonna give us a trash version of Mawika's kit, why didn't they just release Traveler right away? Like, I went to the wrong spot. Anyway, sorry. This is me complaining about Traveler. I actually do like Pyro Traveler. I'm planning on making a fairly positive video about them.
Yeah, Pyro Traveler is like, I don't know. I feel like they just get so hard carried by Cinder City.
Yeah. So every time we mention the Cinder City and Pyro Traveler, though, I gotta remember that the energy doesn't work if you don't have another Nalain unit. Which is so stupid.
It's so dumb.
I swear they did that on purpose. For like, there's
He's not
no
gonna
way.
get the cryo shield, right?
That's a good question. Yeah, surely not.
Like it's gonna be the last one, and we'll kill him before he gets it, right?
Oops, I booked by accident. Better not. Bring a burst.
Did you just?
Oh, great.
Does
Yep.
it like expire at some point?
I don't know. We're certainly not making any progress through it, though.
Yeah. I think it'll expire. I'm pretty sure. After like 3 attacks or something.
We're gonna find out.
Where is bro aiming? There we go.
Thanks. All right. I died. Oh, well, okay.
Ain't no way.
Hey, you were the healer. It's your fault. That's how that works.
No, I'm not. We're playing co-op and you're on Farina.
Oh boy. All right.
C4 Yolanda dying, kind of insane. True.
Oh god. Yeah. She. What is it? Oh god. She has 44,000 HP at a baseline. Yeah. She goes up to like 60k. Yeah. My chat. They know. He knows that she's C6. The C4 increases HP. That's why he said C4. By 40% total. Well, single target.
Singto would have survived that. You're so real.
Yeah. Yeah.
So true. How much HP does your Yolanda have?
At a baseline, 44,000.
Okay, so I guess Singto wouldn't have survived that. Because you're probably about as tanky as a Singto.
Yeah. What's his damage reduction at level 13? Is it 60%? 70%?
Depends on his hyper damage bonus, but it's like
Oh,
about
yeah.
50.
Yeah. Oh, it's only 50. Okay. I thought it got higher than that. Wait, do these bosses count as separate bosses? Oh yeah, they do. So I assume. Because yeah, it's Copelia and Copelius.
Let's hope it's not the cryo shield.
Oh yeah, might have switched characters. That'd be horrible.
Actually, no. You could just fucking hit it with Farina, no?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh right, you have to talk to the guy. I forgot.
Okay. Oh, actually, I have another. So this is a video I'm probably gonna try to record after I'm
we
done.
can choose.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Copelia is the one that doesn't have the cryo shield, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Think so.
Quietly.
No energy.
Yeah. There we go. What was I saying? Oh, so I'm planning on making a video, that I'm probably gonna title it just like one fun in quotations, team for every character on Chronicle Banner, and by fun I mean like some kind of unconventional team.
I can't wait to see the Chiori one.
I mean, she can be slotted into technically any team with Shalodin or Kachina. I'm probably gonna use Kachina actually. I think I might try to do something with her main DPS, but the sticking point though I have is, what do you think I should do with Ayato? Is it just something with TF Ayato, you think?
Nilo.
is that supposed to be fun?
Ayato doesn't have a fun team. You could do TF Hyperbloom with Raiden. I like doing that.
Yeah,
That
okay.
was fun.
I actually need to find someone's account that I can use Ayato on, because I don't have any friends that have Ayato.
I could let you like that.
Oh yeah, you have Ayato. Oh yeah. Sorry, you're not a friend. So, yeah, okay, yeah, that'll work actually. 'Cause you also have TF artifacts. Was the other is actually the other problem, because I did have the thought of doing TF Ayato. TF Hyperbloom. Man, people might be a little annoyed if I do a Hyperbloom team. That's fun, but I like Hyperbloom teams. So you know what? Yeah, screw it. Ayato can be a Hyperbloom team. My plan for Ayaka, by the way, is Virgin Melt Ayaka.
It should be Hyper Fridge, but okay.
Okay, but Virgin Melt Ayaka with C6 Bennett and like the duality of Ayaka doing cryo infusion and pyro infusion is fun. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm biased towards C6 Bennett shenanigans. So, I don't know. Oop, there's an invite. Oh, because weekly boss. Yeah. I'm in a loading screen because I teleported that. There we go.
Ain't no place to
Yeah, Virgin Melt Ayaka. But, speaking. Oh yeah, it's Bennett. Actually, you know what? Right now, I'd rather talk about co-op because like co-op's gonna be fun. I wonder how many people are going to refuse to play healers in co-op. Well, you can't matchmake the highest difficulty, I guess, so there probably won't be a problem.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, playing Farina is probably not going to be very fun, huh?
No. But I very much suspect I'm either going to use like Bennett or healer Varessa the most. Just because
I'll probably do Versa a decent amount as well.
I'm very much someone who, you know, might be in a rarity of players who has the ability to do weird builds that are min-max on their supports and get decent damage from them. So I will almost assuredly not be the one trying to take main DPSs away from people. Unless they're Natlan main DPSs on scroll.
Pick up the balls. They're very far.
Can't see.
When is Skirk Yap? I mean, we're kind of doing Skirk Yap.
Yeah, sorry.
It's intermittent Yap.
Yeah. This wasn't well planned out. My apologies.
Quietly now.
Why does that boss have no HP?
because it's from 3.8.
I mean, that's true. It's not. Does it even? It feels like it has the same amount of HP as a freaking Storm Terror, though. Anyway. By the way, one of the most fun things to do with seeing how janky some of the new characters' like movement mechanics are is seeing how they work against Storm Terror. Some of them don't function at all.
Yeah, that sounds pleasant, huh?
I can't remember what I remember. Knight being very jank, but I don't remember.
I mean,
if
to
they
be
patched
fair,
it.
Knight is very jank even
Oh, yeah,
in
that's
other
true.
places, but true.
He is jank at the best of times.
Dude, I got 6 Knight once now. I'm proud of myself.
Nice. I don't think I've ever tried to do 6 Knight.
It's hard, man. I was
Yeah.
trying for 40 minutes. I got a single time.
Oh boy. Arlecchino is jank too. Someone just said in my chat. What?
Afraid? Or do you
Arlecchino is jank. Explain yourself.
I agree. He is jank.
Wait, really?
With these
Why?
rising
How?
flames.
Okay.
I was lying.
Oh, okay. I feel like for most people, Arlecchino is one of the easiest characters to play,
Destruction shall rise.
even though she has more nuance than people give her credit for. She can't absorb the Markov Storm Terror. Oh, that's what you mean. Sorry. Okay. I thought you meant in general.
All that
My
remains.
bad. That makes sense. Yes.
Sundown is only the beginning.
Wait. Try to think of any more yap to have about Skirk, honestly.
Yeah. I will say, okay, did you see the nerf, by the way?
What nerf? Is this very recent?
They made it so that her thing doesn't carry over anymore.
Oh yes, I was actually I yapped about that in my Discord where, like, how do you feel about it? I haven't seen your feelings on that.
I'm not sure, cause like I think that if they kept it as it was, I think that she would have been top 3.
Sure. Because.
And without it, I think that she's not.
So for anyone that's unaware, what the nerf was she doesn't carry over her Sneck soul points for her not Night Soul between Abyss Chambers anymore, where she used to. I think she still starts with max in the first chamber.
I think so too, yeah.
So there's some. So what this means is there's not stuff you can do like carrying over extra energy of her energy system to the next chamber, where you could do things like bursting. Wasn't that what it was? It was like doing a burst and then still having energy left to do her normal attack mode without sacrificing anything.
Yeah, because
yeah.
you basically what you could have done, or what you can do if you start your chamber with at least 17 Serpent Subtlety,
Yep.
is you hold your E, then you do your setup,
Yep.
then you do her burst, and then your E is back off cooldown, so you
Yep.
get to tap your E and do the normal attack mode fully,
Yep.
while also having gotten a burst. And because the burst is almost 2/3 of the damage she does through her whole normal attack window,
Yep.
then it effectively gives you more than 50% more total damage in your rotation.
Yeah, and be a very significant utility if you care about speedrunning Abyss clears as fast as possible.
It's not even just for speedrunning. Like, it's
Yeah.
actually... It's impactful enough that even in general gameplay, it's going to be a significant speed up.
Yep. Which, yeah, I think it's unfortunate, like, because it's very strong. I would have, I don't know, as far as, like, from the perspective of they did that to make her less strong. Like, I don't inherently have a problem with that, right? Like, one thing I'm quite happy about with Skirk is that, because, like, you know, with what Escopia's balance is, and much of, in my opinion, of what Skirk's problem is the fact that Escopia exists and how they balance Escopia, in my opinion. But like the fact that they'd set her DPS ceiling-ish around, not factoring in future characters, whatever, but we don't know what future impact looks like. 110k, 115k, whatever, maybe, and with that, with the aspect of carrying over her energy to other Abyss chambers,
Take it easy.
I believe she could get towards like 120k, maybe theoretically higher, right? On a spreadsheet level. Not that just spreadsheet DPS is all that matters, and because especially in this context, it's the fact that she does this a bunch of damage really quickly right away. So I don't know. Like I really dislike it because it reduces her flexibility ultimately, especially because I was someone who was going to do shenanigans with her in non-freeze teams, right? When teams that weren't going to clear in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So like this just reduces my flexibility for do the similar kind of thing, but with a Dia team, right? The Dia Eon Son Escoffier team that I suggested before. And that is unfortunate to me, right? I wish they would have changed something that didn't hurt those kinds of teams and her utility and flexibility to do that kind of thing. Because what I like about this character is that she has these weird 2 playstyle modes, and trying to figure out the nuance of doing them both at the same time is cool, but their design intent is to use either, not both. So I understand where they're coming from. I also think it's lame because it's inconsistent with how Abyss works for other characters, where like Moika carries over her energy, her fighting spirit. And to be clear, Moika gets her energy in a different way, so you could say that's why it's different, but like, I don't know. And other characters carry over their energy, obviously. But, so that's my problem with it. It feels like a design inconsistency just to balance her, and I think they could have done different things to balance her. So,
Unlucky.
yeah.
Yeah, I would have preferred if they made it easier for it to happen instead.
Sure.
Like, maybe they could have made it so, like, if they made the rifts generate faster, it would be easier to generate more serpent subtlety points during your skill.
Yeah.
And if they made it so that you generate way more than you need, then you'd pretty much be able to guarantee that you have at least 17.
Take it easy.
No, even if you kill them right at the last second.
Yeah.
And so as long as you kill them before your E expires, you start with at least 17 on the next chamber.
Yeah, that would have been cool. Someone in my chat said Farina carries over, no fanfare. Yes. Okay. The difference is that this character's point mechanic is energy. So it's like it's a little bit different for Skirk versus Farina's fanfare points, which are tracked on an individual burst level anyways for Farina, right? Like it's not the same thing. And yes, I know that like Skirk, it's not only for her burst, it's also for her skill. But that's kind of the point of being able to do something with her burst and her skill. I don't know. Anyways, it's fine. Like I think I will still enjoy Skirk's modality and everything, but it's the kind of thing like I don't even think that many like the average casual player wasn't even gonna do anything with it, right?
You know, I actually need to look at the hybrid Skirk stuff. I haven't looked at it yet.
Okay.
The like alternate burst and normal attack mode.
Yep.
Because the burst cooldown and the skill cooldown are not like synchronized.
Yeah.
So if you do like hold E, if you do like tap E, do all your normal attacks.
Yep.
Then swap out. Then hold E. That's right. Then yeah, I guess then you swap out, then back to her, hold E burst.
Yep. And then
swap out, and then back to her, tap E.
Yep.
With like 2 uptime windows. But I don't know.
I also want to like.
I don't know how good that's gonna be.
Yeah, I have no idea either. I also want to mess around with how Chongyun cooldown reduction changes that dynamic too. I don't think it will meaningfully, but
okay. The fact that her base normal attacks, they don't just like not have the times 1.7.
Yeah, I know. They're terrible. They're really bad.
It's really sad. I wish her base normal attacks were stronger.
I'm sorry. It's because they saw my Moika infusion video.
Yeah, true. But like, what is this fucking difference? 150 versus 360.
Yeah.
And this 360 is actually 388 because it's plus 1 talent level.
Yeah.
And then it's actually times 1.7 because of her thing versus 150.
Yeah, for me it would not be.
It's more than 4 times stronger.
I wish the cryo infusion was more relevant, but for me it's not the cryo infusion. It's just the fact that I can do theoretically, I think Shenhe could work better in this kind of format, right? Trying to burst and do normal attacks like Chongyun, Shenhe, Verena, Skirk, maybe, I guess. Might be kind of... Wait, there's no healer. Fuck.
Nice healer, lol.
Lol.
Where's the SKP?
Just get C6 Verena. Oh, I guess you
still
could...
worse than just using C0 SKP.
I think you just use C0 Scopier, exactly. I'm calling full cryo teams dry ice teams, by the way. I like the idea of calling those teams that, but I don't know. They're gonna become more commonplace, I think.
In my opinion, it shouldn't be called dry ice because the whole reason why dry ice is called dry ice is because it sublimates.
Sure, yeah.
And that means that if there's no gas, it shouldn't be called dry ice. In my opinion, dry ice needs to have an animal unit. Otherwise, it's...
Okay, sure. Okay, what's a better name then for full cryo teams?
Take it easy.
No, I don't know.
Wet ice. What do you...
What's a cold thing?
What's a cold thing? The problem is, like, ice is inherently water related, and there's no water in the team. What is the driest form of ice? Like, is there? I mean, you could have ice-like materials that are like ice but aren't actually water, I suppose, right? We need to seek out chemistry for this. This is why we need chemistry.
True. Like, dry ice is a good name, but I just feel like it's wrong without an animal, you know?
Yeah. I can definitely understand where you're coming from.
Cold. Okay, dude, that...
I mean, I'd rather call it Neptune. Neptune is like a deep blue planet. But
Neptune is also the fucking name for the... Is it the Roman god of the sea?
Yeah.
And
No.
Water.
Yeah. No, it doesn't work. I don't know.
Maybe Neptune is fine because those like quad cryo teams fucking suck just like straight flushes in Balatro.
I'm glad I understand what you mean because I've been playing Balatro lately. I was up till 5 a.m. playing Balatro. Usually I've been setting myself a limit of like only 1 or 2 Balatro runs per day. But then I was playing Balatro for like 5 hours yesterday between midnight and 5 a.m.
Honestly, the trick do only 1 or 2 runs a day, but do a fucking white steak anti-39 run.
White steak anti-39 run. I don't even know how to get to anti-39. Like I don't know the full extent. I don't know the full extent of how to min-max your run to that level right now. I've only gotten to anti, I think, 12 in one really good run.
It's basically the easiest way to get there is to bug abuse.
Oh, okay. That I didn't. I see.
There's like.
Is it possible to get to anti-16? Because anti-16 is like the 4E times 10, 4E80 or something stupid, right? Is that possible without bug abusing?
Oh yeah, you can
okay.
pretty easily get to like. You can probably get, like, without Perkeo bullshit, you can probably get to, like, around E100 without any of the, like, difficult mechanics.
Oh, okay.
Like, you'd probably be able to get there with your current knowledge.
Interesting.
With a lucky run.
Good to know. Yeah, anyways, as far as Balatro
then, if you get an insanely lucky start, or if you go seeded, you can probably reach Nanim with Perkeo, but you probably won't be able to get to anti-39 because you'll only be able to reach Nanim either once or you'll do Serpent abusing with boss reroll, and you can't do that on antis that are multiples of 8 because the...
Oh, okay.
Do you know what the Serpent boss is?
I think well, not at the top, but not for sure.
Whenever you play or discard, you draw 3 cards instead of
that one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I have that one.
And if you do that with the Burglar, that's +3 hands, 0 discards, and a lot of blueprints, you can end up with like 20-something hands. and you just play one card at a time, and you end up stacking a really, really, really big hand. And then
Okay.
you can use Baron and Mime to make that score a lot.
Nice.
And if you get a lot of money generation and the retcon voucher that lets you reroll bosses, you
Yep.
can make it so you get the Serpent every ante.
Mm.
And if you skip
Okay.
twice and just do the bosses, you can effectively only fight the Serpent. But the
I
problem
see.
is, on empties 8, 16, 24, and 32, it's like the final boss, and the final boss like lineup is different, and there's no Serpent. So you're gonna die.
Okay, I didn't even know that was the case.
So you usually you don't get past anti 32 when you do Serpent stuff, unless you're doing Serpent stuff and Cryptid abusing with Perkeo.
Mm-hmm. Good to know.
Anyways,
Valuable
that's
information.
enough Balatro,
Sorry. My chat is accusing me because we talked about Balatro for 2 seconds and I did everything but yap about Skirk. We've yapped about Skirk intermittently a bunch. Fine.
did.
More Skirk yap. I don't know. Her weapons, they're fine. I don't know. There's nothing really interesting to say about her weapons, honestly. Other than Calamity of Ashu good if you can use it, and that makes her teams kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like you have to decide. You have to decide if you want to do unless you get her signature or whatever 5-star static, of course. That can compete with Calamity of Ashu, but in general, I think
Ashu is one of the main reasons why Siklali is one of the better teammates for her.
yeah, exactly. It's just like you got to decide if you want to care about Eshu for deciding what kind of team you're gonna play most often with Skirk. If you're someone like me who likes team versatility, Eshu is not the doing different kinds of whack teams, whatever. Eshu's not the most valuable weapon, but I'm glad they made the weapon. I think it's a very good thing that it exists. So, I found fun ways to utilize it, like the Shaloden, Chlorind, Emily, Muika team. I used Eshu in that with Shalonen on an EM build to increase her crystallized shield size, and it has
I can love crystallized.
it has enough uptime and usually stays alive, so Eshu works fine, even on that weird situation like that. So yeah, I don't know. I like the weapon, but it's a weird factor that mucks with teams and how you decide on an individual account. And it's the only reason Dahlia has relevance. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I so badly wish they just made him an attack buffer. Like I strongly. How do you feel about like the idea of them adding more attack buffers now? Because they've already added 2. What is their reasoning for not adding attack buffers in different elements now?
I mean, the main reasoning,
Particularly for 4 stars,
is because of characters like Escoffier.
Yeah, yeah.
Honestly, though, I've always felt like the elemental identity of Pyro supports has been pretty weak.
Yeah.
And I like that they're leaning into a direction where generally it's mainly the Pyro carries or the carries that want Pyro supports that end up with attack buffs.
Sure. Yeah,
that
that's
are
fair.
actually available to them.
That's probably their design intention. Yeah. So I can get why that's the case. I don't know.
And I think Chivalrous is the main reason why they felt comfortable making Eon San.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Realistically, what team do you use Eon San in that doesn't also have a bunch of Pyro stuff?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think of a team I've used her in. I mean, plunge teams. Farina Shanyun doesn't need Bennett in particular, unless you're doing C6 Bennett things, of course. But
is this too steep to climb?
it's a good question.
I think we're fine.
Yeah. Oh, I have low stamina.
I was gonna run out of stamina.
Yeah. What was I saying? Oh, so like what I like the thing is though, for like I don't like that Escoffier teams have the problem, and this is less of a problem with Skirk because she has Omega Giant multipliers. But like Risley is the example I've been going with to illustrate this argument to people which is like Risley in an Escoffier team is, Yelan, Farina, Escoffier is his best team, and he does 25% of team damage ish.
It's a little bit more.
Yeah.
Hey, don't shit talk Grizzly. He's doing 30.
30%. Woo. Like where your clear times aren't that different fundamentally if you swap your Risley out for a Charlotte. Let's be real. So
Am I supposed to use source for this, by the way? Or
I have not done this area, so I actually have no idea.
I'm gonna try.
But like, if Dahlia was an attack buffer,
I'm not.
or if they just had better like catalyst unit options, even that weren't like hyper annoying for their energy needs, or did more in their kit at a baseline while being able to do TDDS, so they aka they are attack buffer through TDDS. Like, I feel like Dahlia could have addressed that problem, right? If he was just an attack buffer, not a Bennett tier attack buffer, where he'd start being like a replacement for Bennett or Eonson in some context,
Okay.
but just
Honestly,
Escopia
I
teams.
personally don't think I would have preferred Dahlia to be an attack buffer.
You
I
think?
would have
Okay.
preferred Dahlia to be like a damage percent buffer.
Sure. Okay. Even more damage percent.
Yeah.
I guess.
Like,
Yeah. It'd be fine.
I would have
Yeah.
wanted Dahlia to be somewhat redundant with Farina.
Yeah. I agree. I agree with that. Yeah. So
'Cause, like, right
Dahlia
now-
Natlan unit basically.
Take it easy.
Right now, if you look at like the Escoffier teams, it's like it's rough if you don't have Escoffier, but it's also not that great if you have Escoffier but no Farina.
Yes.
But then
yeah.
if you have Farina without Escoffier versus if you don't have Farina without Escoffier, there's barely any difference.
Yeah. I
wish we had a character to replace Farina if you're
Yes.
not using a healer, or to work with
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine.
work
Be
with
sure to befriend them.
like Escoffier
Cause them
Mhm.
no harm.
and like be able to somewhat replace Farina if you don't have her.
Yeah, I agree. I think one of the biggest missed opportunities of Natlan, the overpowered support set, is not having a Hydra 4-star Natlan unit they released. Like I don't understand why are they so scared of releasing 4-star Hydras that are compelling still. Like they made Xingqiu and they're just like,
they
oh
learned their
no.
lesson with Xingqiu.
I
They realize that.
Okay, but it's like the damage reduction and the damage reduction and the Hydra application and damage is too strong. It's not like Dahlia does a ton of damage and does a ton of damage reduction at the same time of his amazing buff. Like, why couldn't Dahlia have been a Natlan unit? Like, I don't know. Surely there's a Node Cry artifact set that Dahlia can use that'll turn him into budget Farina, right? Right.
Boo!
They're gonna turn it around. Oh, what would that do? God, what would that do? If Dahlia could use that set, that means like a ton of other characters could use that set, though, right? If that's a hypothetical set they release.
I mean, they could make it a shield set. I was
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
thinking about
yeah.
that.
I would like that. They need to
I-
make shielders better, because like Farina way over incentivizes healers to a stupid degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be very down with that. A set that gives a bunch of damage bonus just based on shielding.
I honestly, and this wouldn't be great for Dahlia, but I want a set that like is significantly reliant on the size of your shield.
Okay. So you're thinking a buff that scales with the size
Like-
of the shield, or
Yeah, something
Okay.
that gives you like a damage percent buff based on the size of your shield or something like that.
yeah. You got an Oculus over here, by the way. Yeah, I like the idea of that. I wonder what the scaling would have to be. So, what is the... Oh, man. So it'd have to be based on, obviously, the total HP equivalent. So, I'm trying to think what, like, the average shield value is in the game. Because, like, Zhongli is obviously an exception. Lanyan's an exception. How would it even interface with Lanyan? Because Lanyan's whack. Because, no, C2 Lanyan doesn't increase, it just refreshes. Yeah, okay, never mind. That wouldn't be that hard. Yeah, so it'd just be the baseline. Okay, But Zhongli needs the buff, too. Like Zhongli is in a sad state, in my opinion. He's still a perfectly fine generic comfort pick, but I think there should be more reasons.
I think Elanion really made him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that Lanyan power. I love Lanyan, but I don't really care about Lanyan's ridiculous shielding ability. I don't think she needed a power creep Zhongli. That was a bit silly. But yeah, so how do you buff Zhongli in this set but not buff Lanyan? But well, I guess you don't buff Lanyan because Lanyan needs to use VV, right? So that could work, right? As long as it's not stronger than VV.
the fuck is this flower?
I have no idea.
Dude, these exploration mechanics in this area are
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I thought I was gonna have to do this area when farming on polearms only, but I underestimated the amount of Primogems Natlan gives again. Which is a good thing. I appreciate how much more balanced the Primogem exploration per time invested is. It's like not a total crazy amount of like Primogems they give over the year as far as I can tell. Like it's more, but not anything crazy. But it feels more like linear progression, whereas previous regions were a little bit more disjointed. But anyways, I need to just do more exploration for like leveling characters. Just the resource problem in this game is awful.
I mean, fuck it. I mean, that's what I've been doing, you know.
Have you? I feel like this is probably not a problem with you because you're a 1.0 player. Have you run out of frickin' Ascension crystals? No. Okay. They don't give enough Ascension crystals at world level 9 to keep up with the like. If you're leveling 2 characters per patch, I believe is like the breakpoint, or 2.5, I think.
Yeah.
You don't get enough Ascension crystals. I'm out of Ascension crystals. Like once I level Skirk, and if I fully ascend Baressa, I'm going to have.
You should do more weekly bosses.
I have been, but like it's still very slow to build up, right? Like, and it doesn't fix the balance.
Because I'm pretty sure I have like way too many. Wait, when did you start?
I started in 2.3, 2.4. The Shanghai
you
patch.
Missed out on that many, because like.
No, I had a big surplus for a while.
A significant portion of your like.
No,
like
this
is daily quests, like daily commissions. You get
no,
one
yeah,
every day.
I know, yeah. Like that's why it's surprising that I ran out in Natlan. So it was a conjunction, I think, of world level 9, and the fact that in Natlan I decided to purposely pull for more characters for the purpose of having more characters to make more content on.
I feel
like
even if I did, I still have way too many. I'm actually gonna check.
I could send you the breakdown, the number breakdown that someone made for me after I initially noticed that someone thankfully just did the work for me because I was too lazy to do it. But now I have an actual math basis to argue about, and like
I have 30 blue gemstones.
Yeah. Wait, the high tier.
Yeah, like I have
Wow.
one, but sorry. Okay, what the fuck? Who the fuck is donating Nevilet's voice line? Shut up. Okay, sorry, it's not 30. It's 24. I'd be able to. I have one, and I have 23 craftable ones.
That's a ton.
Yeah.
Just in the hydros, yeah.
Dendros, I don't have that many because they came out a lot later.
Yeah.
And I leveled a lot of Dendro characters. I only have the equivalent of 3 gemstones.
Yeah.
Electros, also the equivalent of 3. Animos, 4. Cryos, 5. Geos, 13. No. Yeah, 13.
Your resources still aren't like, so I have recovered a little bit since I've been trying to get more. I think for Hydro and Pyros, I have enough to like level up a Hydro and Pyro unit entirely. So like, obviously with conversion, that's the equivalent. But then every other one, I don't have enough.
I have a bunch of pyros. Sorry, I just noticed I have a lot of pyros. Why do I have so many? Don't I level like every pyro character? Why do I have so many pyros?
Being too popular can be
But yeah,
such a hassle.
it's like it's just a problem of leveling too many characters per patch, like and my aspect of leveling characters for content, but it's actively made me make the decision.
Do you even level that many more characters than I do?
I don't think so, not in this last year at least. So I don't know. Like it's been surprising how like because from what I've seen, people who've been playing like if you've been playing since 1.0, the difference is
wait. You know what the secret is?
What?
You got to do the teapot sets.
The teapot sets? Did they wait? What? Did they actually give like meaningful crystals? What do they give? If it gives like a gold drop equivalent, then actually that might be true, honestly. But I don't think you're doing teapot sets, are you?
I started doing teapot stuff recently because
oh really? Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean that's a true reason to do it, but anyways,
it's not a lot though. It's
like,
two blue crystals per character.
Oh okay. That still would help, but
wait, blue crystals. Okay, yeah. So it's the lowest one.
Oh, that's the lowest. I thought that was. The
it's the second lowest one.
That's what. Okay. that's still not very worth it. I don't think that makes a difference. But
Is it 2 per set or 2 per character? Because each character gets 2 sets. It gives Talon books too. Yeah, it also gives Talon books. That's true.
oh yeah.
Boring.
And Mora and
Is there
Primos.
anything else more
But
Teapot
anyways,
is actually kind
the-
of broken.
yeah. I mostly just do the main coin thing every week, but I should probably do more with Teapot, honestly, to min-max things. It's just anyway, the gotcha gameplay loop of min-maxing your stupid resources is awful, but it's just really funny to me that, like, I have this resource limitation restricting what characters I can decide to level up a little bit, particularly fully ascending. If I want to keep leveling the characters at the rate I wanted, I was leveling them. And if I had caught the issue sooner, like, I could have started farming more weekly bosses again to slightly address the issue sooner. And it's been slowly recovering since I've tried to pull back on leveling some characters. But,
Yeah.
it's just annoying that, like, why does this need to exist? Why is the ratio of,
That's
like...
true. The worst part about doing... Well, I guess you probably don't mind it as much because you pull more. But for me, the worst part about, like, when I'm low on a specific one is having to buy the Dust of Azoth.
Yeah, I hate that too, yeah. But, yeah, for me, it's
But
not that much a
you
problem.
probably have enough of the currency
Yes,
that, like,
yes.
it doesn't cost you your monthly pulls. Like,
Yeah,
I've
correct.
had months where I wasn't able to buy some of the fates
Yeah.
because I just didn't have the currency.
Yeah, which is also a problem of when you're sticking to free to play. You have to skip more banners if you want to spend your wishes responsibly, and if you're skipping
It
enough
hasn't been a
banners,
problem lately because I pulled for fucking every Natlan character.
yeah,
but-
yeah. So yeah, I hate the stupid ascension crystal system. Is my point. And like it actively, like, my decision is that I'm going to pull less characters next year. Where, like, this year was an experiment for me in, like, pulling more characters purposely, even if I wasn't as interested in them, to just get them for content, and maybe I'll find some characters I enjoy. Like Veressa, quite frankly, I might have been a character I skipped, and I like her quite a lot. I'm glad I have her, but it's just like, I don't know. It's just funny to me that I'm someone who, like, was willing, even if it's not like a business decision level for content. I'm someone who's willing to, like, give Mihoyo money, but their stupid resource system is making me make the decision that, okay, I guess I'm just not going to do that. I'm just going to level my existing characters and not consider pulling new characters unless I really like them. So, anyways, it's not like it wasn't worth getting the new characters for. It's just weird. Anyways, how do you feel? This is not Skirk yet, but how do you feel about Natlan as a whole? Being that presumably Skirk is Natlan is a year of the characters, not just the specific characters in Natlan from, like, a lore standpoint. How do you feel about this years of characters? In
Like,
general? Like relative to
like, kit design wise or
yeah, kit design specifically. Sorry.
I think it's by far the best region for kit design.
Interesting.
I
Okay.
think it's not even close. They, like, significantly stepped up their game.
Yeah. Maybe it's just like the effect of Scroll of Cinder City mucking things too much in my brain for team building.
That's fair, I guess.
In general, I agree, because, like, the gimmicks are, like, gimmicks in the kit, but they're gameplay changing enough that they're always enjoyable, even if they're a little bit jank. Like, as much as Kaniche is jank, I think it's cool. It's very cool that he exists in the game, right? I'm very glad they tried an idea like that. And I really like Mualani. I kind of don't like Shilonen, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the best part about Shilonen's design is the normal attack stuff.
Yeah.
But it's dog shit. If the numbers on it were good, I think she'd actually be a really interesting character.
Yeah. I really like Auron. I like Kachina, but she suffers from Mihoyo won't let a free character be not clunky to use. But I actually do like Kachina as a baseline free character. I really like Auron a lot. Even in single target, he's been surprisingly good, I'd say. And
I guess.
to be clear, I now have C6 Auron, which makes it even more noticeable. The event got me C6 Auron. Oh, nice. Yeah. I chose to wish extra on Chance was better for a C4, which is apparently paid off in the end. I just wanted energy refunding, but, you know, ER go. Chaska, I think. I don't know, how do you feel about Chaska? Because like I having tried to use Chaska in many Abyss cycles, I feel like there's been a surprisingly high number of Abyss cycles where how bad she is in single target, or sorry, in AOE, not in single target. Like things like the cube, right? The cube boss, she does not function against like the second wave. For me, usually, it depends how you manage
Wait, what cube boss?
the mechanical cube, the primordial mechanical array,
Oh,
whatever.
the PMA.
Yeah, like it's not impossible, but like her targeting in the in between phase, targets the random trash mob. So like if you're not using a Chaska team that can do enough damage with your other units, it's just like she turns into a Skirk melt team. like just
Yeah.
like I don't know how like it's
I
one
think
thing.
that Chaska's design is really good, but I
Yeah.
agree that the AoE problems can be kind of annoying.
Yeah.
But I think her kit is just so interesting.
No, I
I'm
agree.
really glad we finally have an actually absorption-focused animal character.
Well, okay, absorption focus is one problem I have with her kit, to be clear. Like
Why?
because she doesn't absorb. She just like looks at your team elements and then does randomized damage based on, like that's not absorption. I'm sorry. I want an animal unit that is, you know, a fully realized version of Animo Traveler, quite frankly, where it actually absorbs and then does something with that. Like you have to care about the aura on it. I don't know. So it's just my bias towards actually wanting to care about the reactions rather than just caring about the team comp, right? So I don't know. Is it that different for the vast majority of players' experience at the end of the day? Not really. That's Venti. That's not Venti. I'm sorry. Like.
Oh boy.
Anyways, Chaska just like feels so inconsistent in different contexts, including like, oh, there's a boss. It's a single target situation. She should be fine. Like I think that was an F up, on their part. But I'm very glad she exists. I think she is the baseline of like what Wanderer's kit is, but with a more fun and more enjoyable feeling gimmick. And I think her teams, like she originally struggled with her team options, I'd say, but since, you know, Moika, Seat Lolly, Escoffier, you know, she has a lot more team options now that are pretty compelling. So I like Chaska overall, but
I also like the fact that Chaska actually creates design space for future characters.
yeah. So I don't know. She's in a weird spot. Like I don't think I'm ever gonna default to playing her. I like that VV is her best set. Well, not every team, but
So do I.
but I don't know.
I will say though, I also think that Chaska is a really cool character for co-op.
Is that a scroll route still? Or is it a VB route?
No, it's maybe.
It's VB. Yeah, I figured it's VB. Yeah. That should be very fun. Especially since it should be, well, I don't know. Tulpa with its trash mobs. If it's a boss that still spawns random things, it might cause problems. But you can control her. But for anyone that's not aware of like Chaska nuance, you can control her targeting a little bit by like aiming properly, like avoiding aiming at like if the Tulpa spawns some random little mob somewhere, you can purposely let someone else in co-op deal with that because you're gonna have to deal with that with the Tulpa. And then you can continue aiming at the big Tulpa, and that mitigates some issues. But it depends on the enemy how bad that is if they're spawning additional creatures. Who else? Sitlali. I really like Sitlali, but I'm biased because like, she's actually my favorite character on a story level in the patch too. But how do you feel about Sitlali? Because like Sitlali is partially responsible for like the uplift in the DPS ceiling. Obviously, it's not just Moika.
Yeah, I'll give her a pass because the pillow is really cute.
Yeah, exactly. that's basically my feeling.
Yeah.
I blame Moika's balance more than anything, but I don't know. She was I don't know. Like in some level, she made I think the community appreciate even characters like Rosaria more, because Rosaria's like rate of cryo application is the same, and like she's a cope version of Sitlali for Moika, obviously, but like still like
I don't think that was really Sitlali. I think that was just Malika.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. But I think there's more people doing like Arlecchino melt without Sitlali, even potentially now after Sitlali's release.
I mean, they should use Kaya. Probably that Rosaria character.
I mean, that's true if they have Kaya C6, but like, is his name actually Kaya? I don't remember. Whatever. But that's a vaporware character. I'm sorry.
Oh, what?
It's a vapor. You don't know what vaporware means? Sorry, it's like tech industry term. It's a little outdated. It's a term for like if a company announces a product, but then it like doesn't actually really exist in reality. And that's to say, like, it's so impossible to get. Like, you have to play this game for 3 godforsaken,
So
most
it's
likely.
like Plunge to Loot. Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it.
But like, you have to play the game for like 3 years and specifically choosing like, I didn't realize 2 years later in my Genshin experience that I was going to want C6 of these standard banner characters. So I didn't buy them initially because I was too concerned with, you know, other resources and getting new characters and whatever that were on banner, right? Like, that's a mistake from an early player. I should have been buying the Kaya constellations early on. I'd have C6 Kaya now. But like,
your Kaya now?
it's T3. He's actually the lowest of them, which is unfortunate. I actually got a lucky C6 Amber, which, yay. I actually look forward to min-maxing Amber.
Do I have all of them at C6? I think I do. I'm not sure about Lisa.
I think Lisa, because of Chronicle banner last year, I got an extra copy or two, and I will get C6 Lisa this year. And I've played a C6 Lisa. I think C6 Lisa is what you need to make her functional, in my opinion.
I don't think she's functional even at C6 personally.
I mean, she takes stupid investment, but I don't know. She has like big number satisfaction. Anyway,
she doesn't have big. Like, they're big numbers for 1.0.
That's true. That's true. I don't know, man.
Like,
hey, she could like quickly. She could do a weird quick swap DPS where she's doing.
Sorry.
Bless you. She's doing a 15% death shred in the whatever team, Chevro's team. And then you can get like a 1 instance of a big damage or whatever. I don't know. Anyways,
big damage.
And like,
and it's like less than each E.
Look, it's fine. But I don't know. Kaya C6 is the real one I want because, yeah, his weird fastest asterisk cryo application, because it alternates, is interesting, obviously. And I don't suspect they're going to release a cryo applier faster than, like, it seems to be their standard for cryo units now is apply cryo every 2 seconds. So,
you know, I kind of hope that you're right about, or that the cope of like them moving a bit towards more AoE stuff because of the new mode is right.
I hope so.
Because if they do, then maybe Kaya's C2 gets better.
Yeah, that's true. I don't realistically, because of what the Skirk Abyss looks like, I'm gonna assume that's not gonna be the case. Like, but I don't know. We'll see what the Abyss looks like after the Skirk Abyss, the 5.8, whatever. And then that'll be when I start to be actually sad and lose my hope.
I'm actually not sure how many hits Kaya has if his burst like goes the full thing. Does he have more motion value than Ayaka?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
I'm gonna go double check.
Maximum of 15 seconds. What is this? What is this? Let me check this. What's his talent level? Level 13. I'm just assuming anyone seriously considering leveling Kaya is going to crown him.
165.
165. Okay. There's no limit on it hitting enemies, so you can counter rotate like Shoneling, right?
No.
Okay.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many was that? Was that 40? Or 30? I
wasn't counting exactly, unfortunately.
I lost the first digit.
I wasn't watching the full
I know
thing,
it was a
so
multiple of 10.
rely on your chat.
Chat.
You were
That's
counting
in single target, but in single target, he doesn't extend the duration.
Yeah, we're checking C2.
We're checking full duration, assuming you get the C2 procs.
You can do 2 skills per rotation normally,
4,
right?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yeah, it's 30. Okay.
Okay.
So it's 30 hits. And it's what, 30 times 165?
Yep.
That's more than Ayaka, right?
I think so.
30 times 165.
It's 4,950.
That's about as much.
What's a skill? You do like 2 skills per rotation probably, so
You do more than that.
You do? Oh, okay. It's a 6
Well, I
second.
guess if you do 15-second rotations, you do 2. That's fair.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure, but it's 400% at level 13, so that's an additional 800, so
I just want to compare burst to burst versus Ayaka. Ayaka talent level 10 is 202 and 303, so 202 times 19 plus 303. Okay. So it is a little bit more than Ayaka. The skill damage is going to be about 400 versus 400 as well. It's a little bit... Oh, actually.
technically a little less, but
Tiny little bit less, but
Yeah.
it's about as much. But it's just, we don't have the normal attacks, right?
its cooldown's also
And
lower
it's
than
very
Ayaka's skill cooldown, right?
Yeah,
So-
there is also that.
Interesting.
See,
See, we need a consistent AoE content.
we do.
I've been wanting it for a while. All I have, whenever I freaking need to test an AoE thing, I have to go to the stupid Vish
You know,
apps.
that's probably really good with Skirk Quick Swap, huh?
Hmm. Oh yeah.
Oh. Oh. Maybe I'm onto something. But yeah, he does like double the damage when the C2 procs, so it's kind of a big difference.
Yep. But yes. Anyways, I want to get Kaya C6, but it's gonna take me like a year. So yeah, I don't know. I think he's on banner, or he's in the shop next month. So in 2 days, but then I'm still a year away unless I get a lucky one.
Just get lucky forehead.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, the fact that Kaya's C4 shield is just a recolored Noel shield is so funny to me.
Wait, is it really? I've never noticed that.
It is.
Like they couldn't be ours to try. It's fine.
Was there anything else you wanted to talk about for Skirk?
Not that I specifically recall, off the top of my head.
Because I wanted to go watch Jamie's latest video, so I
That's
think
fair.
that's gonna be it for
Yeah,
the Yap today. But thanks for joining.
Yeah, it was fun. If a
Yeah,
bit
thanks
tangential.
for helping me get some achievements too.
You're welcome. I got like 2 along the way as well. All right, have a good one.
Let's go. Yeah, you too. Bye bye.
Bye. Well, hello, chat. Okay. So, plan for the rest of the stream. I need to do normal daily things, of course. I already did this, by the way. It was not very... I did it on my phone again. You know what? Actually, I'll try it. I'll try this again. I want to see if I can get at least 16,000 points with these teams. There's a Hydro immune enemy in this side, which is awful. I didn't configure... I didn't properly configure Ganyu for a freeze build here. But, anywho's. I'm going to turn the fan on quick because it's hot in the room. 1 second. This might make a weird sound. Sometimes I don't know. It sometimes interferes with the microphone and it gets picked up as a weird, like, zapping, farty noise. I don't know. Alright, there we go. Fan is on. Okay. Got Kaya C7 yesterday. I'm so pissed. Why? Were you waiting for some other constellation, Sylveon? There we go. We can unpin my message, I suppose. Oh, Pap. Okay. But yes, that was a fun yap with Mr. Zajev. A little bit off topic. To be clear, I wasn't really intending for the Skirk yap to be that in depth. I don't even remember. Like, it was so off topic that I don't even think we had a good, meaningful conclusion. Other than like, I like Skirk's balance, and I think her shenanigans and value is fun. That was really all the point. When you go on top of them, I mean, that's fair. Anyways, you've never pulled Amber. I want her cons. Ah, I see. Okay. Anyways, have you tried the Mika versus Way Up testing? I did that yesterday, actually. Yesterday's stream, we did a run through theater on polearms only, with Mika being leveled up more, but more importantly, mostly just had a leveled up healing bonus circlet, and also with Escoffier, and as expected, just the addition of Escoffier made it go from like, oh, we have to like optimize this and be concerned about what we do and, do the hyper optimization with Candace Zhongli at the end, to this is trivially easy to clear. And I am very confident that with Escoffier, I could clear the visionary mode on polearms only. I just don't have the 2 characters leveled up for it. So, yeah. Yay for Mika. We'll see how the next theater goes. I haven't looked at what the next theater is like. Anyways, let's just try these same teams without changing anything. I don't even remember the Skirk yet, but I remember the other game. Yeah. So, to-do list. Oh, I was still in the call. Oops, I forgot to disconnect. To-do list is we need to go into Zenlist to do some polls for someone, because I said I would do them. I don't know if Lowney is still here, but I'm not gonna do that right now, unless Lowney, unless you need me to do it right now, then I will, I guess. But if you can wait, I would prefer to wait till we're done with Genshin things. And we need to make a plan, though. I want to make a plan for the exact teams I plan to record in the video. So Virgin Mel Ayaka was one I mentioned actually a bit with Mr. Zajaffa. We'll come back to this. I wanna go over and figure out, right, what you can't open the wishing screen, and that's crazy. I want to go over and figure out like what teams I can do, right? So with each Chronicle banner character, a fun team, right? And I don't know specifically exactly what I haven't decided on what I want to do with most of them. I do know what I want to do with some of them, to be clear, but anyways. Try 16k with the trial versions. I'll pass. You know what? One thing I should probably do is get scroll buff right away. I think what we do, I have TTDS on Muolani, so I think what I do is this, but then I do this. Alright, and then I do this. Wait. Did I do that? I don't know. Whatever. Hopefully I did that right. Ah, crap. My bad. This needs to die before the shield. Ah, crap. Really? I didn't crit. Oh my god. Are you serious? Okay. I think this is the main team that's easier to optimize, so... Oh, crap. Crap. Oh, man. Stupid misplays. Nope. Oh. Dang it. Oh, man. It's very hard to get more than 8,960. Because this... You have to kill this enemy, and this enemy's really annoying. That enemy takes like a good 10 seconds to kill. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to be able to easily get more than 8,960 in that. Without changing builds and teams around, at least. Dawson crits at Ollie. I actually... So... Like with this kind of team, for example, the previous team, Silale can be kind of annoying to trigger scroll on in Escoffier teams kind of in general, when you only have one Hydra unit. And it's annoying enough that depending on what your overall investment level is, sacrificing scroll buff completely in favor of just getting more front-loaded damage for Escoffier, or from Silale, is a play you can make. I haven't checked exactly how much damage Seat Lolly can get in an Escoffier team, from her burst in particular. But it's going to be higher than she could probably get typically. Although typically she can like get a melt in Bennett burst too, so it's not going to be like higher damage than that theoretically. But anyways, I actually think there's reasons to build crit Seat Lolly in the context of like, so let's say you're doing Bennett, Bawika, Seat Lolly, Shalonen, or you're doing Bennett, Shalonen, Seat Lolly, Arlecchino, right? If you have Shalonen on scroll, you don't need 2 units on scroll. Normally what people would do if you're min-maxing things is you put like Shalonen on Petra, or maybe Instructors, like I do, and you leave Seat Lolly on scroll. But what you can do is you can leave Shalonen on scroll, right? Do, you know, Arlecchino E into Shalonen, into Bennett, into Seat Lolly, and then you put Seat Lolly on 4-piece Obsidian and get like a front-loaded 200, 300. I think what I've seen actually when I did that before, although this was not with TTDS, this was with their signature weapon, which does make a difference in this context, was in the neighborhood of like 300,000 damage, right? Because you have Bennett buff, you have Shalonen and Red Shred buff up, right? You get a melt, like, she's built with EM, so if you build her for crit and damage, like, and Obsidian build Seat Lolly in an Arlecchino team context is enough additional front-loaded damage that it's like quite valuable for like killing trash mobs, and then you save your like highest bond of life total for the boss, for example. Like it can result in meaningfully faster clear times more than like it can result in faster clear times more than just more damage bonus would be by putting Petra on Shalonen potentially. Petra on Shalonen should be more valuable on damage over time, but I don't know. It's just the weird nuance of like the front-loaded damage value. See, Lolly doesn't work with Obsidian. Yes, she does. But I'm like 99% certain she does. Otherwise, like, okay, I could be wrong, but I tested this enough with like a 60-ish 50 crit rate build, and she crit quite consistently. Like, she crit far more consistently than a 50 crit rate build was. So if 4-piece Obsidian Codex was not working, I don't know. We can test it, I guess. But like, I'm pretty sure it was working. So, anywho's, I could double check. You're gonna go sleep. Have a nice day. Bye bye, Nico. Let's see if we can do this. Blah. Yeah, she's not on shouldn't have done that yet. Whatever. So, anyways, there's reasons to build Seat Lolly for damage for like that front-loaded damage potential, right? Is all I'm really saying. And I think that's cool. I think that's a cool nuance to her kit that not many people utilize. Should you do it? I don't know. That's a big old it depends, I think. What does this put me at after we kill this thing? No one is contributing a ton here, don't worry. Hey, we got it. There we go. That's all I wanted. Alright, let Scovia expire. Please, kill it. Wow. Alright, there we go. Crazy. Bam. Oh yeah, that was the Kinich one. Yeah, I didn't feel like trying the Kinich one again. Not right now. C1 Seat Lolly the best 4 slot for a Skirk team? Oh, that's an interesting question, I guess. If you have C1 Seat Lolly, is she better as a 4 slot than... Like... So technically... The best is Mulan ATTDS, unless you have C4 Mona, and you build around the crit rate from C4 Mona, then C4 Mona is theoretically the best slot. in a Skirk team. Because you can do TDDS, and you get the buff from Mona, with shorter uptime than the scroll buff, to be clear. But you get the buff from Mona, and then you get the crit rate buff. Without the crit rate buff, she is not better than Mualani. By the way, it's just crit value good. But does C1 Silali beat beat Mualani with Eshu being a factor? Like, assuming you're not using a whatever 5-star weapon, does Eshu with Silali and Silali C1 make Mualani worse than Silali C1? I think the answer is yes. I think Silali C1 would be better there, but the thing, remember the relative value, like the relative damage increase you get for Skirk, is going to be is for a flat damage buff, right? Like Silali C1, like you're getting a flat additive bonus. You're getting Silali's EM, so let's take my Silali, which is this is a very, very high investment Silali build. Like, it's hard to get this good of a build. I want to emphasize this. And this would be the build I would use this is my Silali C1 min-max build in a Skirk team is what I would do here technically. On 4-piece scroll, the hardest thing about this build is having as much ER as I do with EM main stats. The crit is not important there. Right. Having 150 EM in substats and still having 1, 2, 3 high rolls, 2 rolls of EM there, or ER there, and having like all the ER rolls in the other pieces, this is hard to do. Okay? I want to emphasize that. But 1189 EM with her signature weapon, right? Times 200% is what her flat scaling is. So the baseline flat buff is about 2400. You multiply that by damage bonus for a freeze team. There's no scaling reactions. This is pretty simple. You multiply it by damage bonus, and then you multiply it by crit scaling. So let's say, what's the total damage bonus? You have like 40 plus Farina. We'll assume a non-C1 Farina. Plus, so 40 from Eshu, 75 C1 Farina. Let's do 60 on Skirk artifact set. 60 from, or 46.6 from Skirk. Goblet, cryo goblet. Anything else? Is she gonna get any self damage bonus buffs? I don't remember. Can you run TDDS on Nuvilat if you don't have Mualani? Why are you doing? I mean, if you want to just do burst EQ Nuvilat and then on-field Skirk, yes. But if you can also just do off-field Skirk in a Scofia Nuvilat team and on-field Nuvilat if you want. That is an option for sure. Gotta mute another person. Oh, I only muted them for an hour. That's why it's the same person. Okay, so, anyways, so 200. We'll use 220. I don't think I'm forgetting any damage bonus. I might be though. Wait, scroll damage bonus plus 40. So scroll damage. Oh wait, also Silali signature weapon. Oh boy, good lord, the amount of damage bonus buffs. Plus 40 plus 28. So that's 200. Good lord, that's 289% damage bonus. So that's times 3.89 because you gotta take the baseline. 3.896 times 2400. And then we multiply by a crit. What would our crit total be? We'll use my Skirk build as the baseline evaluation, with Eshu to be clear. So oops. Bap. So we would have. Wait, is this with a crit damage circlet? Wait, what? Cryo resonance, we'd have, okay, add the 16, add 31% crit rate. We are at, I mean, this is 100% crit rate. It's a little higher crit rate than you would normally have, but sure, let's do a pessimistic scenario. Like, this is your build. 100% crit rate build, with the Silali C1, okay, with Eshu, and so 100% crit rate. our total crit damage would be 178 about with crit damage ascension on Skirk. So 2.78 times 9,350 is 25,993. There's also enemy defense. There's enemy defense that changes things, by the way. So normally you would take, to actually get the value, you would see if we're not factoring any defense reduction or res shred, which there is res shred, of course, in a Scofia team. If we're not factoring in any res shred or defense reduction things, and defense reduction is obviously very rare, the simple answer is we take this n number and divide it by 2. And then you can multiply that out by the total number of instances that Sitlolly C1 can give, which is 16 stacks, right? 10 initially, and then 3 stacks from freeze or melt being triggered twice. And twice is because it can trigger every 8 seconds. So technically, actually, you can get a little bit more. You can gain more stacks over time, depending on, but anyways, 16. So it would be normally divided by 2 times 16. So the total added damage in the team is 200,000 damage in the entirety of. But I don't think we do the divide by 2 here because I don't feel like factoring in the res shred. I don't exactly know what the 55% res shred is doing, but I know it's going to be close enough to balancing out the defense reduction, the defense of enemies, so that the divide by 2. So I'm just going to say 20,000. I'm just going to say 20,000 for simplicity. 20,000 times 16 should be about 320,000 damage is my estimation. It might be a little off. This should be relatively close. But that's 320,000 damage across the whole rotation. Divide that then by 20 seconds, that's adding 16k DPS. So 16k DPS is enough that should be better than Mona. So yes, there you go. That's the answer. That's the answer. It should be better than Mona, at least with Calamity of Eshu being a factor. Without Calamity of Eshu being a factor, it might change a little bit. But also if you have, if you have a bigger crit damage stat, that could increase the value of your flat buffs even more, right? So yeah. Wait, can we farm those today? We can probably get close to done with Skirk farming today. Yeah, nice. Okay. Let's go do that. So yeah, there you go. That was a long mathy answer for, by my quick napkin math estimate, C1 Sitlolly. If you happen to have it, this is not saying you should, like, oh, your priority should be pulling C1 Sitlolly for Skirk. But I don't know. If you already have Sitlolly, the main problem with using, I think, Sitlolly in a Skirk team is that a lot of people, if you have Sitlolly, are going to potentially want to use her for one of your other teams, right? For your Bawika team or for your Arlecchino team. So, do I have a free-to-play account? Yes, I do. So, the like value recommendation of like, okay, you want to pull for a best-in-slot 5-star support for, like, you have Farina Escofia already for Skirk. You want a best-in-slot 5-star for the last slot. Do you pull Mualani for that slot? Or do you pull Sitlolly C1 because you already have Sitlolly? Like if the end cost for you is 1 additional 5-star regardless, do you choose to pull Sitlolly C1 over Mualani for Skirk? Or do you just use Mona? Or do you just use Dahlia, right? Honestly, like I think the difference in like the damage contribution, even like comparing Dahlia to C4 Mona, like, it's not going to be that different on an experience level to matter that much. For now, at least. So, depends on you. And also, again, I was evaluating with Sitlolly with her signature weapon, which slightly increases, or maybe meaningfully increases the value of this buff. But also keep in mind that if you're not doing Sitlolly on signature weapon, you should be doing Sitlolly on TDDS, but triggering scroll with Sitlolly on TDDS, like I don't know, like this weapon has higher value in a Skirk team because you can much more consistently potentially trigger scroll by doing like Farina EQ into Sitlali EQ into Escoffier into Skirk, right? Whereas if you want to pass TTDS buff, you have to go straight from Sitlali to your DPS, so that makes things awkward. It's not that you can't work around it, but you might not get scroll buff anywhere near as consistently, I'm not sure. But on a damage value level, in Skirk teams in particular, attack percent buffs from like TTDS are really, really valuable, actually. So like the damage value on Skirk versus TTDS versus this weapon, even with Sitlali C1, shouldn't be that different. In fact, I think TTDS is theoretically going to be better. But the value of this changing the rotation in enabling more consistent uptime on 4-piece scroll might be actually the real value of it. So, you know. Anyways. C1 doesn't help? What are you talking about? I literally just did a whole yap. No. C1 is not just EM. This whole wall of text is a flat buff. This is basically Shenhe's kit, but better for on-fielders. That's what this is. This is Shenhe's kit, but better for the on-fielder. It's not better for Shenhe in the context of Shenhe where she can buff off-field cryos. Like, because C1 Sitlali is not buffing your Escoffier damage. Because it's active character. But, yeah. I don't know. But is the difference going to be so Omega different compared to, like, Mona C4 if you have it? I don't know. I think Mona C4 is the most interesting one to build around. If you happen to have Mona C4. Realistically. Right? Because I think that's interesting. I don't know. Like, in the context, again, of, like, my Skirk build. So I wouldn't be able to do Eshu. What did I do? I guess we'll just use crit damage stat stick, right? Can I... Does C4 Mona theoretically... Let's pretend I have the crit damage circlet. We'll be pessimistic and assume 2 crit rate rolls, right? Actually, no. Let's be optimistic and assume 3 crit rate rolls. So let's assume 10% crit rate. So add 10% crit rate on top of whatever this is. So I have 50% crit rate at a baseline. And then we add Cryo Resonance, and then we add Mona C4 buff. But Mona C4 buff, to be clear, is only up during Mona's, like, Omen buff uptime. So that is to say not up for the full duration. So this is not ideal, I would say. This is definitely not ideal. It's 80% crit rate with Mona C4, 65% crit rate without Mona C4. So I'd probably still use a crit rate circlet, actually, in this situation. But with big crit damage, stat stick weapon, yeah, now we're looking at, like, a circumstance where, with my artifacts, Mona C4 buff plus plus Cryo Resonance will functionally give me 100% crit rate during the buff up time for Mona's buff, which is good because that's where the highest damage would be, the highest front-loaded damage. And then after I lose Mona C4 buff, we drop down to 85% crit rate, and that's fine, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think that's kind of cool if you have it. Is Mona's buff longer with freeze enemies? No. Because this doesn't work. Actually, also just no, I think. As far as I'm aware, there's actually nothing in her kit. I think you might be getting confused by C1. But the C1 frozen duration extension doesn't even work. Which is dumb, but, you know. I don't think... I could be wrong. I'm double checking. During its duration, increases damage taken by Omen duration 4.5 seconds. Yeah. No. Yeah, there's nothing with extending this. I don't remember exactly how long it lasts. I do think it's possible that this buff lasts longer than the actual 4.5 seconds, but it's definitely not up to the full range of damage output for Skirk, right? But anyways, it's longer than 4.5 seconds, I know, but it's not up for, like, the full 12 seconds you're normal attacking with Skirk, right? So anyways. It's a glitch. It doesn't say in our kit. Oh, okay. How long does it last, then? I know it's longer than 4.5 seconds, but how long exactly does it last? But either way, point being, yeah, Mona C4 is interesting, and if you can have some kind of build that takes advantage of it. But, you know, if you're in a situation where you're trying to make, I don't know, and this is potentially also C4 Mona giving 15% crit rate might actually mean you have much more compelling reasons to choose to do her signature artifacts, if that's a problem you have with her kit, right? Much more reason to do her signature artifacts over the 4-piece Marsh's Hunters, Because if you have 30% crit rate from Mona and then Cryo Resonance, of course, then a lot less likely it's a lot less likely you're going to need to care as much about the crit rate from Marsh Santa, right? It devalues it relatively. So you extend the bubble with Frozen just that the extended part in C1 doesn't work. Okay. So, oh wait, leveling her talons increases her duration too? Okay, let me check that, I guess. That was a Jeff's. He's on GC Sim. Ew. No, I'm joking. Why is he on GC Sim? Wait, what is that? That's fake.
Much lower than this.
Yeah, that seems fake as heck. What is this? This is Caesar
This is
Arlecchino.
assuming literally no mistakes whatsoever.
Ah, I see. Okay, that doesn't seem real. Yeah, that's too high of DPS for an Arlecchino melt team. Anyways, where's Amber? Oh crap! I just closed Amber. Flap. Mona. So is there burst talent? Oh, let's just check if it even scales past level 10 anyways. Damage bonus 60. Oh, it goes up to 5 seconds at level. Oh, I see. Okay, it just has one instance of going up. I see. Okay, so there's no reason to care about her burst talent past level 10, which is good. That means if you have, oops, click on the game back soon. Is her C3 burst level, please? Yas. Thank you, Mihoyo, for being not dicks for once. Anyways, I have C5 to be clear. It wouldn't matter to me, but C3 is burst talent level. So if you have C4, right, then you only need to level her talent to level 4, or sorry, level 7, because level 7 will be level 10. You'll get the maximum damage bonus. Guy in Jamie's vid said about a similar DPS. Ah, I see. Yeah. Yeah, that damage is not relevant. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. You just built her. Her, to be clear, her energy needs are gonna be awful. Like, you're doing double hydro, double cryo. Like, Skirk does not generate a ton of particles. It's not none, but like, you better put Farina on Fav. You might want to consider Escofia on Fav, because ideally you really want to put TDDS on Mona, right? So it's gonna be a bit rough. But what artifacts set for Mona? Probably. Kind of wish there was a Natline unit on the team. Because I wish we could say do like 2-piece of the scroll set, 2-piece energy. 250 works for me. You have Skirk. Anyways, yeah, 250 to be clear. Sounds probably fairly accurate. But you're gonna need a lot. Yeah, probably just 4-piece emblem realistically. Any damage that Mona provides will be her burst anyways. So she can at least get some damage value theoretically. But yeah, I don't know. Would like to level her up actually for this. Noblesse, yeah, actually that's true. Noblesse is theoretically the best, but I don't know. She does ascend with ER if I recall. So that's something. I think. Am I correct on that? Let me check. Yeah, she does. She ascends. She gets 32% ER, which helps. But yeah, Noblesse might be a bit rough. your mileage may vary. Let's see, how much ER do I have? If I just sort by, or I just look at the highest ER pieces. 17.5. Okay, so yoink my Bennett piece, or I guess I should lock some of these pieces. I might need them. So 17.5. So let's figure out. So 51.8 plus 32 plus 17.5. Okay, I got 17 point. No, I got 21. So stealing all my beta pieces, perfect. And then Gooblet. Well, we can do an off-piece Gooblet. 22.7. There we go. 22.7. Yeah, a crit rate circle would be ideal anyway, so she can actually land a crit occasionally. So like I have a pretty healthy amount here. I actually think I'd be fine, most likely, on my account. I could do a 4-piece Noblesse build, most likely. And then I just do an off-piece goblet. Ideally, it would be a Hydra goblet. I don't know. I guess check that. Yeah, actually, that probably is not that much worse than my other best option. So I could yoink this. So plus 17.5 there, and I could even have some crit rate actually. So I'd have actually semi-consistent, decent damage output. Why even bother giving Mona damage? I'm not. I'm trying to give her as much ER as possible, and I've been smart, and I've kept things like crit rate circlets with ER in the past. So this is a 10 out of 10 circlet for her. There's no reason not why don't give her damage. But I'm not saying her damage is going to be super relevant, but it's not nothing. Like, did you see her scaling? There's a million buffs going on in a Scofier team. If you're doing Farina first, then you do a Scofier. You're going to have the Resh Fred, you're going to have damage bonus up. And a level 10 burst does 796% damage. Like, also I just noticed this formatting was terrible. Shrink it down a little bit. Like, so, anywho. There's no reason not to build her for damage. I'm not saying it's going to be a lot, particularly because she's going to be on TDDS. Like, it's not worth the over-prioritize crit. But I happen to have crit stats on my ER pieces anyways, right? Because that's the kind of artifacts I keep. I keep the crit rate ER, because it's the perfect fab substats, but it's also good in cases like this, even when you're not using fab. So anyways, I would have I'd have 262%. Theoretically, that should be enough for a TDDS Mona. So I don't know. I think it's kind of cool that Mona C4 at least will have a theoretically best in slot place. But as far as I'm aware, that is minorly better than Mualani on TDDS, right? Because remember, Mualani is giving scroll. I don't know exactly how long the uptime is on Mona's buff, but so how much, I don't know. You don't have to put that many resources into Mona either. Like, it's much more artifacts than it is like you don't really have to concern yourself with leveling Mona past level 70, I don't think. I don't remember what her important passives are. Let me double check. That's actually a good question, because I would like to increases her damage bonus by equivalent amount of her energy recharge. Wow. Okay, so this doesn't matter. Yeah, so getting this is worthwhile. So she has to be level 60. I would well, she doesn't have to be. I'd recommend her level 60 probably, so she doesn't die. At least. But if you're in a context where you can actually freeze enemies, it's probably not a problem. So you can use a low level Mona is my point. Wait, no, you want to be, yeah, you want to at least be the Ascension level where you can level up her talents. So when do you have to do her level 70? I think you have to do her level 70 Ascension to get her to level 7, right? That's what you want to do. So yeah, and for theater, that's true. So may as well do the level 70 Ascension to be able to make sure you can get the talent up, and theater. Theater doesn't technically require the level 70 Ascension, but that'd be what my plan would be. And I should actually try to maybe prepare to do that, but I think I'll probably worry about that after Skirk comes out. How many resources does it take to get her to 50 at least? Not much. Okay. Mushrooms. Yummy. Okay. Hey, at least these crystals are the one crystal type I have. I don't even have to convert them. And I get a wish from it, which can turn into a Dia. Alright. Bye, Harshiel. Did you get the ER in Ascension? Yes, I did. Yeah, so with 2-piece Emblem, if I had, I don't know what my ER situation looks like on Emblem, but I suspect I could get slightly higher energy on my Emblem pieces. And then Mona would deal a little bit more damage herself in that team, but buff the team less. Noblesse buff should be meaningfully more relevant, though, than... yeah, we'll use the last 20 risen. Noblesse buff should be meaningfully more relevant than her personal damage, though. So Noblesse is almost assuredly her best artifact set if you don't need the extra ER from Emblem. Mona's ER Rex that bad? Yup. She does not generate that much energy from her skill. And it can be inconsistent. So, yeah. But, again, in a context where you can actually freeze enemies, shouldn't be that inconsistent. Managed to get Yai to level 70, or level 82, and Final Ascension. Nice. Nice. Do. Yeah, she's never on field to catch any particles, and I don't think she generates that many. I think she how long does her skill last? Oh, seconds? Yeah, I think if I had to guess, she generates 5 particles at most. I don't remember exactly for sure, but, you know, it's not none. But not a lot. 3? Okay, I was optimistic. There you go. That's really bad. 3.33. Okay, that's really bad. Ugh. It's a 5-second delay. Ugh. 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 Okay. Anyways, sport materials. How many of these do I have? So my plan is to level 9 Skirk immediately. If I like her, particularly if I like her in her teams her bad teams, right? If I enjoy Skirk's bad teams as much as I think I will, I suspect yeah, we'll do Layla. I suspect I will want to crown her. Wow, thank you, Layla. But yeah, we'll see. And this is going to be almost exactly enough to do that. Unless, well, whatever. I was really Layla, I really was hoping you were going to give... I could have been done farming today for her talent materials. Okay. Used to be a bug where she would sometimes generate particles in skill cast, but it was never consistent. Interesting. Just catch her particles by rotating. Yeah, good luck. Good luck catching her particles by rotating. You know what? Have you seen the time one? Let's assume the ping and like look. I like quick swappy teams, but if there's not value to switching to her for other reasons, like there's no like look if Farina cast was like Farina E was like Mawika, where Farina E activates and like immediately generates 5 Hydra particles. Funneling to Mona would make sense. You are not going to, yeah, especially with TDDS, you are not going to, in a Skirk rotation, go from like Farina to Escoffier to Mona and then go to Skirk. Oh, look, Mona's skill proc to particle, swap back to Mona. No. You are not going to do that, even if Skirk did let you like pause her like skill duration, anyways, you're not going to do that. She's going to catch all of her energy off field, anyways.
Thank you for.
If we lived in a different reality where the characters generated the Hydra units generated energy differently, or you're using a non-Farina Hydra unit, which is a possibility, maybe you can do something with that. But I was on the assumption of that one specific team. So, anyways. Just go ER, attack crit, and use Mona on field. Yeah, there you go. Anyways,
The ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
I like... Okay. So, like, I like keeping a backup of Fragile Resin. Specifically, 10 is approximately enough if they release a new boss. I can farm that new boss for a new character, but I think I'm relatively safe. I think I can get to 10 easily before they release a new character that I need to have Fragile Resin for. So I'm just going to use this. Listen, I want to be done farming her materials today. Done in quotations, because again, I might crown, but you know. TDDS, yeah, I rip. Yeah, I mean, if we weren't factoring TDDS, you could just do Fab on Mona, and you're gonna have a much easier time with Fab on Mona. But TDDS is doing more than C4 Mona does for her kit, or for buffing. In fact, TDDS is 48% attack for Skirk gonna do more than Mona's damage bonus and C4 crit buff? I can't answer that question without trying to figure out exactly what the uptime of her buff is, for sure. But it kind of, you know, TDDS buff might be more important there than any of the other buffs. So, you know. But as always, by the way, before getting too excited about considering doing that team, don't forget to figure out whether or not you want to care about playing a team that enables Calamity of Eshu, right? That's the main starting point, in my opinion, to ask yourself about what kind of teams you want to play with Skirk. Do you care about enabling Calamity of Eshu? Because Calamity of Eshu is kind of a awesome weapon. I think we're good, yeah. And you know what? I don't want to have 20 resin, so we're going to use one more. Not for this domain. We're going to go farm the papilla, because, you know, this will just help. I want to focus on Layla. I want to get, I have 5 million Mora. I'm doing okay. I'm still planning on level 90 Pyro Traveler. I now want to level Mona to level 70. So, you know, I do need to spend more resources on Layla. That's my point. I want to get the other materials out of the way. Great, don't have powers on up. Well, we're gonna. Oh boy. Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it. Okay. Oh, I didn't have. Oh no, that should have broken its shield. I still broke it, barely, but the skill on Lanyan should have broken his shield. But it didn't because there was no element on the enemy because I had been doing too many normal attacks. I swirled the Hydro off of it, so I didn't have Hydro on it when I did her skill, therefore didn't get the additional elemental hits. But yeah, oopsies. Triple crown your mains or no balls? I don't know if I'm going to actually main her. I think I will end up using her a lot, and she will end up getting crowned. But, anyways. Also, I don't crown abilities that are irrelevant unless I really like the character. And even then, it's a hard sell. Like, the ability has to have some kind of relevance for me in some minor fashion. And I have to like the character to want to triple crown them, right? Like this is why Dia's normal attack is not triple crowned yet, because like it's used so little that it's just I don't care, and I don't want to play plunge Dia. So, you know, triple crown Yelan. I did triple crown Yelan. Yeah. Why? Because I liked her. But. More importantly, where is she? There she is. But, more importantly, because, so this has its own scaling, to be clear. But, oh, actually, no, sorry, it doesn't have it. I thought it had its own scaling. Actually, no, yeah. Her C6 does make you have to have reason to level up her normal attack talent. Because it's based on her breakthrough barb scaling at a baseline. It's a multiplier of her breakthrough barb scaling. So, yeah. There is actually a reason to do that. Anyways, to be clear, I actually triple crowned her, I think, before I got C6. And this is what I was going to say originally, which was just because of the fact that I thought her breakthrough barb mechanic. So if you don't know how that mechanic works is when you hit enemies with her skill, because originally I got C1 Yelan, and the reason I wanted C1 Yelan was because I wanted to have this extra chance to reset her breakthrough state and then do an extra charge attack on her to get 20% HP damage. I wanted to do main DPS Yelan before getting C6 Yelan. So, even originally, you know, the even way back when, I still had shenanigans in my heart. But I now sadly don't really enjoy doing that because C6 Yelan is too strong. But oh well. Anyways, what are my drops at? 27. All right, not bad. Not bad. We'll have to do a couple more days of that, and then I can mostly focus on ley lines, and I'm good. I might do a little bit more of this. I don't know, because I don't know. The main reason, like, it's I don't know. Well, I think I'll wait. I think I'll wait. I'll prioritize. Wait, what do I have for Mona talent materials? I think I'll prioritize working on Mona once I do run the numbers on what I can afford to level up for different characters. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna prioritize getting Mona. Saint Cho is forever in the, like, I want to get him to 90 and have a more fully invested, really good damage build on him, but like, leveling up other characters just continually takes priority. Anyways, also there's definitely a problem of I'm gonna have to yoink Bennett artifacts from Mona, which is annoying. I'd prefer to be able to leave her on a build semi-permanently, but it's probably not gonna happen. Oh well, anyway, what I was looking at, oh yeah, her talent materials. That's maybe enough to... No, I can only craft one. Okay, well, wait, what do I have? I might have some gold, actually. Guides to Resistance. If I have, like... What does it cost for level 7? 4? Please tell me I have 4 Guides to Resistance. I don't want to have to farm anything for Mona. Nope. Rip. Okay. I'd have to farm, like... I'd have to spend, like, 20 or 80 resin or something in the domain. Oh, well. It's fine. Anywho's. Best Hu Tao team? Depends if you want to plunge or not, if you have C0. If you have C0, I believe it's Farina Yelan. Or, sorry, not Yelan necessarily. It's Farina Chanyun. Is Yelan in the last slot still? I don't know. It might still be Farina Yelan Chanyun. I think. But Saint Cho Yelan is still good. I don't know. Go check GC Sim. You can go on GC Sim, go to the team database. Type in Hu Tao, sort by highest DPS, ignore all the constellation bullshit ones. And then... Well, you know what, fine, let's go check. GC Sim should be fairly accurate for Hu Tao. Other than the fact that I think GC Sim still does not have Sitlolly. Which Sitlolly is theoretically just an upgrade over Zhongli. Minorly.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would
Hu Tao.
adore me so much?
Sort by DPS target. That is sorted by lowest DPS. We ignore that, we ignore that, we ignore that. Okay, there we go. This is a... I don't think anyone actually seriously plays this, but if you want to, that is a team you can play, but most people aren't. There you go. Oh, this calcs out. Oh, this C1. This is C1R1, and also C2 Yelan. Never mind. I was gonna say I don't think this is 100k normally, but yeah, this is probably a assumingly highly invested Saint Cho, a highly invested Yelan with Aqua, a Hu Tao C1R1. Like, this is a lot of 5-star investment. To get 100k DPS here. Let's find a C0 Hu Tao, but you can see C1 Hu Tao double Hydro still can be quite good though. And also, to be clear, I'm not going to go double check the exact configuration. All right, actually it says right here. Good. This is assuming 10 N2 charge cancels, dash cancels because it's C1. I am not exactly sure how realistic this is, by the way. I can't remember off the top of my head how many charge attacks, N2 charge attack cancels are realistic on a C1 Hu Tao. Keep that in mind for looking at GC Sim stuff. It could be people assuming higher skill than you actually are. There's Shalota and Farina. C2 C2 Klee. C2 Klee is def reduction. Okay, let's find a C0. Here, C0, R1, Farina, Yelan, Shunyun. Yeah, this is what I was talking about, where this is what I thought. Where her best C0 team is a plunge team. To be clear, I like you do jump cancels with a C0 Hu Tao anyways. So I think the fact that you do do a normal attack, jump cancel, but then you're getting a plunge vape on top of it is really cool. I really enjoy that. And this is actually probably a fairly safe. They assume 50% collision damage too. I think this is probably a fairly safe assumption, but for a damage target for this team. If you have Farina, Yelan, Shunyun, I think that's cool. This is assuming Oathsworn Eye on Shunyun, which if you don't have, might lower the buff a little bit, but you know. No, I don't have Hu Tao. That's why I'm probably doing this here. Otherwise, I would probably just show things. Xingqiu, Yelan, Fischl. Wait, what? Oh, it's a C1 again. Okay. I was like, what? Wait. I was very confused for a second why a official variant was beating the plunge team, or was the same as the plunge team. 25-second 2 Yelan E rotation. Okay, I don't know what the frick this is, but Lisa, it's a C0 team. Broto, Amber, Lisa on 4-piece maidens, I assume. Wait, no, it's not even on 4-piece maidens. It's on the healing set. Okay. I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one. But Hu Tao also generates some fanfare herself. Because remember, it's HP changing. So Hu Tao E consumes HP, and then you can burst on her. Although the burst is normally after, so like, I don't know. Anyways. A Muika team, that's not that surprising. Muika, Chevre's team, shows up down here with Oron. I don't think Eonsan's in GC Sim yet. I wonder if Eonsan is just... Is Eonsan meaningfully better here or not? I don't know. That's interesting. The problem with Eonsan is she just doesn't do off-field pyro, so it's kind of weird, right? I don't think Eonsan is better, but it's possible she might actually be. Oh, so Lolly is in GC Sim. Really? And so Lolly isn't here? Have people just not put in any GC Sims with Silali? I would have expected to see some, actually. Oh, there they... Oh, she is. Okay.
Being too popular can be such a hassle.
I'll blow my nose quick.
The people would adore me so much.
Bleh. I was trying to lightly blow my nose without muting my microphone for a little bit. But it's not working. Anyways. Why there's another Lisa? Weird Death Shred shenanigans. That's why. Ignore them. Also C1. Oh, C1 R3 with Dragon's Bane at least. But anyways. Here's a Farina Yelan Jean variant though, which is not too surprising. You can see is one of the better options. But yeah, Farina's existence kind of pushed out Saint Cho from many of Hu Tao's best teams at the end of the day. So Farina Yelan combo just became a bit stronger. Here's a 78k DPS C0R1 deathmatch build. Chevreuse on Emblem, C6 Chevreuse. With an with a stringless. This is an interesting one. This is a very interesting one actually. Noblesse Bennett, Chevreuse Emblem, Hu Tao N3CJ 5N2 and I think this is a sweaty combo. I'm pretty sure this is a very sweaty combo. This Jean team is an overworld calc. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I don't know. This is the spread of teams though for C0 Hu Tao. You got some options for Chevre's teams. You have some options for double hydro. Saint Cho Yelan Lisa again. And this is a Dragon's Bane Shimenawa's. Okay. Why is Lisa showing up so often? It's within R1 Wandering Evenstar. Okay, is this actually a thing people are playing? Or did just like one person submit that like 5 different variants of this? That's very funny. I don't know. Anyways, main DPS Sukars. No, yeah, I don't know. You got options. So, she's relatively flexible. It just won't necessarily be automatic that you include Saint-Cho in her teams anymore. So it depends on how badly you need Farina, I think. Anyways. Nobody plays those teams because you have to hold E on Lisa. Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay, so the Lisa ones are fake. Do we have anything else to do here? Just head over to Poems Only and we can do Zenless. Keep the stream a little bit shorter, I think. Because I do want to... Actually, oh wait. Sorry, before we go to Poems Only. Let's get somewhere the music is less annoying. I think the music's better vibes like here or something. Let's go through... So I want to brainstorm with you guys a little bit. Let's go through the different Chronicle banner things. So Ayaka, I already mentioned. I'm pretty much set on Virgin Melt Ayaka. So that's Benny C6 Pyro Infusion, right? With either Nahida or Emily. I'll mess around on the account to see which one I prefer personally. I'll probably use Nahida because it's more accessible. Benny C6, Nahida, Emily, and then Farina, and of course Ayaka. So yeah, I never saw my comment about Full Freeze teams being called Frosty Posse. Sorry, I apologize. Was that a donation? I feel like I did see a donation, but then I was yapping with Jeff at the time. Let me go look it up. Let me check. Check another window. Go to fan funding. It was. Sorry, old. A full cryo team is Frosty Posse. It rhymes. I do kind of like it. Wait, it rhymes? Is P-O-S-S-E pronounced Frosty Posty? Or is it just like I say that with more of a strong... Anyways, I like it. I don't know if that's what I'll call it, but I don't know. Anyways, what we're doing? So, Ayaka's simple, kind of done and dealt with. Yai is done and dealt with, I will say, because I like the Dia Eon Son Yai team. And it'll be a simple opportunity to yap about that. Basically, the Dia Son Shivers team. And I'll probably just yap about how like I've gotten enjoyment out of playing Yai a lot in Shivers teams lately. I might I don't know if I'll show it because again the format for the video is going to be like one fun in quotations, and the fun is meant to communicate like I've got some weird teams to try that are like functional ways to get different kinds of different enjoyment, like unconventional, weird and fun value out of these characters kit, right? And that's kind of where it's at. I will say that Ito and Giori are a little bit of a challenge, and Ayato maybe. I gotta decide what I want to do with Kokomi. I gotta decide Yai, Ayaka, and Kazuma are the only ones I'm like kind of settled on. I guess Ayato is kind of settled too. Oh yeah, Yoimiya for off-field. Yeah, that's true. Yoimiya off-field pyro. Yoimiya off-field, so... What, do I just do Yoimiya and... No, I don't know. The problem with Yoimiya off-field pyro is like... Now that Pyro Traveler exists, why would you do Yoimiya off-field pyro instead of Pyro Traveler? So it's either Yoimiya off-field in some kind of whatever context, such as, you know, I don't know, an Overburn team with Emily, right, in place of Moika, or whatever other, I feel like, Yoimiya off-field pyro for Mualani. I don't think the account I'm going on that has Ito Ayaka and Yoimiya, I don't think has Mualani. I could do Charge Attack, Yoimiya. Okay, so Yoimiya I'll have to test. I'll either do Yoimiya off-field Pyro with Mua or Overburn. So this is something I will test. Or Yoimiya Melt, Charge Attack Melt. So that'd be Yoimiya with Benny, Seat Lolly. We just do Seat Lolly, Bennett, Seat Lolly, Shalone. I think I'd rather double Cryo, to be honest. Well, she might need the red shred. She might need the extra red shred. Yoimiya Ayaka dual DPS. Maybe. That would be kind of funny. Ayaka can be... you know what? I'm going to put Shalone, but I'll maybe put an honorable mention. I'll put in, you know, maybe check Ayaka quick swap. Because that could be kind of fun. Because you can get some off-field pyro value from Yoimiya in that team. And get some on-field value. You can melt every meltable hit of Yoimiya burst with the Scophia skill alone. Really? That's interesting. Okay. I guess maybe I'll put it Escoffier in the list to check there too. So I'm messing around with Yoimiya a little bit to figure out what I like the most. So Yoimiya's done. Kazuha is easy. By the way, Yai I could there's a million other teams I could I could talk about with Yai. I might mention them, but I think the main one I want to show is just the one I've been having the most fun with lately. Because it'd be like, Yai's the idea team is like, Yai and Dia aren't that good of a character. Neither of these characters are that good from most people's perspective. But here's two low-tier characters by many people's standards together. Yai is, to be clear, generally speaking, not viewed as poorly as Dia is. But you wouldn't normally think the combo of the two of them plus two buffers is enough to make a compelling team, but it is. So, anyways, and the team dynamic is fun, and that's kind of the point. It's an unconventional, fun way to use the character, and it's a fun way that I like using Yai because it's a dynamic of a bunch of off-field value for Yai, but also on-field value. Has nuance to snapshotting Eon's on buff with her burst, yada yada. Anyways, Kazuha. I think I have to do C6 Bennett shenanigans. Is there anything new with C6 Bennett? I mean, I just... a weirdly large amount of these teams are going to do C6 Bennett shenanigans, maybe. But, well, I think only Ayaka and Kazuha. But, anyways. C6 Benny. What do I do with him? There's so much to do with Kazuha. It's hard to, like, nail on one specific thing. The current Abyss is not super favorable for doing, like, weird min-maxy things with transformative reaction damage, of course. Skirk, Escoffier, Farina, moral support, Io chose his best team now? Yeah, probably. Give me an aim. Cancel if you can. I'm probably not going to specifically do that. But maybe. I don't know. Kazuha aggravate with official. So I don't know. C6 Bennett. So on-field-ish main DPS Kazuha. Quick swap main DPS Kazuha. Kazuha C6 Benny. Official. With Dendro, I'm fine with. You know what? Actually, sure. Let's do Kazuha, Emily, Official, Bennett. you Kazuha burst. You quick swap between the units. I'll have to. I'm definitely gonna have to asterisk. I have constellations. I think I will put on Sack Sword instead of Zai. I won't. I don't know. I'm gonna have to mess with what I want to do for the build, but and I can remove Emily's signature weapon, too. That won't be a problem, but I can't turn off Kazuha C2, and that will make a difference for that team. Candace, Kazuha, Infused Pyro? Maybe. I'll add that as an option. I'll test it and see how much I like it. do like C6 Benny, Candace, Farina. That's an option. Oh crap! This video is gonna take longer than I wanted to make. Okay, this video might not come out this weekend. I've been quickly realizing I'm gonna have to test a whole bunch of different things. Oh well. Okay. All right, that's half of them done. So let's get Ayato out of the way. So I think it has to be a TF Ayato, right? Route. It's just a matter of, do I want to do Hyperbloom? Honestly, I think I'm fine with doing Hyperbloom. I think TF Ayato is fun. I think TF Ayato, on-field Ayato, and Hyperbloom is fun. So, sorry. I'm going to do it. Yeah, I know I could do Shanyun Bennett. Like, I know Shanyun Farina Bennett is an option. I'll maybe mention it. I don't think I want to have that be a focus, but maybe I'll give an honorable mention to Shanyun, because I'm sure people are going to be like, why didn't you do Plunge for every one of these characters? you can do Plunge for every one of them, probably Yoimiya. I wouldn't recommend Plunge Yoimiya. So, anyways. TF Ayato with a Dendro unit. I did mention it was Jeff shenanigans with, you know, trying to make Emily work potentially, but I'd rather just more focus down. So Ayato official, you got to trigger Electro Charge for him to do this properly, and I think I'd rather use Dendro Traveler personally. Well, whoever, I don't know who's. Oh, it'd be on Mr. Zajeff's account. I think he offered his account. So Nahida, I'd probably just use Nahida, and then who do you do in the last slot? Wait, you need an Electro Trigger. The for the Hyperblooms. I mean, he has a Raiden Hyperbloom, so I could do Raiden Hyperbloom and just put Raiden on TOM at least to maybe get some additional damage value out of Ayato. You can be like, hey, it's not fully Hyperbloom. Yeah, I'll probably just do Raiden. I'm fine with that. I think that's a fun team. I do think it's fun. And I'll mention Hybrid Raiden. But like, this account is a silly account that doesn't go for Staff of Scarlet Sands, so, you know, I can't do it here. But Hybrid Raiden potential in that team is there. Just saying. Anyways, but yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, Ayato likes to stand still, so yeah, Raiden probably is almost a must. Alright, so that's 5 done. Now Kokomi, and then we can do the hard ones. Kokomi. What do we do for Kokomi? I just did a crit Kokomi. So like, crit Kokomi is an option. To show. And be like, yep, I think crit Kokomi is fun. But realistically, like, should you do crit Kokomi over just a normal Kokomi build? No. But I don't know. Should I do Burgeon crit Kokomi again? What was my Burgeon crit Kokomi build? I don't remember what it was exactly. It was a build that like let you get vaporizes, right? Because you did. I think I used. Did I use Emily? I know I did. I think I did. I think I used Emily. No, I didn't use Emily because I did it when MH released. I guess I haven't revisited it since Emily released. Physical Kokomi with the event weapon, but I don't think the event weapon is very fun unless you can get it to crit. Like it adds like an extra 30k damage or something for Kokomi. Like it's an extra clam proc on Kokomi. It's not that interesting. I think revisiting crit Kokomi, Burgeon crit Kokomi is fun. We're doing a lot of Dendro shenanigans. Oh wait. Oh well. It's fine. Bennett, Yoimiya is probably not gonna. Yai is not gonna be Burgeon shenanigans or Dendro shenanigans. I was just gonna have to be like, there's gonna be a lot of Dendro bias here. Why? Because using some of these characters in unconventional teams requires mucking around with elemental reactions, and getting an additional value from elemental reactions kind of requires doing weirdness with Burgeon, with Dendro. But the nuance of what Dendro is doing for each of these given teams is actually quite different, even if it seems similar. So, screw it. And like, I'll be like, and to be clear, I'm gonna talk about like Escoffier, like Ayato, Ayaka's best teams. You as a normal player probably should just play Ayaka, Ayato, Kokomi with Escoffier. Like mention I'll mention Escoffier. For most people, Escoffier is going to be your most fun, simple option because it's just going to be an easy way to see these characters do satisfying damage. Right? That's fine. Do those. It's simple. I want to focus this on unconventional teams, so I'm not going to just play an Escoffier team. But like, hey, here's a Crit Kokomi Escoffier video if you want to see that. We're going to do Burgeon Vaporize Crit Kokomi. So we need Dendro Pyro. So we do. I can probably just do Ebot Muika. I'll mention Pyro Traveler probably should work fine too. We'll do Muika, Emily. If we need, if the optime if the optimism doesn't work right, I can do Nahida instead, of course. I haven't tried this with Emily, is why. Emily might not have consistent, like Emily's Dendro application is lower than Nahida, right? So I'd rather try first with Emily because I think it's more fun, but might be better to do Nahida. Who's the last slot? Who did I use in the last slot? Trigger. I don't think Trigger exists in this game, unfortunately. Triple Dendro Kokomi Bloom Trigger. That's an option for sure. Anyone really? I mean, yeah, anyone really is indeed the option here. It either has to be. I wonder if this is a Sitlali route, where, or maybe Rosaria, just because Rosaria crit rate buff. Because it's too many 5 stars. Yeah, I think maybe I'll do Rosaria instead. Rosaria crit rate buff. But the idea is Rosaria, other than the Rosaria crit rate, the cryo will help reduce the burning aura enough to trigger Burgeon more often. Like, cryo isn't actually, weirdly enough, if you want to see consistent Burgeon generation, cryo is actually fairly important. Because it helps reduce the pyro, but not reduce the pyro aura so much that it prevents you from doing what you want to do, right? Like too much hydro just is just too much hydro, and then you just don't get Burgeons, right? So anyways, I think it'll be Kokomi Muika. Pyro Travel would be an option. Emily, Rosaria. If the Rosaria team feels really bad, if Rosaria Emily feels bad, I might go Pyro Traveler, Nahida, Sitlali as a different balance. But Sitlali C1 will have an effect for me. So, actually, you know what? Maybe I don't even do. Maybe I can try Vaporize Kokomi without building over crit, right? I can mention crit Kokomi as a possibility because the burning self damage can let you. Actually, that's a reason to not do Sitlali. You can't take self damage if you're doing crit Kokomi. But, anyways, yeah, okay. I'm just gonna put Virgin Vaporize there, but add an asterisk, or maybe not crit Kokomi. Just do normal Vaporize. Just build as much HP and whatever is possible. The problem is, though, if we're just building, we want to maximize Virgin or non-crit Kokomi Vaporize. You need a lot of damage bonus stats. Like there's a limit on how much HP we can build. Like there's a lower ceiling, right? So I don't know. I'll have to test it. All right. So now we're at Chiori and Ito. You know what's funny? I just to make people mad, It would be funny to do an Escoffier team with Ito. It would be funny to do an Escoffier team with Ito while there's 3 other Hydro units. Sorry, Hydro or Cryo units. Shatter. I think there's enough Dendra. I don't think I need to do Shatter Bloom Ito. But Shatter Ito, I'm very down with. I'm very down with Shatter Ito. If I do Shatter Ito, I don't want to do Shatter Chiori though, right? So actually, let's look at Chiori for a second, because Chiori, I really like the low investment Chiori situation. So I kind of want to do like Chiori Kachina again. Because Kachina gives geo damage bonus. Kachina gives the $2, right? I have a C0 Chiori. I don't want to focus on a C1 Chiori. Obviously, C1 Chiori opens up team options for her. Can I do something like... Can I do some weird main DPS low investment Chiori team? With Kachina? And to be clear, Kachina has like awkward cooldowns and it's like... But... I could do Chiori Plunge. What did that look like? You do Chiori, Kachina... I was about to say Shalonen. That would not work. Well, it would work with me with C2, but... Chiori, Kachina, Shanyun, Farina, I guess. But her plunges are attack scaling. But it's flat buffs, and we have a bunch of damage bonus. It'd probably work. Wait, we don't have healing. God damn it. Never mind. Wait, no, we do have healing. I'm stupid. Shanyun, derp, brain. What is wrong with you? No, we have healing. That would work. Okay, you know what? I'm down with trying it. I'm down with trying Chiori main DPS. You start a rotation with like Chiori into Kachina. Go to Farina, do Shanyun. Go back to Chiori, start doing plunges. Wait, no, you need to... Oh man, Chiori's Geo Infusion is annoying. Because Chiori's Geo... I don't know, I'll try it. I'm down with trying it, because I haven't tried any main DPS Chiori things. I've tried Chiori Kachina before. But I haven't tried anything with just Chiori's Geo Infusion. Her doing attack scaling multipliers is really lame, but yeah, I could do something with Ning Wang, more quick swappy stuff with Ning Wang if I had Ning Wang, but I don't. I can offer C6 for real DPS showcase. That's not... my goal is not to make a video that's, hey, here's a fun team for Chiori, just get Chiori C6, lol. No, I'm sorry, that's not what I want to show. Yeah, so Chiori, Kachina, Shanyun, Farina. I'm just trying to think what the rotation would be. She has like 5-second uptime, I think, on her. Where is it? Yeah. It gets extended though from the hit lag, right? I presume.
Let's get out of...
I presume. Walk around, find an enemy. Yeah, I think you do Farina into Kachina. So you can't do... What I was thinking was like utilizing her auto swap mechanic into Kachina, but you don't want to do that because you don't get the Geo Infusion, right? You have to do E and then normal attack, which means I have to do the setup and then do Farina into Kachina, into Shanyun. The order of when I actually do Kachina won't really matter that much, but and then do burst probably, and then do E, normal attack, right? No, I just got whacked. God dang it. Check it again. I'm watching the skill cooldown to kind of count the time. Because it says 5 seconds, right? But my expectation is hit lag will extend it slightly. Yeah, I think it's more like 6 seconds. Okay. So From my experience playing Plunge Shalonen, I think Plunge Shalonen at C0 is a similar situation. I think I should be able to get, with good dash cancels, I should be able to get 5 plunges in, I think. That should be pretty decent. Her multiplier, she's level 1, but, you know. Oh well. Oh well. I'm gonna be like, well, we're playing, she's attack scaling multipliers anyways, and we have no attack buffers. So, and I have C2 Shunyun. Whoop-de-doo. So, whatever, right? I'm already gonna have a maybe better experience than I would otherwise, even if I had talents leveled up, so yeah. And with burst to maximize Geo Infusion. Wait, does the burst change the Geo Infusion uptime? That might make sense. You might be right. I don't think it changes the Geo Infusion uptime. Like I think you burst first probably, because the animation would eat Geo Infusion. Well, yeah, I know. So if I either burst first before pressing skill, or burst after the Geo Infusion is done. Yeah. So if I don't have energy up, then, which is very possible, if I don't have energy up, then yeah, it's for sure. Yeah. So anyways, I like the idea of doing Plunge Chiori. I think it might be pretty fun actually. And I'll mention, and part of the reason for showing that is going to be like, just to show that like, yeah, you can do Kachina Chiori combo to enable Chiori's full kit now, and Kachina is a character everyone has access to. And that makes Chiori a more valuable character than she was on her original release. And I like that. I like that you don't need to have freaking Zhongli anymore to enable her kit, right? And it's a good thing. And then obviously at higher investment, you can do C1 Chiori Shalonen combo is something people have talked about and whatever for more generic off-field utility. And that's cool. But I think it's, but again, for the purpose of like fun, unconventional themes, and hey, I can use one Shunyun Plunge team and make use of her Geo Infusion. I think that's definitely a good option. So yeah. Duplicate gesture hat. Okay. Now the hardest one. Mr. Ito's. I guess we can do Shatter Bloom, or not Shatter Bloom, but just Shatter Ito. Do we do Farina Escoffier Ito? Farina Escoffier Ito. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to Ito mates. I'm gonna mention now, like, you know, I don't know. I'll try to actually. I'll be polite to Ito mains and not mention how all of his best teams are wheelchair teams, but and how like Escoffier, Farina, Ito, Shalonen might be his best team. Should I wait? Should I just play? Should I play Shalonen, Ito, Farina, Escoffier, but then just do EM on Ito? There's a Claymore that converts EM to something, right? That's not a Claymore. I don't know if the account I'll be playing on has it, but yeah, this. I don't know. I don't know if the account I'm playing on has it, but if they have this leveled up, he is attack scaling. Remember, he converts his defense to attack. My gameplay is going to be bad, anyways, but I don't know. It might just be something silly, like I just do Shatter Ito for the lulz. I'll call it Shatter Ito, but then it's not actually Shatter Ito, it's just Wheelchair Ito with Shalonen and Farina. I think I'm going to do that. Why? Because I think it's funny. That's why. I think it's funny to have 3 other obvious characters to play Escoffier with, and then be like, LOL, I'm going to do Escoffier, Farina, Shalonen for Ito. Alright. Now you can do Plunge Ito still. You can do Double Hydro Ito. You don't want to... Do we still have GC Sim open? I do. Like... Ito mains, you're going to have to close your eyes. C6 R5 Ito with a C3 Farina and a C6 R5 Goro. 100k. Oh. Yeah, the Escoffier team is better than its current highest GC sim. Yeah. That's my overall understanding too. It's really sad. So I might include that mostly as a joke, and then I'll build him for EM and it'll clear fine anyways. I'll build him on EM and it'll clear fine. So we'll do Shatter Ito in Ito's best team. I'll just offhandedly mention this. This might be Ito's best team now, by the way. Like, period, if you build Ito normally. I'm gonna build Ito not... Oh my god. Okay, so we have Whale Investment, Whale Investment. Shalonen C2. Okay, that's why. So, at minimum dolphin level investment, Shalonen C2. And it's only 88k. It's not that incredible. But hey, at least C0 R1. It's also still got R1 of Shalonen weapon and his weapon. So, it's like fine. It's not terrible. But, you know. And then we have... I'm pretty sure the Escoffier team's better than this, by the way. But, anywho's, C6 Kaya, Shalonen Muika, why Kaya? You. At least it's not Bennett Zitlali. At least it's not. And you do 2 charge attacks and a dash on Muika. You get 5 melts on Muika. This is a Muika melt team where Ito is here to press E and Q, and then you swap off of him. And yeah, I'm pretty sure this is probably someone that just hasn't updated this since Zitlali. I assume Zitlali is probably better here. Yeah. So this is the question is Zitlali bet? I think Zitlali might make this better than this team. Which is yay, Muika. Yeah, we're not doing that. That's not fun. And then hey look, Mono Geo with C6R1. With an event weapon that a lot of people don't have. C6R1 Ito, 70k DPS Mono Geo. Oh god. Albedo is bad? Okay, if you're gonna do Mono Geo, who are you gonna put here instead? For a C0 character? Shalonen? She doesn't work. Chiori probably is maybe better, I guess. Yeah. I don't know why Chiori's not in the list here at all. But C6 Travelers, C6 Ito. Bruh, this is a C6 limited 5-star.
Who says you have to use scissors to cut clothes? Leave those rigid rules behind.
It's so sad.
Prefer using my own
Hey, here we go.
tools.
Here we go, finally, Plungito. Wait, Shalonen doesn't work in this team either, does she? No, she doesn't. There's only one Hydro. This doesn't actually work. She only provides 4-piece scroll. Oh no, I'm sorry. Ito's in a real sad state. So, I'm sorry. For me, I think the funnest thing to show is his best team, but doing Shatter memes. So that's where I'm at. Okay, so my list of teams for the video, pending some minor changes, is Virgin Melt Ayaka, Yai Shevers Dia Eonson, Kazuha with either Beneficial Emily, like a Kazuha Aggravate team with some off-field damage and fun swirly reaction triggering, or a Kazuha Vape situation. I'd rather not do Shunyun, even though like Shunyun does make him do big number, because of his big plunge multiplier and whatever. But I think C6 Bennett Candace Farina is a fun thing maybe to try. Maybe even without Farina, to be clear, but I don't think it's going to work as well. Either Yoimiya off-field Pirate. Yoimiya is going to be after one, I'm not sure. But either Yoimiya Charge Attack Melt, so a very bad version of Melt Linny, or some off-field pyro. Because be like, hey, do you know UIBO was an off-field pyro DPS, technically? Although I don't know if the account I'm playing on will have invested. Like, we'll have a leveled up UIME at burst, which might fuddle that. And make me do the charge attack playstyle. Ayato TF Ayato I think is just fun. And I'll be like, yeah, this is not the only team you can do TF Ayato in. You just need to make sure you're triggering electric charge with him. But I think TF Ayato and Hyper Bloom is kind of fun. So, sorry. We're doing it. Kokomi, Burgeon Vape. We'll figure out if I do crit Kokomi or not. The exact team might vary, but I think I'll do that team format. Chiori, Kachina, Shan Yun, Farina. So one plunge team at least. Because that should be fun to take advantage of Chiori's kit. See if I can min-max the... We should go test quick, actually. See if I can min-max the amount of Chiori infused plunges. And then Ito Escoffier, Farina, Shalonen, but Ito on some kind of EM focus. Bam. There you go. People will be either really annoyed or really like this video. That's why... one of two contrasts, hopefully. Oh boy. But let's see quick. What happens with Chiori? Chiori is like flexible enough. You can do different kinds of shenanigans with her, but I think this is the most interesting thing you can do utilizing her full kit on a relatively approachable investment level. Although again, I will mention I have C2 Shalonen Shan Yun, and if I feel the need, if this is a, I don't need to do the full team here by the way, but if this is a lot of damage, where's Shan Yun? Like too much damage from her plunges, I will turn off her C2. I'll just, put her on the level 25, which will make her perform like a C1 Shalonen. So, or C0 Shalonen. C1 doesn't really matter, it's just energy.
Your journey ends here.
Didn't need to do that.
Your sacrifice is ready.
I pressed E twice. Pressed E twice. Good job. Good testing. Good job. Good start. Name of the website, the one that I used before, GC Sim. Like GC SIM, GC Sim.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
E normal attack. Okay, 1. That good dash cancel. 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 is definitely doable. That's what my expectation was. 5 is definitely doable without being real dumb at the start.
Your journey ends here, Lord of
Don't need to do that. There's no reason.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Let me ahead.
Oh, what? Come on. What about Sack Sword? I mean, that might be an interesting option actually, because like we can build MH, right? We can do 4-piece MH. We can do Sack Sword. It might be hard to burst consistently without energy on her anyways. And we're focusing more on damage bonus scaling our damage and our def scaling damage, hopefully. Also, these are low plunges, that's true, yeah.
Your journey ends here.
These were indeed low plunges.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Okay. Maybe I need to... maybe I'm not extending her skill as much because we're not normal attacking. It's so much more annoying to do normal attack cancels though. You have to have the normal attack hit if you want hit lag.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Let me ahead.
Okay.
Pound into the ground.
Imagine if Kachina gave a Geo infusion. Man, 5-second infusion is brutal. And 1J, that's what I'm trying.
Your journey ends
Gotta
here,
sneeze. Uh-oh.
Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
I'm getting less, yeah. It's, ugh. Pretty sure 4 high plunges are better than 5 low plunges? Yeah. It seems 5 is also more tricky to get than I expected anyways.
Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Okay, I got stuck on the enemy, but...
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Really? I was purposely going a little bit slower to try to get high plunges, for sure. Ah! What if you aim the skill in the air? Oh, yeah. Maybe that will matter. Wait, will it matter? Maybe.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Didn't. Good job. Planning to get Ito, but seeing that GC sim is scary, bro. Yeah, he's in an unfortunate state. I think you're gonna either want to do plunge Shun Yun things to utilize his full kit, or Escoffier Farina. Like, I don't know. Playing him without Farina is gonna be a bit oof, I think, unless you have a really highly invested something else. Yeah, start with plunging. Yeah, that's exactly what yeah, when you brought it up, that's what I was like, maybe it does make sense.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
Okay, do this, do that. Whatever.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
God dang it. He's moving a little bit, which is annoying. We should maybe go test. Well, but I need energy, so.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
I need to start with. I do think that starting with the plunge makes sense. I'm just bad.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
That's probably higher than I needed. God dang it. Oh my god, it's so hard to get 4 with high plunges. Why is it so hard for me to get 4? Not that I'm doing like the dash cancels perfectly, but oh, it's much more rough to get 4 than I would have expected.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
So, with the C2 Shalonen, by the way, I'm pretty sure for low plunges it's probably better than high plunges, right? Like, because the value of the high plunge multiplier is so low. I think also with her just being attack scaling, plunging in general, and us not using an attack buffer at all, I'm pretty sure it actually is just better to do low plunges. So...
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Why? I got stuck on its head.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
I like can't get 5. I think 5 is like near impossible. Oh, I must admit that makes me think. As sad as the thing I don't like about this is that what this means is, you know what character would be better than Kachina? She has attack scaling plunges And we have Farina on the team. Like, the better thing to do would be do this. And then pretend we have Farina. And pretend we have you-know-who infusing the plunges. I mean, Eon Song would be an option, I guess. I don't want to do Pyro Plunge, though. Pyro Plunge is like, you're not ignoring her kit, technically. But, like, she's doing so little other than... Okay. Why the Fizz Plunge is doing more damage? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know what her goblet... I think she might have a Death Goblet on. That might be why. Wait, that still doesn't make sense. Why are the Fizz Plunges doing more damage?
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Yeah, we're getting 20k.
Pound it to the ground.
Why are the Fizz Plunges doing more damage? Is this... oh, it's Geo... It must be Geo Res. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize this enemy had a bunch of Geo Res. Alright. Great. That makes things even worse, actually, for... that makes things even worse for doing this. It's just like, well, of course. The enemy has Geo Res. I don't know what it has in its down state, though. It's possible when it's down it might have less. Let's try to... kill the thing. Ow. Okay. Boop.
Make way for the objective. Skyward.
Yeah, okay, it's fine. Yeah, it's the same after it loses its friend. All right.
The golden slumber.
Okay. Yeah, it's just funny that it has higher Geo Res than it has physical res shred before the summon is dead is all. Do I still do this team? Okay, what should we try Sack Sword? Let's try
Your journey ends.
It's like not it's not ideal. I think. Well, let's try it. Yeah, we don't even have a Geo piece on right now. I would obviously tweak our build for this, but let's just see the functioning. I also don't know if Kachina's build is actually complete, but let's do like an actual rotation here. Farina, Kachina, Shunyun. So basically what we do is we can do this. Probably would set the team order a little bit differently for this, but it's fine. Alright, do this. Oh wait. No, I forgot what I needed to do. It's fine. We need to cast our skill, whatever. It's fine.
Your journey ends.
Don't do the swap thing. I just wasted buffs, whatever. Bam. Ah, crap, I double tapped her skill. Whoops.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Make way for
Pound into the ground.
Delicate as silk.
I mean, this feels much more like you're actually doing geo damage. So it's not like it's amazing right now. It's a really bad imitation of Navi and Plunge. It's pretty bad. Oh, it's pretty bad. But at the same time,
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
do I like it?
Seize the sky.
Who's asking?
Cutting edge of battle.
Wow, look at the ER though. Oh, she does have. Okay, you know what? I'm coming around to it. I'm gonna work on this a little bit. Figure out what I want to do for her build. I just came around to it there. Why? Because the extra energy will let you use her burst more often, right? Because she has a 13.5 second cooldown, so it's like a 25 second ish. I mean, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Okay. I don't know. It's funny. The point is doing fun, weird teams, and I think doing some sack sword shenanigans is fine. And there is value to the ER, is my point with the bursting. So you know what? I gotta muddle with the build. Probably will do, of course, 4-piece MH, I assume. But wait, no, she can use the plunge set. What do I have for plunge artifacts? Because she does her skill damage, right? There it is. Yeah, that's ER. Let's see. Yes, good. Yes, good. Yes, good. Depending on ER needs. Okay. Okay. Really? Do I? Do I have to? I guess I have to. Oh gosh. Okay. I guess I have to, don't I? I forgot my geo goblets are kind of not amazing. Put on this for now. Okay, it's fine. Remember, this is a sack sword build. I forgot she ends with crit rate. We're fine. I actually might be able to get it depending on how this rolls. All right, let's see. Surely you don't roll in the death percent piece, poopy. Right? We don't get a poopy death percent piece, right? Surely not. I should honestly strongly consider keeping this piece, but I have more important priorities right now. Okay. Sure. I can tell you this piece is probably getting thrown away after the fact. Yeah, okay. Wait, also, yeah, you're freaking... Oops. You're right. We're not doing... Wait, okay, you know what? You might be right doing attack stands, but again, how much of her damage is actually coming from her attack skilling? Basically fucking nothing, because I have a level 1 talent and whatever, right? We have no attack buffer going on. We have a level 1 talent. Like, almost none of her damage is actually coming from her attack skilling. Can I level 90 this, by the way? Nope. I can't even level 90 my frickin' sack sword. So, like... Is it actually better to do an attack percent time piece? I don't think it necessarily is. But this piece is getting thrown away after. This is a sad 4-line piece. So I don't know. Let's see what happens when I do this. 160 ER, 72, 157. It's a good ratio. Let's see what happens. And I could muck around with Shanyun's build, by the way. probably will muck around with Shanyun's build. And what is Kachina's? Yeah, Kachina doesn't even have 4-piece scroll right now, but that's fine. Again, this is with C2 Shanyun, so a full power Shanyun. Song of Days Past. Again, like, speccing into flat buffs here would probably make a lot of sense. So Song of Days... More flat buffs, I mean. Song of Days Past would probably be the best option for the biggest number from Chiori. Realistically, Furina's damage matters, so, like, VV is fine. I'm probably just going to use her on VV. Again, I'll be like, I don't know. If I'm gonna show a C2 Shallonen performance in the video, my justification for that is, one, I could use a better set for Chiori's damage on Shanyun in favor of this set that's buffing Furina, and two, I could use I could definitely use, you know, Chiori with a fully leveled weapon, maybe an attack timepiece for her plunges, and leveled normal attack talent. So, like, that's my justification, I think, for leaving Chiori or Shanyun C1 or C2, whatever it is. Bennett, Candace, Chungyun just have rainbow crystallized constantly. Yeah, that could be kind of fun.
Your journey ends here. Your sacrifice is ready.
Stray cloud confirmed.
I am cutting edge of fashion.
Wait, this isn't really a proper test when I need to attack the other thing. I was like, I was about to say the damage is lower. Duh, it's lower because you were attacking the, yeah.
Your journey ends here. Your sacrifice is ready.
Make way for the adept.
Where are you? There you are. Okay. About. And then you can end the rotation with this, and then you restart rotation. So it's like a weird 26-second rotation. I mean, hey, it'll make Kachina not feel awkward. Bam. Oh, but we're not doing 2 bursts per rotation. Okay. That's fine. Not 26-second rotation then. Just 26-second the first rotation.
I am cutting edge of fashion.
Seize the skies.
Nothing yet. Okay, obviously grouping situation annoying as hell here. So with an optimized clear, this performs fine. Again, C2 Shanyun, I know, but you know, again, there's other things that could be improved. And again, this is without scroll on Kachina right now too, for what it's worth. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. You know what? Screw it. We'll do this. The sack sword. It's gonna be weird. People are gonna be like, "Oh, you're grieving. You should have done C6 Bennett. Vaporized plunge. Is it good? I mean, yeah, good might be generous. Good might be generous. The goal isn't good. The goal is fun. Okay. The goal is fun. The goal is to do more Geo. Anyways, all right. I think that's enough testing for that. Yeah. Okay. Well, and I'll leave her on this build for now. And def timepiece to increase. I don't know what she was getting for skill damage there, but def timepiece to increase her skill damage, I think, kind of makes sense. So you know, I don't know. I'm fine with this. I'm not gonna play this regularly or anything, but it works. I don't know. Anyways, you not on that weapon. I'll look at your build later. Obviously, she needs to be on 4-piece scroll, but yeah. Anyways, it's fine. It seems okay for plunge. Realistically, without Shanyun there, I'll go and test without Shanyun C2. Again, that's as simple as go going like this. And a blap. And just like that, wow, she goes from having the 3500 attack, or so a build with that I have available with this weapon. This is my point of comparison. This is a little over 3k attack. So again, C2 doubles the doubles her value of her flat buff. So, and it's based on her attack. So all you have to do is have her attack approximately, and you're back to pre-C2 buffing. So hence level 25 Fabj. And wow, half the attack. Crazy. If she doesn't have enough energy, I'll have to put a whatever, because this is a low amount of crit rate, but you know. Anywho's. Yeah. Have the amount of attack. Bam. I actually shouldn't have leveled 25 the Fab, technically, I think, but I leveled 25 the Fab because I thought it made sense, but then it didn't. I don't know, it doesn't matter. It's so close to half, it's fine. Anywho's. Bongo Cat. Duplicate Leaf. How exciting. We can trade in. Bam. New item. Wait, was there another update? Or no. That was what I just got. I just got a ghost cat. Interesting. Okay. I think that's supposed to look like that. Okay. Cool. Anyways. Yeah, so that's the plan. And again, like I could put Shun Yun theoretically on, I think 4-piece Songs of Days Past would be best. Theoretically. Maybe. Or Shun Yun on... Is there anything else that makes sense for her? I don't know. Vivi is probably theoretically best for the team, especially with the C2 Farina, to be clear. I'm keeping Farina on her lower damage tenacity build, though, for that team, for sure. I don't need Farina doing more damage. And, yeah. I'm fine with that. I think it's fun enough to try. And gives more uptime to actually seeing geo damage from her plunges, which I think is preferable. And it's a relatively low... I know I have C2 Shun Yun, right? But it's a relatively lower investment option. I don't think I'm going to recommend it as a strong... This is going to compellingly clear all Abyss cycles at, you know, C0 for all your 5 stars. But it's like a fun team if you like Geo, or you can play around with her, right? That's the general point. Yeah, Song of Days Past is a generalist option for her as well, yeah. For more universal utility, too. So, anywho's. I'm not going to min-max things too much when I don't need to with C2. Is all there is. Yeah, anyways, just to figure out Kachina's build. Okay, cool. That's fine. Shenanigans abound. Anyways, just pull for Klee. Yeah, there you go. I don't know why you're talking about Klee. But... Alright, that's the plan for the video. Which, it's still got more testing to do, but, you know, and gotta figure out... I got 2 people's accounts I gotta log in, so I gotta go... I guess I gotta pester Jeff to give me his login info. Pester Jeff. Remind me, and there you go. Okay, that reminder. Okay. Let's go into Polearms only. Let's go do Zenless stuff, and then that'll be the stream. Burning teams can get good Farina Vaporize uptime. Lenny can, depending on the team. Oh, you're asking about Farina Vape. I see. Yeah. And then we'll do Zenless. We'll do Lowney's weapon banner pulls. Lonnie wanted me to pull for Hugo's engine for Ellen, which they don't have Ellen's engine currently. They're not pulling for Hugo's engine for Ellen because it's an upgrade necessarily, but it seems like Hugo's engine is fairly similar. I'm not sure if any of the changes to Ellen change things. I don't know. I didn't tell them to pull this, to be clear. They just asked me. Hopefully it's a decision that makes sense. Yeah, the uptime on the debuff might be a bit sus. I don't know. Hopefully Lowney's done their research, but on the level of, like, Ellen's probably not going to rerun directly anytime soon. It kind of makes sense to go for Hugo engine as a more generic option in general, maybe? I don't know. Anywho's, so yeah. I think it's not a terrible decision at the very least. Okay, on Polearms only, what do we do here? We can only use Hydro and Cryo. That doesn't give me many options, Mahoyo. We have the following hydro and cryo units available. We're missing 2. Okay. That means... What's the enemies? That means we just have to vaporize our way to victory instead or something. We'll do the one team we want to do. Blap. 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 And then we'll do some melts. I don't know who did in the last slot here. Whatever. Mika. Or just Eons on Shivers. Why Eons on Shivers? Pyro damage bonus. Overload attack buff. Attack buff from Eons on. Which 5-star engines are actually transformative rather than just the biggest stat stick this character can use. The vast majority of them are like not generic in meaningful forms. Like Hugo's engine is only relevant as a generic engine for Ellen because of the fact that she can trigger the passive somewhat. Otherwise, like Hugo's engine still has like baseline crit statistic value, but I don't know. Like Evelyn's engine is relevant probably for future fire DPSs. Some people call Ellen's engine Soldier 11's best in slot engine, and I disagree. It's only best in slot in Soldier 11's very specific best in slot team with good Soldier 11 play. And really not that much better. Like, it's extremely minorly better than Brimstone, so it's very not worth over Brimstone, in my opinion, especially because Brimstone has significant benefits over her engine. But anyways, like, I don't know. So there's no, like, generic weapon stat sticks in general, I would say, in Zenless, essentially. They're very character specific. So. Sir, you need to die. Okay. Do this. Freeze it. Particles, but oh well. Goose on the loose.
A little amuse bouche. By ordinance divine. Unleash. We shall prevail. Lights out. Manifest. A dash of frosting. Do your work. Judgment. Pinnacle of excellence. Cryo incarnate. Blade. Unleash! Punishment! Yeah! Off to the freezer! Goose on the loose!
Goose on the loose.
You can't run!
Alright, not gonna get this one. We probably could. If we optimize this, we could probably kill this one. I'm not gonna worry about it. Alright. Technically, Def Ignore gets worse with Def Shred? No. No. Well, okay, so Def Reduction. So Def Reduction or Def Ignore in Zenless, and Pen Ratio, which is another form of Def Reduction, does have an anti-synergy. Like if you have Def Reduction in the team, Pen Ratio is like if you have 50% Def Reduction in the team, say 40% from Nicole, it's also going to like reduce your Pen Ratio value from like 40%. Like it's still doing something, but not but Def Reduction itself, if you stack a bunch of Def Reduction, does stack with itself. So like Hugo Engine plus Nicole or plus like Trigger Engine is additional Def Reduction, and Def Reduction actually increases in value. Each 1% of Def Reduction is more valuable the more Def Reduction you have, up to 100%. You don't have any reason to go over 100% Def Reduction. So, is my understanding for Zenless.
coming was foretold. For the eternal oasis.
Control breathe. Let's. You asked for it. Final.
This might actually be the best melt team for Arlecchino.
Overruled. Witness my powers. Blade bang.
A dash of frosting. A burst of flavor.
Your coming was foretold.
Quick as a flash.
For the eternal oasis.
Transfixed.
Wait.
Pinnacle of excellence. Stronger. Final warning.
Oh, wrong character. Man. Crazy. Like, oh, that was like the easiest one probably to get. I mean, I could probably do the similar thing, to be clear, in the other ones. With just ignoring Kanich and using Arlecchino, C6. But I only did that there because I couldn't use a full Hydro Cryo team anyways. Otherwise, I would have done it as they intended. Anyways. Gotta take damage on purpose to stack C6 Cheverus. What do you mean? What are you talking about? You talking about like Cheverus healing? You don't have to actually get a heal for Cheverus to give damage bonus. You get the damage bonus regardless. So Arlecchino's healing being prevented or anything doesn't matter. Also, she can't heal regardless, even if you do take damage. So, anyways. Blap. You've been using C6. Have you been like purposely taking damage with C6 Cheverus? Because you thought you didn't get the damage bonus? No, you get the damage bonus regardless. It takes like it's at the 2-second intervals, 20% every 2 seconds on field, right? But you don't have to actually heal. It's like getting hit on purpose in Zenless for a free quick assist. Yeah, funnily enough, there is more reasons to get hit on purpose in Zenless, which is funny. Oh yeah, I just remembered. I don't know why my brain just remembered this. Buzza, I think you mentioned yesterday, like you were wondering why. I think I saw this, but I glanced at it, but I was busy combating. Or my brain wasn't functioning otherwise. Why brain? You mentioned like, oh, how are Zenless characters moving around a lot? It's mostly quick assists. When you do quick assists on enemies, and like different abilities that just have and target from long range, right? So there's a lot of character abilities you just have to get. You have to know like what the targeting range is. But there's a lot of very long targeting range abilities, and most supports and plenty of non-supports, but most supports. No, I think every support has quick assists in the kit in some form. So quick assists being triggered will teleport you to the enemy, essentially. But in lore reason. Oh, okay. Maybe that's what I forgot. In lore reason. No, I don't think so. In lore reason, it's the apocalypse, and everyone's got to get good to not die. There you go. That's the in lore reason. I mean, some of the characters have more lore reasons than others, to be clear. But some of the characters, I think, have no reason to be that good. But I don't know. The flavor, like, lore-wise, isn't that bad. Like, Astra's just there singing for you from the sidelines. She's not really a combatant. Evelyn is a bodyguard, beating the shit out of people that try to get close to Astra. So, you know, there is some lore flavor there for why some characters are strong. But, yeah. Anywho's, are we done here? No, we're not. We can spend our resin. Emblem. I'll do the first one that someone says in chat. Emblem, Golden Troop, or Arlecchino. / Emily. It's probably going to be Arlecchino again. Because chasing #1 spot. or getting the right artifact for number 69. I don't. Where did the two people that were above me go? I was number 69 and now I'm number 67. Did like people purposely derank their builds to get to number 69? Is that what happened? I don't know. Anyway. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me the people that were number 68 or 67 purposely made their build like one flat attack roll worse to get to number 69. Anyways. You said Arlecchino? We're going to Arlecchino. Wait, what? I saw someone say Arlecchino. Oh wait, no. Lowney said Golden Troop. Alright, sorry. Lowney said Golden Troop. I guess we're Golden Trooping. But the Arlecchino mines are really the only thing that actually makes sense in this account, technically. I almost missed that Lowney said that. Alright. We can get Hu Tao upgrades here too. Well, not really, because I think Hu Tao makes more sense, generally speaking, on my high investment Shimenawa's build. But she can use MH too, even when not getting the full stacks properly. Imagine farming Whimsy? Yeah, true. Have to spend literally 40,000 resin for it to be better than Gladiators. I would actually look at that. I wonder what my Arlecchino Gladiator build looks like in this account. Because, like, I do not have as good a Gladiator artifacts on this account as I do on my main account. But, particularly the timepiece situation, I think it's kind of bad. If it weren't for the timepiece situation, like, that's not terrible. That's quite good. Right? That's kind of cope, actually. Yeah, I actually just, I don't know. So the reason, to be clear, there's an obvious reason why I don't have that many Gladiator artifacts in this account. There's a very finite number of characters I level. I'm going to keep that actually as a two-piece attack piece, maybe for Shenhe, if I choose to go that route in the future. Like, this account has never had a reason to get Gladiator artifacts through like Strongbox or anything, obviously. And there's a very finite amount of need to farm bosses, right? There's a more limited number of characters. I level up a lot more total number of characters on my main account, so I farmed a lot more bosses, had a lot more opportunity to see weekly bosses and non-weekly and world bosses. I've had a lot more opportunity to see. Sure. A lot more opportunity to see a bunch of Gladiator pieces, right? And I also have, because I already got that baseline higher level of chance to, like, getting more Gladiator pieces, so more chances to see good double crit pieces, I also have more reasons to, like, do some strongboxing. I haven't done a ton of strongboxing, to be clear, on my main account for Gladiator, but I haven't done none, because it's like, oh, okay, I have these 3 decent Gladiator pieces, may as well do some strongboxing, try to get that last good piece, rather than farming Whimsy. So, I don't know, it's just like a funny case of, you know, even though this account is old enough that you would think it would have a bunch of good Gladiator pieces, it doesn't, because it doesn't actually farm that many bosses, right? Because it's limiting myself to a very specific niche of characters, so. And other people might be in a similar situation in their account, right? Where they just have hyper-focus on a smaller subset of characters rather than leveling a bunch of characters, and that's why you don't have good Gladiator pieces, right? But anyways, yeah. I think MH is just too efficient. I mean, not on this account. To be clear, like, yeah, Escoffier can use MH now. And I'm glad that I happened to farm MH in the past, just for trying to use Hu Tao on 4-piece MH. But because that was why I had the artifacts I did for Escoffier. And I did strongbox a little bit for Escoffier pieces before her release. I mean, I guess that's a Hu Tao piece, honestly. But that was just like to get one better artifact because I didn't have good flower options. So I strongboxed and got this from strongbox because my old options were this and yeah, this. Like, they're not terrible, but not. They're like, you know, okay. Oh yeah, I also leveled up this. I don't know how long I had this piece, but this actually was like kind of a perfect piece to round out the build. Because my previous piece was this, which is like, hey, yay, 40 CV, but getting the attack percent and ER rolls are actually more impactful here. Didn't really need the 10% crit rate, right? So yeah, Overall, well-balanced build. I could put more crit damage on if I wanted than this piece, but I like the ER more. So, yeah. But do I need to improve the Escoffier build? Not really. I don't know. Like, I could. It's really hard to get better pieces than I have currently for Escoffier, though. Like, I need perfect 4-line pieces. Like, I need a Cryo Goblet, a double crit, attack percent, right? We're talking very minor improvements. Or 40 CV timepiece instead of a 35 CV. So, tiny, tiny improvements I can make to Escoffier at this point, right? Beautiful. Alright. Did the beta change Skirk C1? No, not really. Anyways. So yeah, for this account, this domain is not actually that efficient a domain, is kind of my point. But it's not the worst. Yes, Zenless time, very briefly. 1 second. Wait, can I get to level 50 today? Can we do a single pull? Sorry, not making you wait. I'm not meant to make you wait. Oh, I think I can. Oh. Cook 20 dishes. Maybe not. No, I don't think I can. Never mind. Oh, wait. But. Very important. Very important thing we gotta do here. Crit damage circlets. Crit damage, crit rate, ER, attack percent. Okay. Escoffier is on Akasha? Yeah, I'm aware. For reference, this is actually kind of funny. Akasha. Oh yeah, by the way, did anyone see that oh yeah. There you go. I was good. It actually says here, there was a Welcome Moon giveaway. I'm sorry, I won one of them. I won one of them. I logged on to Akashi yesterday. It said Welcome Moon video, a Welcome Moon giveaway, and I was like, okay, click on the button. I clicked on the button. I maybe should have given it away to someone else, but you know, sue me. It's free $5. LOL. Anyways, and then the Akasha owner messaged me, and I was like, hey, and I was like, oh, thanks. And then I also said, thanks for making Akasha. I don't love necessarily everything about Akasha, but I think it's overall a valuable resource, even if people like get a little bit too focused on the ranking sometimes. Also, look, top 0.2% Arlecchino on Gladiator. Anyways, sorry. Point being, I said thanks, and then they're like, and then when I mentioned, you know, how I discuss Akasha on streams and try to encourage people to use it as a tool rather than get too focused on the rankings and whatever, and they're like, oh, you're that Saluna. And they said they watched like my Arlecchino HP video, which is funny. Anyways, what were we doing? Escoffier, yeah. So apparently they have watched some of my recent videos even. But yeah, top 5%. But this is the 120 ER category, because we're at 129.8. But this is one nip, actually, as far as nitpicks for Akasha go. I kind of, like, because of the fact that, like, so let's go to her leaderboards, right? There's a 130% ER leaderboard. Can you, I wish the Akasha owner would, when you're within like 1% ER, round up, right? Because like this build is actually not, in my opinion, a top 5% build. It's actually 130% ER. Like, actually, we can probably approximate this somewhat. Let's see. Let's look at the 130% ER category instead of 120 ER. But what is my CV? My CV on this build, it's like, I don't think it's, like, to be clear, top 0.5% or anything. I don't think it's that incredible of a build. It has a bunch of dead stats and whatever, yada yada. But I also feel like, does this even factor in double cryo properly? I don't think it does. Well, no, it probably factors in double cryo. Never mind. So, anyways, what is the CV? Sorry. Leaderboard. Why am I struggling to find my CV? There it is. 216 CV, right? Sick. Wow. But by the way, what is funny though, and this is what I actually wanted to mention. Here's my 188.9 CV Escoffier on my main account. So a lot lower crit. This is the fab build, to be clear. But it was the same when I put a crit weapon on her. It was the same situation where this build ranks higher. This build on my Escoffier with an attack circlet ranks higher than my build on my polearm account. The polearm's only Escoffier is technically a worse build than the attack circlet build on my main account, which is funny. So, anyways, leaderboards. So we're gonna look at 216 crit value with about 2100 attack. Is what we're gonna look for from the 130% ER leaderboards. So let's go to like page, I don't know, one, skip. Oh, shoot. Skip to freeze results. Let's go like 750,000. So, okay. Here we go. So this is a lower CV but higher attack. Okay. Lower CV, higher attack. I want to find like a lower CV but about the same attack. Okay, we're not quite where we should be. 2500 attack. 2500 attack. Well, these people's attack totals are nonsense. Oh, this one actually is pretty close. Yeah, this one's actually not very far. Although it's a 150 ER build. Jesus Christ. So this is actually... I think this build is definitely better than mine, to be clear. Particularly because they have freaking like 20% more ER. That's the actual valuable thing this build has over mine. This is a meaningfully better build than mine. But my point with this is like, what is this? Probably this is a top 1%, right? Yeah, or top 2%. This is a top 2% of Escoffier. Like, it's kind of annoying. And this person deserves to be in the 150 ER category. Let's be real, right? I feel like the Akasha creator should consider putting a like 1% margin threshold for these leaderboards that are in the within 1 ER of the higher tier ER threshold, right? It's a little weird. Anyways, no fork on main. Yeah, I didn't care about the fork. Anyways, wow. Anywho's, let's go to Zenless. We can do Lownies. I don't know how to say your name, sorry. Hugo polls, and then we can do my normals in this gameplay, not polls. Not gonna stream Zenless for like 2 hours like I did yesterday. Maybe we'll do one attempt at the we'll do one attempt, I think, at the tower.
Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap
Nope.
out the background.
Do Ellen Deadly Assault? I don't have Ellen. Oops, I just almost clicked login. Alright, I've actually never logged into someone else's account and sent this before. I'm gonna leave the turtle up, obviously, for this. So there's Gamba coming shortly, but I need to... where's the lockup button? I want to switch accounts. There we go, okay. There we go. Switch accounts. Oh, you'll be on an account with Ellen. Oh, yeah, that's true. I don't know how to play Ellen. I'm gonna play her so terribly. But sure. Sure. Alright, log into another account. Bam. Yes, we will need to do the 2FA loan. Paste that. Paste that. Start. Alright. And it should send the captcha shortly. Or the code, whatever it is. Just waiting on them. Waiting. Zajeff is still streaming. That's crazy. Zajeff never streams this late. I might end my stream before Zajeff. Wow. That bloop was not... Oh, there we go. Okay. I don't know what that bloop was. Next. Okay. Agree to terms and conditions. Login. Bap. Alright. Gamba. Yeah, viewer polls. They asked me to do poll for Hugo's engine. They want Hugo's engine for Ellen. Shunyun C2 buffs the damage output by about 50k. From Kazuha? Or are you talking Chiori Binge?
Interrupt your regular programming
What?
for this breaking news. A companion hollow has suddenly appeared on 14th Street and has already breached level 3 containment.
What region are you? I think I might have started a new... Oops. Hey, we're playing Zenless for the first time ever. Oops. Oopies. I forgot to ask what region you are. You're EU. Okay.
What's that?
14th
Street. I think the news mentioned it earlier.
Alt F4 is the easier solution. Oops. Oopsies. Oh my, I just went on... What? I happened to open up the tab, and like, why are you newbie letting? What are you doing, sir? Can you? This is what happens when they take away his right to Veresa, and then he just goes back to newbie letting full time. Why? What compelled you to go into Abyss with newbie let? What compels as a Jeff to play newbie let full time? Anyways, so sorry, I'm a newbie let hater. It's fine. All right, switch the region to Europe. There we go. No matter how bad Melt Skirk is, I must try it. Yep. So, I mean, by the way, Loun was asking me this. I guess I can wait for this before until I log in. But, oh my god, the ping is so bad. They were asking me this because Trigger, they have, I don't know if you did that to gain favor on me, but, you know, it succeeded. I have fairly good luck on, like, I have terrible luck on, I have lost so many 50-50s on character banner, but this is, I would much prefer luck on character banner, like, with 50-50 wins, rather than engine luck, to be clear. I only lost once on the engine banner, and it was like a 20 pity loss to Lycon's engine when I wished for this, and then I got this at 30 pity anyways, so like it didn't really matter. Right, so I've gotten plenty of other earlies with 20, it's a 25-75 for anyone's not aware. It's like Star Rail, except it actually there's a higher base chance of weapons on this than there is even in Star Rail. I believe Star Rail's base chance for 5 stars on weapon banner, Lycon banner, is the same as Genshin, whereas it's 1% instead of 0.7%. So there's a lot higher chance of earlies to 25-75. So yeah, they want this for Ellen because they don't have Ellen's engine, and realistically, it's probably very similar to Ellen's engine in performance, presumably. And it was their decision. They decided to do it. So they messaging me. Gone to hard pity with 75-25 losses twice with engine banner. Oh no. Okay, so yeah, you have terrible luck with engine banner. That's sad. So my track record is that I should do a 10 pull and get it here, right? Okay, and just to make sure, Loun, you're just final just to make sure you don't want to wait for like Ellen engine itself, because Ellen engine still might be the safer bet. I don't know, again, I don't know if like the rework for Ellen's kit changes anything with this engine. So just want the final go ahead, because arguably it's probably smarter to wait, right? So, you know, can you get these out of the way? Go for it. All right, cool. No pity. Let's go. Oh. Oh, good lord. Okay. Hey, that's good. Bunch of refunds. Wait. A new... Wait, you didn't have Bashful Demon? Alright, that's not bad. Bashful Demon is not necessarily Sokaku's best in slot. But it's not a bad option to have. It depends. So, alright. 20 pity. Soft pity is 60... I think it's 65, not 64, I think. I could be wrong. It's either 64 or 65. I know it's not 63. I know it's not like Genshin, it's not 63. I think it is actually 64 now I think about it. I'd have to go double check. We don't need to click through that. Only one. Alright, 30 pity. Okay. 3 A-rings. Alright. Billy, hello. Wish refunds. 40 pity. Lock in. I am. We're locked in. Don't worry. Okay. We might be pitying. That's fine. I've had to pity on my weapon banners before. I just make sure I win the 25-75. I have not once had to go to pity and not won the 25-75. I would be very sad if the first time that happens is on someone else's account. Yeah, we're going to pity. Okay. It's a better engine than Sukaku for Sig. Than Sig. No, it's Kaboom the Cannon, Lucy's signature. The most broken engine in the game. Alright, I think this is pity. No, this is not pity. This is 260. This is right before pity. Okay. It's fine. We're fine. Because we win the pity. Alright. Do you want me to do single pulls? Do you want me to save? Hey, you got Pulker's engine. Are you trying to min-maxing singles? Okay, cool. So this is 61. I believe soft pity starts at 64. Might be 65. But, you know. 62. Okay. Guarantee does carry over in Zenless. 63. Again, don't think... In Genshin, this is pity, technically. Soft pity. So it would be like a 7% chance. In Zenless, I believe it is not the star soft pity. I believe it is either 64 or 65. I'd have to go double check, but it doesn't really matter that much. This might be soft pity start. Okay, it's fine. Next one, 100% is. I just don't know the exact chance. Okay, surely you don't make us go deep into pity, right? And we get the ring. Alright. A rank, fine. Refund. 66. Guaranteed limited banner engine. Yeah, if you lose the 25-75, you can carry over a guarantee. So, yeah, which is nice. There's no fate point garbage. All right, here we go. Surely not my first pity 75-25, right? I've never had terrible luck. I've never had terrible luck. Today is not the day where I have terrible luck. Told you, guaranteed, easy, bam, no problem. Pity happens. It's not unexpected. Easy, no problem. Told you. Not even close. Anyways, I'm gonna guess trigger engine was one. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Ooh, your trigger engine was expensive, wasn't it? Oof. Okay. Hey, at least it's trigger engine. Trigger engine's good. Anyways, there you go. Do you have the resources to level it? Does it change your build at all? Oh, it probably does change your build because, yup, it does crit rate. Oh boy. Is this a crit rate piece? Okay. Can we do a crit damage piece? We get crit rate? Nope. Alright. Do we need crit rate on that? Is the real question, actually. Do you get self crit rate buffs? You have an attack 4. Oh, okay. Use the batteries? Alright. Oh, they're blooping me. Yeah, oh yeah, I saw your things. Corinth, attack 4. Okay. Okay, yeah, that should be pretty good. Yeah. Attack 4 is probably better, I guess, with this crit damage it's giving too. Yeah. You're gonna see me performing probably way worse with your Ellen than you will perform with Brimstone. It's gonna look very bad. Oh, I don't remember anything about Ellen properly. Okay, we need to go. Can we craft any? Nope. All right. Well, let's go. Yep. Helen Wenjin just got buffed to have 10,000% crit damage. That'd be a troll. Blap. Sure, we can try that. Why not? Is this a team you normally play? I didn't actually look at what characters you normally have. The fact that you're using trigger uses many batteries you can take. All right, you can probably. By the way, the chat is pretty slow in the YouTube chat. You can probably go to the YouTube chat. But anyways, what was I saying?
Good riddance.
Oh, that works. Okay, so you have to do like this, right? Or is there a way to avoid that? Your skill. Okay.
Ether vision activate.
Do this.
Stay calm now.
We're just farming, so it doesn't even matter really. But
No worries, boss.
do you have to do the dash to get stacks? It's really awkward to get. This is what I didn't like about Ellen, and why I didn't. We should.
Adjusting for wind.
I would personally, because I think you on field, you go until you stun, right?
What a pain.
I would order the team differently, but is all. But it's fine. If you're used to it, don't change it. Do whatever you're used to. It doesn't matter. All right. Also, I have an unleveled weapon on Ellen right now. By the way, I forgot I switched the weapon. You can quick assist, cancel, escape that. Okay, interesting. Well, that makes sense then why you would have trigger into Ellen. Okay. Ellen is on field, playing icon on field is worth by a lot. Okay, good to know. Lap. You can level this piecemeal. Okay, good. Just need purples now. All right, that's good. That's easy. We just need 30 purples. All right. Oops, I should. Yeah, they have a lot of resources. How many do we have? We can do 2 more. All right. We might need to do 1 more run after that. Oh, do they have Ching? I kind of want.
A new case to
Oh,
solve?
they have Yanagi. Okay. I don't even have a preset for Yanagi. Okay. What do I do with Yanagi? Sorry, I want to play Yanagi. I don't have her, so. Yanagi. Trigger.
I am the Eye of Obel. Awaiting further
Bernice? I guess. Sure. Yeah. And Bang Boo, whatever. Doesn't matter. Nicole. Oh, yeah, you're right. Nicole might be better.
Need something?
Try Nicole.
My services are expensive.
This Bang Boo does not make sense then. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Were you planning to get Astra, by the way? I noticed you didn't have Astra. I feel like you might want to get Astra. Why did I not do trigger?
Ether vision activate.
Behave in pursuit.
I forgot when you're supposed to do her skill.
This won't hurt.
Wait, you're supposed to hold her skill. I forgot. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm remembering. It's fine. I'm sorry. It's been since her release since I like did any of her story quests and whatever. Anyways, we should also do this. That's gonna back off to her. Then, yeah. Okay. We need to do this.
In pursuit. This won't hurt. Nah. Perimeter under control. Show no mercy. Waste of time.
Yeah, I remember. I'm remembering. Somewhat. Not proper gameplay. My only source of info on ZZZ. No, I'm not like a good primary source. I am not a good primary source at all. Okay, we can do 6, we have 6, 18, that's 6, so we have 12 of these, we need 30 total. We need to do one more run at least. I am not the worst source, I don't think, by any means. Like, if you were asking my brother for Zenless advice, oh, you're very cooked. My brother, it's physically painful to watch him play Miyabi. He doesn't use Miyabi's fully charged basic attack. He constantly, not by accident, he like constantly does Miyabi's non-full basic attack charge. Ignore the can be crafted take. I know it can be. I just I need to farm more. That's the next ascension. I forgot to do Eve to get her buffs going.
Waste of time. Behave. Press the attack.
Oh, I thought that was going to trigger. This do. I don't know when you swapped to Nicole on this team properly, but.
In pursuit.
Oh.
This won't hurt. Not. Time to pin them down. Resistance futile.
Oh man, I don't know. Yanagi is like such a weird gameplay loop. Also, that's a pose. Do Yanagi parry first? I don't remember how to do the Yanagi parry at all. I don't remember where her kid has to parry. 10, it's 11, 22. I think we need to do one more run. Yeah. Just tap EX when enemy hit. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, what? Is that still a thing? I thought that didn't trigger anymore. For some reason, I thought that didn't happen anymore. I could have sworn I've like done much more than that. I don't know, whatever. You need to enable it. Okay. I see. That's why. Now I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, whatever. I guess since it kicked us out. Kicked us out, so may as well.
Time for some tail care.
Let's see exactly what we need. Alright, we need 9 more. Okay. No, 8 more. Sorry. Good.
Touch my tail? No.
Oh yeah, why Hormone Punk? That's a good question. Why Hormone Punk indeed? We're gonna have to do, well, okay. Let's see. We need 8. So this will give 8 at minimum. I think we do have to do a full 100. Okay. That's fine. Lon did say use all the batteries. It's like a 1-to-1 Hugo build. Yeah.
Adjusting for wind. Let's finish the job. It's no good surrendering. In pursuit.
Yeah, there you go. Parry. That is one of the more fun aspects to Yanagi's kit. Using her tap E parry. I don't know. She's a very tempting character to get, like... I don't know. I want to do Nicole. Do. I don't know. She's a fun character. Like, you have to get a feel for her, but once you get a feel for her, like, simple gameplay dynamic of looping between the shock tree. I don't know. She's a very much like not a need for any particular reason on my account, but she has fun gameplay. I dislike her giant ubas though, so
Awaiting further instructions.
she has that going against her. I don't know. It'll depend on what characters are running when she reruns, and how badly I want to save for Hugo M2. Anyways, let's finish this. Enhance. Bap. Wow. There we go. Alright, what's your stats look like? Same grit, because yeah, we lost the crit rate by switching to attack percent. Way higher total attack. Very nice. Let's go. Alright, let's see some terrible gameplay. Deadly Assault Run. I have no standard of expectation at all. I have zero framework for what to expect from Ellen here. So Yarp, probably this.
Ready and waiting.
Touch my tail.
Are you doing trigger, whatever, right? Yep.
Sniper trigger.
Not just trigger.
Standing by.
Trigger Lycon.
I'm at your wish is my
It's Lycon's build, by
I
the way.
shall follow your orders.
Makes sense. Clay to engine, nice. Alright. Not fully leveled, a little sad, but oh well. Also, that is a little sad. This is one of his priority abilities, by the way. Your Lycon could use a little bit of love. I will say. Don't accidentally want to overstun. You can not overstun by stopping using your abilities. You don't have to attack the enemy. You can control the stunning. You don't want to overstun. Like, I understand. Yes, technically it is technically bad to stun too much. It's bad to stun in the wrong times, and I don't know. But anyways, we'll use this team. Why not?
I am the Eye of Obel.
What? Oh, oops! I hadn't selected that one. We should probably quick assist. Sorry. Okay. We should quick assist.
I've got your back.
Oh,
Sniper
God.
trigger.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, we should quick assist from you into you if on fielding LM makes sense. Okay. Wait. Does Loun have Astra?
I shall follow your orders.
Am I blind? No, there's no Astra. Yeah. Right. 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 I know, I'm just scrolling. It's an invalid loop. I don't think they have Astra unless I'm blind. So, yeah. The Shark, sure. And we use double stun because we like double stun. I understand why I saw 5 presets with Caesar now. Yeah. Yeah. Alright,
Recalibrating.
this.
No worries, boss.
Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
Troublesome. Take this. Time to pin them down. Show no mercy.
Oh my god. I don't know if I can complete this.
Ether vision
Oh,
activated.
we have a stun trigger. Okay. Well,
Press the
whatever.
advantage.
I need to EX on him, I think.
Want me to do it? Looks like the job's not done. You troublesome. That'll do. Weak spot. Recalibrating.
This power.
Hard. I'm also gameplay flashbacks. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did a parry. Alright, I should probably save those stacks.
Ether vision activate.
Okay.
Hurry.
Yes, master.
I'm just gonna hope we have a buff up on whatever. Alright, yeah, I wasn't gonna think about whatever, by the way. Fine, okay.
How annoying. Get flushed! This is getting on my nerves. Troublesome. Do you like that? Too troublesome.
This bullet will reach its mark.
Good riddance.
Okay.
Move it.
Target locked.
Clear out.
Oh my god, what is the camera?
More seriously? Aren't you tired?
Adjusting for wind.
Oh, I didn't need to do that.
For you, I'll eliminate any obstacles.
Oh crap.
Okay, boss.
Oh, good job. Why is Ellen so bad at countering this? Ah! Ah, terrible. Okay, I could have gotten 20 gear there with less shite play. That was terrible, obviously. Haven't ever played Ellen before. So, she's just a bit bad matchup for Marinette? Yeah, like, that obviously, yeah. Why is Ellen so bad? That's not why is Ellen so bad. That was why is Ellen so bad against that specific ability. That was not the generalization of Ellen in general. That was that specific ability with her dodge counter, right? Because her dodge counter, normally my expectation is with a built unit with plenty of crit rate, is you dodge, you counter them, and you kill those clones, and it's pretty much guaranteed, right? Anyways, she has 3 dodge counters. You choose which one you use by how you control it. Really? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, yeah, I know frick all about Ellen. Like, I have not touched her since her trial. So, you know, I could probably get a better score in this account playing here. What's a weird thing I could do? Before we log out. Don't click that yet. Okay. How about what's your Chingy build look like?
Let me finish my cup of hot water.
Okay, not M1 Chingy. Okay. I'm gonna guess that was not intentional. Okay, we could steal Corin's piece and do... Can we do DPS Chingy? What does DPS Chingy look like on this account? Without Astra. I don't know what happens. Let's do it for the lulz. See what happens. We can do Astra, Trigger, Nicole. Sure. Let's try it. Also not correct. Boy, you don't have many pieces, do you? Yeah, I'd rather have that than crit. That's fine, I guess. This is M6, right? Oh, it's not M6. Oh, maybe we should do Lucy instead. Okay. Interesting. I understand what you're going for, but interesting. Should I do Lucy instead without an M6? Because I was doing this because of crit. Because her crit rate's kind of low. Which is understandable. But also trigger engine, right? Like, Nicole theoretically better than Lucy, I think, here. But I think we'll do Lucy.
Good day,
All right,
Proxy.
see what the hell
Awaiting
happens.
further instructions.
I have no idea what's going to happen here with an M1 Chingy with her engine.
Case to solve?
I've got your back.
To what do I... Let me patrol mode. Activated.
My brain wasn't functioning.
Sniper trigger. Standing by.
Ready and waiting.
Hey, is she better?
Nothing to fear. Killing hears are here.
You would be funny.
Awaiting orders.
I'm tempted. But then I should put Chingy back on an impact piece. No, I'm gonna try this.
Going.
I could use some crit. Crit rate, not crit damage. Not hormone Chingy bricked. No. How's Jufufu looking for Soldier 11? I think she's not gonna be best in slot. Oh, I forgot. Oh. Yeah, Chingy M1 doesn't start with full stacks. Okay.
Adjusting for wind.
This. Good job. Good job. That was bad.
Tread carefully. It's your call.
I couldn't figure out what my brain couldn't compute what to do. It's fine.
No use resisting.
Probably should have canceled something, but
The enemy's still ticking.
real question is, do I save the alt?
An ingenious move.
Get behind me.
I'm gonna do this.
Recalibrating.
Charge up.
And the winner is me. Great timing.
Yeah, really wanted to ult in that first stun. We're gonna ult now. I don't know. With DPS Chingy, you really want to ult in the stun window, but no, that was not gonna be. It was not as much stunning as I thought it was gonna be. Okay.
Press down. There's nowhere to run. Following orders.
Maybe I should just save the ult, honestly.
Sniper's Creed.
Oh, that was bad.
One shot, one kill.
Well, this was a terrible attempt with many bad decisions. Okay, let me do this.
Easy work. Incoming.
Adjusting for wind.
Okay.
One fell swoop. This is the moment.
The target's exposed.
Justice
Okay,
is
flip.
served.
Yeah, her ult missed because I'm stupid. It's fine. Literally just wasted a trigger ult. It's fine. Also, I'm not used to having to refresh Lucy on this kind of team.
Impeccable.
I died.
It's okay.
Oh my
I'm
god.
still
Well, if I wasn't skill issuing myself, I could definitely get A rank without a problem. I think 20k might be doable. Not necessarily with that team, but with DPS Jiggy. Anyways.
Ready and
The
waiting.
answer is I'm playing terribly regardless. And I'm not used to a different account with a different situation. Yeah, I don't think it was lag issues because Zenless don't have that kind of lag. But anyways, what was your piece on this before? I think Corin had it. This? Was this actually what you're running normally on Chingy? Just because... yeah, alright. Yeah, I think my equipment, or my discs options are a little bit better than yours. But yeah.
Let me finish my
Ken Lowney Line Star? I feel like... You got Bernice, you got Yonagi, you got trigger options. Hey, you got good enough option for doing Ellen Sukaku Lycon, right? Is definitely good enough to 3-star. So then you have this. I don't know if you actually bother using Yonagi against this or not. So what do you use against this if you try to 3-star? I'm not gonna try to, but
Awaiting further
you can't get on Butcher for some reason. Ah. Wonder what you do against Butcher, you know. I don't know. Bernice, Piper, Lucy. That'd be interesting. Yeah, maybe.
Let's to what do I owe? Let's take a break.
Ready and waiting.
Want a glass of nitro fuel?
Nope, I don't remember how Piper works, by the way.
Get going.
I don't want to check their gears. I didn't want to spend too long in Zenless, and I still have to go on my own account.
You should refuel, Bernie.
Can I get energy? Ah. Oh my god. Butcher! Wah! I can't dodge! Have energy up. Do this, I guess.
This party is just getting started. And the winner is me. Buckle up.
No. Taking so much damage. You can dodge with EX release on Piper? Okay. Good to know.
I'm cruising now.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, okay, I have no idea. I have no idea how the EX release dodge works. Well, your 16k lines up-ish with what the damage I was getting. But I was not playing very well at all either, so I don't know. Like, if I didn't die there, definitely could have gotten, I think, around 16k. But seems a bit difficult for sure. I don't know. Anyways.
Awaiting further instructions.
Let's fire it up.
Wonder... interesting. Double fusion compiler, that's... I wonder if it's better to do energy in this situation on Bernice. Do you need this attack? I don't think you do. Oh, I see. You should definitely do the core E at least on this. Core F also could help, but I don't think you need to do two-piece attack. You just level up freaking Kaboom more. This makes sense. I don't have a problem with that, but I think doing two-piece energy on Lucy might be better, but I don't know. It depends on the team. How old is this account? This account is, what is it, level 58? So probably... So like my account was logging in daily since launch. Well, other than, I think I missed like a couple days. But mostly daily since launch, and just recently got to level 60. This account is level 58, just barely 58. So presumably I'm going to guess around the equivalent of 6 months. Yeah, you skipped 1.4 to 1.5. So, okay, I was inaccurate. More like 8 or 9 months. Right.
Awaiting further instructions.
But yeah, realistically, like, the number one thing holding this account back is deciding that they decided to skip Astra.
I am ready and
And not have Astra and Miyabi, right? With how, especially with things like the stupid bringer being a thing. So, you know, there's you,
We really harmonize.
and there's you that this account doesn't have. Yeah, and also, yeah, skipped, yeah, 1.4 to 1.5 also had a lot of free pulls. Skip the patches that gave a lot of summons for free as well. And doesn't have anywhere near like the equipment options. So, yeah, anyways, I think this is definitely an example of how it's a little bit harder to get 3 stars. And by the way, you only need 2 stars in Deadly Assault to get the full rewards for the Prima Gem rewards. 3 stars is literally just for some money, so more equivalent, and then these, which are more random side farming materials from this dude that you can get, which are not irrelevant, but not like the end all be all usually. So yeah. Astra Miyabi that necessary for strong teams? No, it's just that Deadly Assault. I mean, Astra is like the best in slot support for a lot of teams, and if you have Astra, that can help uplift. Like for example, I'm pretty sure I could have gotten if I with DPS Chingy with their trigger, even without M1 Chingy, I'm fairly certain with Astra I could have gotten 20k points here, for example, and then Astra that would free up units somewhere else. But to be clear, I don't think that's the smart gameplay choice. I'm just saying, like, having Astra gives you uplifts some team enough that you can have a lot of flexibility. Is my overall vibe. And Miyabi's kind of the same way, where Miyabi is so strong that you can, you know, play Miyabi, Bernice, Lucy, and easily clear Butcher with 3 stars, right? And if you have Astra on top of that, then you can use Astra and your other team to make Astra, whatever DPS stronger. So, you can use Astra with Corrin. Yeah, there you go, right? Yeah, the kind of the wheelchair team format of ZZZ, and the fact that they have an endgame mode that to get the full 9 stars requires 3 teams. Like, it's a lot of characters. And the Bringer boss in particular is designed in a way that's a little annoying and wants you to use Miyabi. It's not the worst boss in the game or anything. It's all the bosses have kind of specific mechanics that you can work around. So which you can read about in game to some extent here. Most of this is just lore information, I think, but yeah, anywho's. Oh, this actually doesn't say anything about the ether bonus. Or not the ether, the anomaly. Oh, no, it does. Okay, sorry. Damage out to boss enemies by attribute anomalies increased by 50%. Yeah, okay. So this is just specific, yeah, to this right now. I don't hate any boss but Bringer. Yeah. Like Hugo doesn't function against Bringer, right? Which I think is not good design on the boss's part. I don't think it's really a problem that much with... Well, to be... Actually, okay. I think... Hey, Soldier 11's over here. I think I could get my Hugo to function against Bringer. Not with the Lycon team, though, but with my Chingy team. because I think Qingyi can probably get through the eye. I'll probably try again when Bringer comes back. But anyways, Hugo himself can't deal with the stupid preventing the hand phase, which is a problem. So yeah. Anywho's, Astra is just important for team options. Like, she's the equivalent of like Bennett for this game, quite frankly, right now. Rupture units coming out will help with that. It's just a matter of, like, this account doesn't have a diverse enough set of balance of supportive options and DPS options to be able to like comfortably clear, right? And that's fine. You don't have to. It's like you can. It's not that hard to get the baseline rewards, right? So yeah. Anyways, and Chiyu is like potentially a slightly different experience. Anyways, thanks for letting me log on, Loni. It was fun. Glad I could get you the engine. Glad my weapon banner luck still exists. Not the luck I want, but it's the luck I have. Let's log right on out. How do you log out without? I always Alt F for Zenless. I have never logged out without. But I actually don't know. I actually don't know how to log out of this game. Oh, there we go. Okay. There. I normally just Alt F for the game. Alright, switch accounts, clear login information. I'm doing all here Wenjin pulls from now on. Well, if I am in the mood to. I'm not gonna crap, frick. I didn't switch it off of you. I have to relaunch the game now. Unless I can do this. That didn't work. Oh, it did work. Never mind. Sick. Alright. Bam. My account. Anyways. If I we'll do I can do viewer polls for Zenless in the future. I'm down to do some Zenless Gamba for viewers in the future. Remind me. Pull your Orpheus, yeah. So I just need to coordinate it, so I don't know. Bother me on Discord in the future. Pull my Orpheus too. Is everyone pulling Orpheus? I'm pulling Orpheus, of course. You know. I by the way, the Discord has anyone like read through like the Reddit thread on like the reveal for Orpheus and the discourse on like how different people feel about the fact that she turned into like what they showed at least was her looking like a cutie patootie girl, anime girl, rather than you know, looking like a serious upset stoic dommy mommy. Like, it seemed so much like people were just upset. Like, it was not what I expected either, but it wasn't like I was it wasn't like, I'm not gonna pull her anymore. It's like it was just like, oh, I guess that's what she looks like in game. I guess that kind of makes sense. I'm fine with that. We'll see what her characterization is like, whatever, right? Like, I wasn't inherently against it, but then it's people are just like, oh my god, it's so terrible. Wasn't she Cutesie's type in story? Yeah, from what I'm aware, she has like random little lower notes, but yeah, she does have some like cutesy behavior or aloof behavior or whatever. I just teleported to where I am, Bozo. Good job, brain. Whatever. Anyways, it's just really funny. Like, just like people are of two minds. Either people are like, hey, look, she's cute, I'm fine with that, or betrayal, but they're gonna surely they're gonna do what they did for Miyabi and they're gonna change her design. Like, no, it's fine. And presumably it fits her character. I think it was probably an intentional choice. It just whatever story thing happened, that's why she was looking serious in that thing. So I don't know. Mihoyo probably learned a lesson in like, okay, if we're gonna have our character not be a serious dommy mommy, don't make them look like a serious dommy mommy in the initial reveal, because it will make people upset. It was so funny. Anyways, I don't really care at the end of the day. I think I am biased towards liking her because she's a dragon girl with a tail, and as long as her characterization is enjoyable, and she's Opal Squad, so I'm already biased towards her in about 100 different ways. Also, her hoodie. I like her hoodie, right? Like, yeah, it's Orpheus and Magma technically. It wouldn't surprise me if her like character name in game is also literally Orpheus and Magma. I really like the hoodie. The hoodie looks really nice in game. Like, I really like this character's design. I don't know. So, anyway, it was just really funny. Anyways, by the way, the curses of having, I'm so freaking tempted to like do more 10 pulls on Hugo for the chance of it early, but I have to not. I already did 20 pulls. I really need to save the pulls. I need to stop making terrible mistakes. M2 Hugo is a, we'll see how things go in the future situation. Do not need, because like, even if I LOL get a lucky random M1 Hugo, that's bad. I'm not going to get M2 without spending money. It's like, no, need to resist, but my god. It's real tempting because Hugo is real fun to me, and being able, and like, it's just like a nitpick in the back of my brain being like, he has extra energy here. If he didn't end the stun state when he did his totalize, I could do an extra special and get more total. Anyways, imagine 2 Hugos in a 10 pull. Yeah, I mean, that's why I did the 2 pulls. the 20 pulls I did, but no, I need to save for Tiger. Tiger is more important, and we'll go from there. Tiger, Orpheus, Seed are characters I'm interested in. The Umbrella Lady seems kind of interesting. I like her design, but I don't know. It depends on her kit at the end of the day. Anyways, by the way, I'd be very fine with Orpheus being a rupture unit. I think that could be interesting. Did I already talk to the? Yeah, I did. Okay, did that. Did whatever. Okay, cool. It's not letting my freaking resin get capped, but whatever. Farming for discs right now, just because I want to get to fodder for the stun discs when they come out. Should I farm more of this? I don't know. Heard a little bit of this yesterday, but I don't really think that made sense. I don't know. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. Here, let's just do this set. Why? Because this set is very easy to trash pieces in. Either it's a good woodpecker piece, or it's a piece I can trash. Very easily. Because I have good enough woodpecker pieces, it's very easy to determine whether or not it's worthwhile. The Umbrella Lady's anomaly? Yeah, it might be. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, I don't know. Do we need a second anomaly Umbrella Lady immediately? But didn't need to do that. Make Orphe support? That's fair. I mean, I'd be fine with that. She doesn't look very support to me. I don't know. I just gotta assume you do something with her dragon tail thing. Gun tail thing. I didn't kill her. Oops. I'm at pity for Wenjum every time I think of it. I remember Orpheus is maybe in 2.1. Yeah. If Orpheus is in 2.1, that'll be the deciding factor between... Like, I was almost guaranteed going to go for Jafufu engine when... No. Oh, wait. It's a slot 4 piece. Never mind. When it was a more generalist piece. Like, I thought it was going to be DPS Chingy, on my account at least. DPS Chingy's best Wenjin. And then they added the fire damage condition to it. So... It's basically just a Jafufu piece now. And like, I might like Jafufu enough to want her engine, I guess, but... I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of pulls in the next patch, is the current expectation. So, if I win my 50-50 for Jafufu, theoretically, I should be fine. Also, I never charge a trigger. Okay, who needs a trigger?
Ether vision activate.
I'll write the ending to your nightmare.
Didn't even kill.
Scram before I get out.
If I get her Wenjin, it's a Kaleda Wenjin for me. Yeah. Yeah, that's something I have to think about too. Yeah, how is Kaleda's? What the frick is this artifact? Is there a reality where I need 2-piece death on an anomaly unit? I mean, maybe. I want them to release I don't know. Well, I'm gonna. In what reality do I need this? I don't know. You know what? Frick it. I'm gonna level it to like 3. If it rolls crit, we gambler. Anywho's def set in this economy. I mean, not farming the def set. It's just a 4-line double crit piece is the consideration there, but I am farming this set. Why? Because woodpecker good, and then the other pieces are easy to throw away. And normally they are. That one is just weird.
Truth is a beloved fairy tale.
Nope. Okay. Doesn't attack me.
The ending to your nightmare.
Panda a def scaler? No, I believe you need to build attack on him for his sheer damage conversion. Yeah, I hope they add more units that like scale on. That's a 4-line, so we're trying. I hope they add more units that scale on whatever. But. Okay, remind me to slot 3. I really wish there was an interface to level things to level 3 in this. So I need to check the cope piece, the slot 3, and slot 6. Okay. I am a believer in putting energy regen on DPSs on occasion, by the way. So that's why that piece is a consideration to me. I do not need the full charge trigger in this. Oh, there's some.
Truth is a beloved fairy tale.
Under following orders. Face the consequences.
Yep.
I'll write the ending to your nightmare.
Sheer damage buff do anything on non-rusher units? Nope, it does literally nothing. Panda is useless for anyone other than rupture units. Which I know a lot of people are like, yay, the panda's not garbage. I'm sad because I wanted the panda to be more compelling in other forms. And I'm just assuming there's going to be an S-rank rupture support that is going to immediately replace him. But he will probably forever be a budget option for rupture units, which is good. I don't know. Anyways, we'll see how cope it is to DPS him. I haven't looked at his like personal damage numbers at all. It probably won't be good, but you know. I wish, you know what they should have done? They did they did Ben Kaleda special abilities. No, I did that. Didn't really hurt, I guess. They did Ben Kaleda special synergy together, right? They should have done Jafufu Panda synergy. They should have done another Fire Stunner bear character synergy. That would have been funny. And then you can do some weird like DPS Jafufu. Well, do Jafufu you normally build for damage, but Jafufu. Wonderful. Jafufu Panda Astra. On-field Panda. I don't know. Will that work? It probably will work okay, because Astra OP. When in doubt, we will be able to do Panda Astra Nicole, and Panda Astra Nicole will probably work. But anyways,
This is the path I follow.
I am slightly disappointed that Kung Fu Panda does not seem to be very real as anything other than a rupture support. Anyways, that was a slot 3 piece. That was a 4-line. Yeah, that piece. Okay. There's also that piece. Okay, we'll check both. All right, BAP. Nope. All right, bye. BAP. All right, bye. Wait, double check quick. No, this piece is way too good to care about. This piece with a bad roll in the first line. Okay, where's that stupid death piece? This is an all crit or bust piece if I've ever seen one. And even then, it probably is never relevant. All right, bye. Thank you for not making me care at all. It was a slot 6 piece, wasn't it? It was an energy piece. Did not get really any relevant pieces. I'm just checking these so I can throw them away. And they can turn into fodder for future pieces. Oh, by the way, that's a heck. Should I make someone try? I'm not planning to pull for Yixuan. Maybe future rupture units, hopefully, will be HP scaling. I don't think I care about this. I apparently have another double crit energy regen piece already. You know what? Here, you know what we'll do? Here. No, okay. Bye. There we go. Here, let's make someone really sad. Watch this be like a God's earpiece for what's her bucket. I think it's okay. It's okay. I'm not gonna throw it away, obviously. It's very good. It's very good, but you know, it could have been better. The HP thing is a Yixuan thing. I'm aware. I'm just saying, they made the rupture engine HP main stat too. Like I hope one of the gimmicks of rupture units for other rupture units is that other rupture units are also more than just like scaling on attack, right? And sheer damage. I hope there are more HP scaling damage dealers that they add. I hope Orpheus is HP scaling damage for some reason, right? We need more reasons to use the not attack percent main stat pieces. That's all. Attack defense battle pass, and nobody scales with that until Panda. Yep. Where's the other piece? For the lulz. Check it. This is like the inverse of the other one. It's literally the inverse. What the frick? I hate that. Okay, so like my intention with leveling both of these was to throw away one of them. But unfortunately, the way they leveled was like, depending on the other pieces on the build for a hypothetical HP scaler, I might want to use this, and I might want to use this. This one is theoretically better for someone like Yixuan because of the attack percent. But what's more important is like what do I actually need for the overall crit balance relative to the other pieces? So I guess I don't get my resources back from that. Oh well, it's fine. Not like I needed to. Why do I have so many impact double crit pieces? What the frick? Also, why is Chingy not on one of them right now? Oh, because I put her on. Yeah, okay. I forgot I put her on this set. That makes sense, I suppose. I don't feel like changing her right now. Okay.
A new case to solve?
Anyways. We're gonna change Chingy's build in the future, too. I should find a way to complain about usable pieces, but they're not usable. I have literally no character they're relevant on right now, so I should not have leveled those, is the point. But oh well. How many pieces do I have? I would like to get to at least 300. So 300 would be 100 randoms. I should be able to get 300 by the patch, yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah, getting 100 random pieces from the new stun set should be enough to get, at minimum, usable build going for, like, lighter, for example. Or, like, on... although I think I'm more likely to use it on lighter. But I also want to build for Chingy, for sure. I might consider using the new pieces on Trigger.
I've got your back.
But... Trigger's kind of a weird situation in... that using it on Trigger... Theoretically, it's like 2 pieces of impact, and 4 pieces of the new set could be her best build, but not, I don't think, for the Hugo team. I think Chingy's better on it, because it's normally better for me to switch to Chingy, use an EX on Chingy, therefore get the crit damage buff. So for non-DPS Chingy, well, to be clear, actually, sorry, if I'm doing DPS Chingy with Astra, then maybe it is better, because I put Chingy on 4-piece Woodpecker, maybe put Trigger on. So, anyways, this game needs loadouts. Game needs loadouts. That's why. Trigger makes no energy. She gets her skill back enough. I wouldn't be that worried about it, to be honest. In most content forms. Anyways, I don't want to get lost doing too much in Zenless on my account today. I need to stop streaming. It's already been 5 hours. Yacht. I want to do one attempt here, at least. By one attempt, I mean like one not completely garbage attempt. Yeah, I don't think Trigger is going to... I don't think Trigger is going to be someone I default to... Click Hugo. I don't think Trigger is going to be someone I default to putting her on the new set, but it'll be a nice option to have, right? I got a yellow cat. Wow. I like that they added a bunch of baseline new bongo cats. And also look at all these rare bongo cats I don't have. Wow. There's also a chicken. Alright. Anyways, try it. 100 attempts later. Yeah.
Welcome, dear player.
Adjusting for wind.
You're so fortunate to be here listening to my welcome message.
No. Yep. As soon as I did that assisted to Hugo, I realized that was not the attempt. No. One real attempt, okay?
Welcome, dear player.
Recalibrating.
You're so fortunate to be here listening to my welcome message.
I dodged a little bit.
That must mean you're the best player, right?
I'm not feeling it today right now. I'm not feeling it immediately.
Welcome, dear player.
Goal is to do this hit list, for anyone's not aware.
You're so fortunate to be here listening to my welcome message.
An ingenious move.
That must mean you're the best player, right?
Yep.
You're in my sight. Fight with your phantom body to your heart's content. Only then.
Ether vision activate.
Easter egg stage.
No! I thought I was going to get energy and be able to do ES special to avoid damage. Ah!
Welcome, dear player.
Recalibrating.
You're so fortunate to be here listening to my welcome message.
Incoming.
That must mean you're the best player.
I backed into that. No, you shouldn't be taking notes about this. This is just dodging all the attacks gameplay. This is not actually a Hugo gameplay moment.
Ether vision activate.
Hugo gameplay is not where you come to this for. I mean, to be clear, you can use... Well, sorry, shut up.
Incoming.
You can use Hugo and Tower, just not... This is not the easiest team to get a Demon Lord medal on this. I'm doing this for my own satisfaction. They're trying to do it with a harder team. Because I did it with an easier team, with way more immunity frames. In this one. Double dash by accident.
Incoming. Yep. Yep. An ingenious.
That must mean you're the best player, right?
You're in my sight.
Fight with your phantom body to your heart's content.
No! I didn't realize it was attacking me. Ah! No, come on. I haven't felt it yet. Felt it for like I want to get one that feels good.
Ether vision activate.
Am I looking for specifics? Nope.
welcome message.
But it's not that. Oh my god. I think I'm playing worse than I was yesterday. Yes, YouTube became Twitch with all those crowns. Yeah. I don't understand what their goal is with the
Ether vision activate.
community leaderboard thing. It's a little weird.
You're
It's
so
like,
fortunate to be here listening to my welcome message.
what? Did I panic dodge because I'm stupid and I didn't have a dodge available? Like, yeah, or they just want Twitch chat to look like the stupid crowns with Twitch Prime Twitch chat. Like, what's your goal here, YouTube? What you should be doing is like adding better like interactivity features, like Twitch has in their dashboard. If you want your chat to be better.
That must mean you're the best player, right?
Just move.
Fight with your phantom body to your heart's content. Only then.
Ah, I saw it coming. I just failed.
Easter egg day.
Yeah, it basically just shows who messages the most, as far as I'm aware. Which is like, I don't know, not a useless feature to be clear. I just don't think it needs to be like a little crown. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know why I have the crown didn't write very often. I mean, I imagine it might bias towards members, maybe. I have no idea. I don't know. But it's like, you know what I want on like YouTube chat? They need to like do better with like you need to. They should really have like
Incoming.
really have like custom emojis like Twitch does, right? That's one thing that like gives a lot of character to like individual Twitch streamers' streams that YouTube doesn't have, right?
Welcome, dear player.
Ether vision activate.
You're so fortunate to be here listening to my welcome message.
Tread carefully.
That must mean you're the best player, right?
Stay over
Impeccable.
there because the timing of the two things.
Fight with your phantom body to your heart's content. Only then will you be with mine. Easter egg day.
Increase firepower.
Oh, why did I do that? Why did I switch? Ah, didn't we do that? Yes.
Sorry, officer. Please don't arrest me for cheating.
My brain couldn't compute. Whatever, it's fine. I guess it's not fine, but you know,
I'm not a registered citizen.
it's not fine because now I didn't kill him in one hit. In fact, I didn't even do half damage. Wow, that was real bad. My brain just panicked.
Adjusting for wind. Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
Great timing. An ingenious move.
Hey.
Truth is a beloved fairy tale. Let order and madness dance.
The other one's very close to getting stunned.
The end is I'll write the ending to your nightmare. Freeze all evil.
Hey. Hey, I did it. I got hit list to the space. Shut up.
Hold again.
Okay.
Caught you red-handed.
No losers.
Truth is a beloved fairy tale. I'll write the ending to your nightmare.
This bullet will reach its mark.
Easy work.
Target locked.
Truth is a beloved fairy tale.
Yep.
I'll write the ending to your nightmare. Prepare to kneel before me. Yep.
Huh? Here comes the first. Yeah.
Truth is a beloved fairy tale.
Oh, God, that scared the piss out of me.
I'll write the ending to your nightmare.
I'll pierce right. Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
Truth is a beloved fairy tale.
That was dumb.
I'll write
But I did it.
the ending to your nightmare.
Oh, I can't believe I did it. I told you. You just need the flow state. God, I needed to get a feel for it. God, this is why I wanted to do it. Freaking God, it's satisfying. That's so satisfying. I didn't even record it. I should have recorded it. I might have to go back and record, or just yoink the clip from YouTube. But I won't have the original full quality. Jesus, that's so much harder to do that than with the the other team, the Miyabi, Astra, Nicole. 'Cause Miyabi, Astra, Nicole has so many iframes. Oh God, I love when games like give you like the. That's why I was seeking to do that. Right? Is playing a team you like for whatever reason. I've gotten the feel for it as far as like how to dodge, generally speaking, and playing a team you like, try to do a hard challenge just for the personal feeling of it, right? But anyways, there we go. I'd already gotten the Demon Lord medal before with a different team, but hey, there we go. I got it with that team. Now I can be done with that challenge, and now I can just try to focus on clearing floor 100. And I'm not gonna lose my sanity trying to get Demon Lord medal against every single floor or anything. I'm not that insane. I'm just gonna try to clear. I'll probably try to get as many as I can, but with a balance. So, anyways. Yeah, floor 95, if that's the Jane boss. Probably not floor 95. Or level 70 for what it's worth right here. Floor 60. Anywho's. Do 60, that's Jane. Can I do it right now, or is there one in progress? I think I was at floor 55. Yeah. Because I was trying to get the Demon Lord medal on floor 55. It's weak to electric. Do I have... Wait, was this with... It was with them. Okay, you know what? Forget. Let's try it. I don't know. We're in the zone right now. Let's try it. Dodge counter damage taken doesn't matter because we don't take damage. One assist point is pretty good. Dodge chant, one extra dodge, but do less days with assist follow-ups. Okay. Using the ultimate, gain 20 energy. It's pretty good, but not necessarily that important. I think this might be the best. Pretend I watched such impeccable Hugo play. I understand why I didn't start playing Zenless sooner. Yeah, I actually played Hugo himself pretty decently. Ah, yeah, I remember this one. Ah, this thing has such annoying hits to avoid. Ah, yeah, I remember it.
Great timing.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate that attack so much. Oh my god. I tried for so long in this one. I hate it. I couldn't get this one with the Miyabi team. The iframes the team.
Face the consequences.
This team might be able to do easier than the Miyabi team though, just because of stunning the thing. God dang it. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to skip this one. Yes, the missiles are very annoying. It has 2 phases, by the way. The first phase is even hard. But
Great timing. Face the consequences.
Too slow. I'll keep you safe. Time to pin them down.
Oh, I didn't even notice missiles. Yep, frickin' whatever.
The truth is a beloved fairy tale. I'll write the ending to your nightmare. Prostrate yourself before the abyss.
I think I'm going to skip this one for my own sanity. I bet if we had DPS Chingy, it already be dead. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? No. You know what? No. I still have to conserve some HP for the future chambers. For ones that I don't want to. So anyways, I should have chosen Avocado Boo, honestly. For Avocado Boo just for the chambers that I need the HP. But anyways, I'll work on tower later. I did the thing I wanted to do that was difficult, and I'm satisfied. And I did it on stream too, which is cool. So, anyways. It was very satisfying. Very satisfying. I thought I was gonna I was so worried, I didn't want to say anything. I was so worried I was gonna throw when there was only one left. Alright. Anyways, we're good. And we're gonna do a celebratory nothing. I was gonna say celebratory craft a piece, but I don't really have a artifact I need to craft. So here, we'll sacrifice 3 pieces for why did I have Inferno Metal selected? You know what? Maybe more Hormone Punk for potentially, because like Hugo's always going to have my Hormone Punk pieces, but maybe I want to do Hormone Punk. Well, no, never mind. We just do Woodpecker. We get a goated Woodpecker piece. Double crit attack percent. Yep, exactly. Anyways. Incoming M2 Hugo. Did Hugo... I don't know if it was Hugo that did the work there, to be honest. I mean, he helped. Like, he definitely helps kill the enemy. We're, like, doing his sequencing. Does Hugo deserve a celebratory temple? Have you thought of getting Ellen? I'm not against the idea with the rework, but I don't know. I have so many ice DPSs now already. Like, I got Hugo. I got Miyabi. I can do a DPS, Okaku. I can definitely just do a number of ice DPS. I don't know. Ice DPSs right now are not my priority, I think. So, I don't know. I would like an Ether DPS. If she wasn't blinding the screen. Anyways. I don't know. Ellen is interesting. Particularly with her rework. Because you don't have to do her dash thing anymore, right? It's not just dash and parry. You can get her points through something else. So she seems like she'd be much more annoying to play. Much less annoying to play. Like I really didn't like the dash mechanic to get her stacks. You do still need it? Okay, well then I'm sorry. I'm not going to. I'm sorry. If I have to occasionally do that, I don't want to. I find that action very awkward. Whenever I tried it before. There's a parry that instantly stacks it. Okay. Interesting. Because that just means it'll be situational on the enemies now. Like some enemies it'll be much better. I don't know. Anyways. As far as units I don't have that I'm interested in. Vivian for Jane in the future. Yanagi, because Yanagi's teams are kind of interesting. Evelyn's probably a no. I don't think I hate her, but I don't really... I don't know. Ellen is more interesting to me than Evelyn, but... Probably won't get either of these 3 or Zhu Yuan. I don't know. As far as Ether DPS, I'd rather get Zhu Yuan than Yixuan right now. But not that interesting to me. I don't know. Kaleda is still tempting to choose, by the way, for the selector, just since I don't have Kaleda yet. But only in the context of doing something fun like DPS Kaleda. But I think I'm fine to wait until I just get her as an off rate up. So, anyways. My intention right now is mostly just, yeah, whatever new units that interest me. Orpheus, Jufufu, obviously. And then, maybe. Maybe. Imagine how much easier that would have been if I had Hugo M2. And I could just ultimate 2 skills, murder those. Uh-oh, I'm convincing myself. No. Bad. Does he deserve it? Does he deserve one last chance at M2? If I get...
fabulous day.
If I get an M1 Hugo here, what, in the worst case, the current like minimum expectation for pulls if you're buying Battle Pass and having a Welkin thing going is like almost 200 pulls for next patch. Like, I should be fine. If I plan to get Jafufu engine, this would be a mistake, even if I get like a win. Would it be satisfying easily if you killed him so easily? That's fair. I mean, honestly, against that boss, you're correct. Against that boss, you're correct. It wouldn't have been as satisfying if Hugo M2 trivialized things. But, you know. I don't know. You know what? Fine. I think they're risking 30 wishes for this is a victory. It's a victory celebration bowl. The problem is if I get M1. No, good. Okay, good. Fine. Probably. Oh, okay. Wish refunds. Whee, look at that. Another Pulchra engine. Nice. Okay. I might level up Pulchra when I get her M6.
Eradicate all evil.
AKA in a long time. To be clear, she just has to show up on a banner I wish on, then I'll probably get her M6. But hey, second Pulchra engine is not bad. Anyways,
My loyalty lies with the winner.
no, I think 30 pulls is as far as I can commit to. M2 Hugo is a decision that should wait until I both get better at playing him at a baseline to see how much I feel like I need it, and also just to see what other characters are releasing, because as always, probably new characters over old characters. By the way, I haven't fed the cat in a while. Sorry, I neglected the cat. I should go get all the freaking achievements for the games, by the way. Like, Linzero released a video for Hugo. Oh, well, I know what I'm watching after the stream. Oh, Jeff stopped streaming. Wow. So Jeff did not continue. Anyways, he rated Eeks, and Eeks was doing theater. Why is Eeks doing theater? Raku R2. Why are you going for a Raku R2? Anyways, was it looking up? Oh, Linzero. Linzero. Who was Eeks? A Genshin creator. Will he lose to 2.0 agents? Hugo Guide to Tech, Teams, and Mechanics. Let's go. 47 minute. Alright. Kit and totalize. Dynamic calculations. Chain. Menu. Stun recalc is kind of fixed. Okay. Interesting. Stun extensions. Chain overflow. Shots. Charge shots. Follow-ups. Lighter. Trigger. Chingy. Chingy. Maybe he'll be able to tell me something here. There's a big section of Trigger. Oh, Trigger is simple to use. Meanwhile, Trigger has one of the biggest sections. Trigger has a bigger section for nuance of Trigger with Hugo than Lighter does. Anyways, encounters, non-stunner options, drive discs, engines, stats, mindscapes. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah. Even Linzero to make a 47-minute video of. I mean, Hugo is so deceptively like complicated to play. I feel like, because like you get really punished for making. It's not like subtle mistakes, but like it's obvious mistakes. But they're mistakes that are easy to make on accident, I would say, right? So I don't know. Skip to the stun extension. Okay. You want me to watch it like right now? I don't really want to react to a 47-minute video. I want to take a break, but I can go.
Which scales of totalize, and character specific too. Like stun recalcs are not the only way of extending stuns though. There's enemy specific mechanics that can help, like Compares, which scales of totalize, and character specific too, like of Lattice Collapse. Unlike Compares, it's a pause to the stun bar, not an increase to the stun duration.
Yeah.
But take it to the lab, and Hugo's totalize does scale with it, making Lighter incredibly important to get the most out of Hugo. Lycan also helps, as freeze is another way of pausing the stun bar, and that too scales with totalize. It can be a bit finicky though, as when freeze happens is important.
You're at the end of the section? What do you mean I'm at the end of the section?
He labeled it as stun extensions. You mean here?
$59 million. If you're familiar with the intricacies of the stun state though, you might be thinking, aren't you going too fast? Well, what about stun recalcs? If you're not familiar with stun recalcs, I've got a video that covers it. But in summary, you know how when you stun an enemy their bar pauses and flashes numbers for a bit, only to decrease after a short while? And the same thing happens when you trigger a chain attack. That's the stun recalc. These pauses are good for us as they extend the total stun duration. The problem is that the first pause would always take priority over another.
Yeah.
If you stun the enemy, their bar would pause. When you trigger a chain attack, it pauses again.
Yep.
But if you triggered a chain attack while the first pause hadn't ended, the game would skip the second pause entirely.
Yeah.
It could only ever process one pause. So
Yeah, no, I fully realize that. That's a big part of like the mistakes I was making, and particularly with the, you notice it a lot with making some mistakes in the trigger Chingy team that I have. Again, I don't think I recommend the trigger Chingy team unless you have like the investment I do with like the additional value from the def reduction going on.
If you tried overlapping them, you'd lose a second. So paradoxically, being fast meant you had less time to work with in stun.
Yeah.
You'd think the same applies for Hugo. A ladder that lands his quick assist and triggers chain before the bar has time to decay should do less damage than one that waits just a few frames after the bar begins to decay, as the latter won't be missing out on a second's worth of stun pause from the recalc. But as it turns out, instead of seeing 8 points of decay on the stun bar indifference, both of Hugo's freezes land with the exact same amount of decay. In fact, it's the one that didn't respect the stun recalc and just stun faster that got the bigger damage number. This makes no sense. We already have clear proof that the second pause shouldn't happen if the first is still ongoing. Except it does make sense, because as it turns out, the recalc from triggering stun and the recalc from triggering chains are different.
Oh,
This issue only applies when a chain recalc overlaps with one from the start of the stun, and not when a chain recalc overlaps with another chain recalc.
Weird.
If we trigger
Alright.
a recalc with Sambi's chain and immediately trigger another, this should mean we lose out on the second pause. Count the time after Astra initiates her chain, and we just about get a second. Now if we do the same thing, but instead wait for the stun bar to decay, we should expect the pause after Astra initiates her chain to be longer than the previous one. Except that the wait is exactly the same. 1 second. And sure enough, both still hit when...
Yep, Hugo just wants speed. Alright, I will watch this full video. But not on live. Here, I'll link it in the chat for anyone that cares. Lin Zero is a great channel. Although I will this is not like that big of a poo-poo. This is my fault, not really his. But he did like he did showcase stuff with Trigger that made me go for Trigger M1, which did not make sense. That was stupid. So, you know, if I had not watched this Trigger video, I would not have gone for Trigger M1. Like, it wasn't even a modicum of a temptation. Anyways, yes, I think Lin Zero's Hugo gameplay will be slightly better than mine. Anyways, I'm enjoying Hugo a lot. He's probably my favorite character they released thus far. As far as overall gameplay goes, it's like he's really simple at a baseline, but then there's so many minor little bits of how you play individual characters with him. And yeah, trying to go as fast as possible is really enjoyable, and I really like that he has, you know, you can do double stun teams as an archetype rather than, you know, stun attack as an archetype. I think that's awesome. So, anyways, what's Trigger M1 do? So the unimportant part is the. By the way, part of the reason I rationalized going for it was like, okay, I can try to get M1 now and get use out of it now. This doesn't like make sense to go for, but like, tempted. Anyways, probably won't realistically, because Hugo priority. Anyways, the debuff part isn't actually that important. The bigger deal is actually basic attack harmonizing shot cooldown reduced to 2 seconds. Also, this secondary part lets her in deadly assault. It lets her off-field days last longer,
without having to switch back to her. So that actually gives me a lot more flexibility for doing things like switching to trigger, only like charge her bar halfway, and have like near the equivalent of like no, not equivalent, because she uses it faster, but so I don't know. Point is, I can definitely tell she lasts longer off field with this, but it depends on how much I'm attacking and triggering her harmonizing shot. Yeah, the 20% base multiplier increase for how I have been playing her in particular, because I've been playing her almost entirely with Qingyi, and Qingyi already increases stun multiplier. Like the value of this extra 20% is really low actually, for the teams I've been playing. But the harmonizing shot, basic attack harmonizing shot being reduced to 2 seconds means she gets additional stun value. She stuns more days, right? That's the actual real value of this, and that's what Lin Zero pointed out, and how like it could help you reach breakpoints of stunning enemies more. And if you can get an extra stun, if it helps you reach that breakpoint of getting extra stun, it can actually be more valuable than you might expect with the baseline damage increase and the extra days. So, yeah. Anywho's, yeah. Right now, the only Mindscape I'm really tempted by is M2 Hugo, but I also gotta learn my lesson and stop going for certain Mindscapes. Just because I have extra pulls means no. Stop doing it. Stop. Bad brain. Bad brain. Anyways, should probably do some pre-farming for Kaleda. Well, no, I'm assuming I don't. Wait, do we get the engine character selector right away? I don't know. But yeah, I wish Ben did a buff. Like I wish Ben did like, I don't know, a 600 attack buff, so that Ben Kaleda combo, doing like DPS Kaleda with Ben with Astra could be, I feel like, kind of fun if Ben was stronger. But I don't know, maybe I can do like DPS Ben, DPS Kaleda for their fun synergy and Astra, and maybe it's good enough. I don't know. How does their quick assist work? I should check that. Here, let's go into training with.
For some hard labor.
Here I said I was going to end the stream. This is a determination of like, if this is fun enough for like a gameplay loop, not a damage level. Wait, I don't have Kaleda. Oh, frick. Never mind. I can't do this. I can't test this. Never mind. Yeah, his parry is very fun. Is there any trial I can see with Kaleda that has? Well, it has Ben, but I want to test with Astra. Can I replace? No, I can't. Ugh, darn it. I wanted to see how the loop worked with quick assist, with how like swapping a lot between Astra and Kaleda. That's what I specifically wanted. It's not what I'm gonna get though. Maybe do the whole tutorial. Yeah, second or fourth base attacks. Yeah, press second or fourth. Press EX or special to do a special. Okay. Yeah, which is like that dynamic at a baseline is already fun. So that's the temptation, but I'm sacrificing M to Soldier 11 if I do that, right? You technically only need to press EX and never basic. I mean, that's fair. This question, I don't know exactly what the team dynamic would be with Astra. Her engine only gives energy when off field, right? Like, that's just too fun to not. I don't know. It's still surprising they haven't done more with that. But
President, let me. I'll take it. Try this.
I didn't do that. Whatever.
Anton, switch it!
Can I trigger a quick assist with Ben? I don't think you can. I want to trigger a quick assist, but...
Give your pile driver a break.
Try this. End of the line.
Get lost.
Careful, President.
M2 with engine is 3.5 times more energy than base? Really? Good lord. I missed. I don't know. I don't know. It's an interesting dynamic, but... That's great.
Stand behind the yellow line.
Kaleda Ben is an actual team for Yishwe.
Take some time off. Try this. My killer is unstoppable.
Is all of Ben's damage death scaling?
Come on. Time to work. Get out of my way.
Come on. Attack me. Attack me. There we go.
I'm here.
Let's go.
Did you have a Yap with the Jeff earlier? Yeah, we did.
Side is just like a battlefield. Let's show 'em
It was a little bit more tangential than I expected. But
Bring it on.
we trigger assist by getting hit. Okay, your quick assist kind of boring.
Careful, over there.
Any point to shields or just a better health bar? Bigger health bar? Yeah, it's just a bigger health bar, except for Caesar. Caesar's shield does provide interruption resistance. Hers is special because, I don't know, she's S rank, I guess. It also doesn't show on the health bar because of that. It shows to your little side of your character. But, yeah. Yeah, Ben's shield does get 50% crit rate. Yeah, we started talking with Jeff shortly after the start of the stream for like about an hour or two. So yeah, I don't know. You want to try that team with Jafufu? Yeah, that could be fun too. I don't know. That's the one temptation to choose Kaleda, but if she seems like she really wants energy to 50 energy every 45 seconds. She seems like she really wants energy a lot to be able to feel like she's doing much on field. So it's kind of like how relevant is a quick assist and follow up? I don't know. I do not know. I think it's not irrelevant, but it's weird. So your damage is not defense scaling. I thought it was for some reason. Ah, no, he gives a shield based on... Oh wait, no. His initial attack increases with his defense. Yeah, okay. With his initial defense. Does he scale more with defense than he does attack, or is he still better to build an attack? 80% of his defense is attack? Theoretically, that's probably strong enough, right? Donation or sub more useful as a support? You mean like membership? If you're talking membership, it's, I mean, they're equivalent. If you want to pay for membership regularly, that's appreciated because that's like a monthly thing. I intend to probably have a member-only Discord server soon, but like right now, quite frankly, I don't have like real incentives to do memberships. So they're essentially equivalent. It's just however you prefer. Technically, if you want to support me, I have my Ko-Fi link. I think it's linked in the description of the stream or my other videos. It might accidentally not be, but my Ko-Fi is a better way, technically, because it avoids YouTube's 25%. But I also don't mind if you do it through YouTube. It doesn't make that much of a difference, right? Anyways, better attack, but his Mindscape is a nuke on defense. Oh yeah, and his engine does too. I forgot. Yeah, that's true. 600% of his defense. Okay. Yeah, that's probably what I was remembering more of. Days inflicted increases. Dodge counter deals more damage. 300% of his defense. Okay. Block counter during a special attack or EX special. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I don't know. The fact that he's def scaling is tempting, right? I have no good way to like properly evaluate this. I don't think I need that. But what do my pieces look like? Double crit. Double crit 4-line with def. Double crit with def. I don't know. Anyway, I mean, you don't do 4 pieces of the set, I don't think. You probably just do 2 pieces of the set if it makes sense at all. Over like 2 piece. I don't know. You what do you do? I don't even know. Yeah, I don't think the less damage matters. Anyways. Well, that double crit def. Oh, amazing. I don't think I need these. Anyways. Just went for the collated Bencor. Yeah. Respectable. I don't know. Have any other random def pieces that are good? I'm never gonna need that. Well. It has the perfect substack combination for for an AM piece. It's just there has to be a unit that releases that's relevant with. And I'll keep the 1. Keep that piece too. What is this piece that I have on him? Energy regen with double crit. Huh. Why did I level that up? Why did I level that up? That's a good question. I don't know. Anyways. I don't know what his build looks like. I'll have to look into DPS Ben stuff for where I decide if I choose Soldier 11. Soldier 11, M2 is just some damage bonus, which is good. I do want it. More damage bonus good, in particular because I think it makes it even more, should be making it even more flexible to do weird things like, say, Jifufu Lighter, aka no attack buffer. Just rely on all the attack that Brimstone can give. She can get some really stupid attack totals with Brimstone. So, like, I actually think double stunner Soldier 11 Lighter Jifufu should work pretty well. Or just Jifufu plus, you know, support still. Or Lighter plus support, of course. But anyways, I don't know. Anyways. Yixuan seems to like bears if she works with Ben too. Yeah. I don't know what it is about Yixuan actually that works with the Kaleda Ben combo, but apparently does. Anyways. All attack build on Lighter Jifufu seems to be our best team. Yeah, it might be our best team. It wouldn't be that surprising to me. I think it has potential, right? Because you have a whack ton of crit damage buffs. You got a bunch of damage bonus from Lighter. And you got resistance penetration. And then Brimstone with attack. Maybe attack, right? Because you have three fire units. You might want to do I'm not sure whether or not, I don't know. Like the idea is, right, you do 3 fire units, you use the crit set here. You get so much crit damage buff that you do attack percent slot for I have to muddle with my build a little bit. But you do attack percent slot for, so triple attack percent on 4-piece fire. You get a bunch of crit for free, and you're getting a bunch of crit from Jafufu. And the artifact set, getting damage bonus, and maximizing her attack through her own stats, and Brimstone, final attack bonus, gives a nonsense amount of attack. Like, I don't know. It should be very interesting to mess around with. Get 5k attack before combat. I mean, here, let's see what it would look like. Do I have a fire slot? No. Shoot. Wonderful. What about... Okay, so I know I have a attack slot for on... Yeah, BAP. And then... Okay, probably that, right? There you go, right, something like that. 4k attack baseline. You get like 80% plus crit damage from Jafufu. This would be, what is that? Assuming this has good uptime. 30%, right? So almost 80% crit rate. Not a perfect ratio, I'd say. I don't know. It's interesting. You know what? I'm just going to leave her on this build for now, so I have a reminder for myself to see how that is. Yeah, with a little bit more attack percent substats in these, I could improve this further, but... Oh, wait. I have that. Do I sacrifice? Probably not. But maybe. I don't know. Anyways. Something to mess around with. Pompey in a few hours. Oh, is Deadly Assault reset tomorrow? Nice.
Awaiting further instructions.
Cool. That's good. I didn't really like this Deadly Assault for Soldier 11, so I will mess around with Soldier 11 a bit with lighter more with the Deadly Assault reset. I should actually put it back to the other build then.
Ready and waiting.
For some reason my brain was thinking I could just leave her on this build until Jafufu release, but Jafufu's not releasing for a month. So, yep. Put her back on this. And, oh frick, what was she on? Oh no. I have too many woodpecker pieces. I don't know what she was on. Probably this piece. I don't know if that was correct, but close enough. Alright.
Awaiting further instructions.
Yeah, I don't know if the standard selector is available day 1, so anyways, I'm leaning towards Soldier 11, my point, because I still like her, and would like to get copies of her over time. She is the Dia for me on this count, although I think she's better than Dia at a baseline to most people, but... So, anyways. Enough yapping, I gotta go take a break. I'm gonna go watch that Lin Zero video. Gonna work on video for the weekend. I think I'm probably going to try to record the Lanyan video today, and then maybe work on something else tomorrow. I might not stream tomorrow, depending on what my recording situation looks like. But, yeah. Anyways. Bye.